questions. Before we begin, I want to thank the Planning Committee. These are the people who really make the summit possible. Evelyn Lundberg Stratton, retired Justice of the Supreme Court of Ohio, currently of counsel at Voorhees. Thank you, Eve. Michael Jackson, retired judge of the Cuyahoga Court of Common Pleas General Division and a judge of one of Ohio's veterans treatment dockets. A man always endeavoring to further the cause and welfare of veterans and service members every day. Danny Eakins of the Ohio Department of Veterans Services, Tammy Puff, the Office of the Governor of Mike DeWine, Melissa Knopp, formerly of Stepping Up Ohio and now currently the Executive Director of the Ohio Criminal Sentencing Commission. And from the United States Veterans Administrations, Jim Kennelly and Teresa Sickman. And thank you, Lieutenant Joseph Swati of the Ohio National Guard for joining our committee, and Kelly Firesheets of Cordata Health, and Kathleen Gallant of Mighty Crow, and my administrative assistant of the Supreme Court of Ohio, Elisa Guthrie, who helped keep us all in line on those calls. I also want to thank our generous sponsors, without whose support we would be unable to host this event. The Office of the Ohio Attorney General, Dave Yost. The Office of Criminal Justice Services of Ohio, the Ohio State Bar Association, Cordata Health, and another thank you to Judge Jackson for his work in securing funding from the National Institute of Corrections, which is part of the Department of Justice. Today we devote our time in learning, discussing Intercept 0, Intercept 1. In my view, the adoption of programming that makes Intercept 0 and Intercept 1 a reality in Ohio is the true ultimate goal of the Lean Forward initiative. May a veteran or service member never enter my system. May they always be treated by the wraparound community that they live, work, and have protected throughout their careers. Community services and treatment reach America's heroes before they enter the criminal justice system. And if a service member or veteran does have contact with a law enforcement officer or emergency services, that he or she is deflected away from the system when it is possible to receive treatment. If you think about it, when people move through the criminal justice system, they move through that system in predictable ways. But what if they didn't? So today, I ask you to think about how your organization can join that question of how do we deflect service members or veterans from the criminal justice system. Think about the decision points of your organization or your work as you work within the continuum of the criminal justice system. Where do you and your organization sit on the continuum of the criminal justice system? And if you're well within it, how can you improve or reach beyond it at the beginning of that continuum to impact something differently? What are the key decision points that you can impact within and without? When can you and your organization deliver services at the lowest level of possible engagement with the criminal justice system? For Intercept 0, what does the veteran and his or her family need first? How can we identify those potential needs and anticipate the challenges they face in acquiring those needs? What engagement does the veteran or service member, his or her family, need that does not require a law enforcement intervention? How can we shape the thinking of our organizations so that service members and veterans see treatment as a strength, not a weakness, certainly stigma-free, where they're able to ask for help without being judged or condemned, or feeling as if they will suffer a loss of identity of honor because they're reaching their hand out for help. And if a service member or veteran unfortunately does engage law enforcement in a call for service in a moment of crisis, what initiatives and treatment programs are accessible before those charges are filed? How can we deflect them where appropriate within that system of those decision makers in order to ensure treatment instead of a jail cell? Deflecting veterans from the criminal justice system begins with the community, the host of treatment providers available, and it includes every partner within our criminal justice system who believe and answer the call of the need of a service member and veteran with "I am here to help." As I said a moment before, this is the goal of the Lean Forward initiative, so that all service members and veterans come wholly home without ever touching the judicial system. I hope you not only enjoy today's summit, but that you learn something today that you can immediately apply to help Ohio service members and veterans, so that our state, the great state of Ohio, is the first state to create a wraparound community where no service member or veteran ever enters the criminal justice system. What can you and your organization do to foster Ohio in Intercept 0, Intercept 1? May God bless all of you. Keep the faith. It's a little before time, and I like being early, as the Attorney General knows, but I see Attorney General Dave Yost here, who is a great man and a good friend to me. And I am thrilled to introduce Attorney General Dave Yost, who has been a gracious and enthusiastic champion of Ohio's veterans. Last year, Dave was elected to a second term as Attorney General. A.G. Yost graduated from The Ohio State University and received a J.D. from Capital Law. He began his career as a reporter before going on to serve as Delaware County's auditor and then prosecutor. As Attorney General, he has initiated and supported the Law Enforcement Liaison Program in helping deflect service members and veterans from the criminal justice system. Attorney General Yost.
Thank you, Madam Justice. May it please the court. That was supposed to be a joke. Yeah, I practice in front of judges advocating for the state, so I'm not allowed to have friends that are judges. But if I did, one of them would be certainly Sharon Kennedy. She came to my office right after I was elected Attorney General and wanted to talk about veterans issues. This was long before she was Chief Justice, and it was something that was on her heart, on her mind, on her conscience, and she ignited a flame in me that changed my trajectory as Attorney General. Look, listen, I appreciate all of you being here today. Justice Stratton, it's good to see you as always. Thank you for your leadership long leadership on this important issue. And I know we're here to talk about veterans who have had some kind of difficulty returning to civilian life after service. But before we turn to that, I'd like to broaden our perspective for just a moment. I think there's some stereotypes out there that are really not very true on the data. Yeah, the stereotype of the Hollywood stereotype of the veteran who's a ticking time bomb, or the story of the veteran who is self-medicating with alcohol and has multiple arrests, and that sort of thing. The homeless guy who claims at least to be a veteran at the intersection of the freeway ramp. All of those problems are real, and we we'll be talking about them today and many days in the future, working to address the needs that they represent. But we forget that a majority of our veterans make a successful return back to civilian life, and they continue making the same kinds of significant contributions in civilian life that they made in uniform. There's 330 million Americans, give or take a few, and just 1.3 million of those are in active service. That's 1 in 250 or so. Each of those folks has a sense of mission that impels them to volunteer and to defend the rest of us. Each of these has made a promise to put, at some point in their life, to put their life on the line so that we civilians would not have to. And they're doing this during the prime years of their lives. While the rest of us are pursuing education and training and building our careers, these folks, our veterans, are devoting themselves to protecting our society and protecting us so that we can do those things in peace and security. When they come home, complete their service, they continue to give to their country. According to the Small Business Administration, almost a tenth of American businesses are owned by veterans. They represent 1 in 250 of the population, 1 in 10 businesses. That is impressive. These companies generate $1 trillion in revenue and employ about 5 million people. I'm pleased to say that in the Attorney General's office, we currently have 51 staffers who have served in the military, and now they continue their public service in state government. All around us, veterans are raising families and strengthening our communities and our society. They're not the problem in our society. They are priceless assets. So whatever time and money and effort that we put in to helping them, the small number that have trouble re-entering civilian society, it's a drop in the bucket. It's money well spent. It is a duty of honor. With that context in mind, let's talk about veterans who need help. There are reasons that they're struggling. Many of them have wounds that we can see. Many of them have wounds that we cannot see. They've gone to places that we would never choose to visit. They have seen things that we could not bear to see. They've endured terrors that we cannot imagine and live with memories that give them no rest. They have these unseen wounds. The damage to their bodies we can sometimes repair to some degree. The damage to the soul and the mind and the spirit is much more difficult. And it's these struggles that confront our law enforcement officers, our courts, our social service partners. The good news is we've come a long, long way in learning about trauma and learning about stress and how to deal with it. That hasn't always been the case. Audie Murphy, the soldier who won the most medals and honors in World War II, went on to become, of course, famous action hero, an action star in Hollywood movies. He said, this is the way American soldiers were treated. After the war, they took army dogs and rehabilitated them for civilian lives. But they turned soldiers into civilians immediately and let them sink or swim. Today, we're more aware of the struggles of veterans face, and we do devote more resources than we did back in Audie Murphy's day. Veterans courts, championed by Justice Stratton, are a huge advance and something that we hadn't done for a long time. Even when we had specialty dockets for drug addicts, we didn't immediately see the usefulness of the same kind of idea for veterans. But when we look at the numbers of troubled veterans who succumb to substance abuse, suffer mental illness, repeated cycles through the justice system, we still have a long way to go. It starts with some more veterans courts, and I'm pleased to see them expanding every year. But we need to do more. We've got to reduce the harm on the front end, not just because our troubled veterans deserve it, but because our nation actually depends on it. George Washington, a veteran, said this: "The willingness with which our young people are likely to serve in any war," and folks, we have not done away with war, "shall be directly proportional to how they perceive the veterans of earlier wars were treated and appreciated by their nation." Last December, I was elected the president of the National Association of Attorneys General for 2023. It is the custom of that organization that the president select an initiative, something that they will focus for their year in office on and promote. The aim is to put that issue on the radar of every attorney general in the country, stimulate discussion, develop best practices, and to coordinate action. I decided to make veterans my initiative, and as we come to the end of this year, we have spent a great deal of time and been around the country promoting veterans and the many excellent programs that are being developed at a local level. One of the things I'm sharing with my colleagues across the country is veterans outreach programs that we're expanding here in Ohio. Later this morning, you'll hear details about this program from Carrie Bartunek, the Director of Executive Affairs in my office. I'm very pleased. I saw earlier Dave Corlett, Sergeant from Cincinnati, a veteran who was one of the first people that I saw doing what I'm about to describe. Dave, it's great to see you here again today. One of the key features of the program is enlisting the help of police officers who themselves are military veterans. Their military status, and we are developing ways for that to be obvious on the street, signals to a troubled veteran that there's someone who knows where they're coming from. When you have been in battle, I am told, I have not been in any battle more difficult than a political fight, you quickly learn to distrust everyone except the people that are with you in your unit, the people that fight alongside you. That trust and distrust carries on into civilian life for some veterans. And the idea that you can see a badge, a decoration on the uniform of a law officer that says, "I was there," changes the interaction in a heartbeat. That officer turns from being a threat, someone who's not to be trusted, who's part of that huge sphere of distrust, into a comrade in arms, a brother or sister in arms. We're really gratified by the space that we've received, or the response we've received so far. I want to thank all the local law enforcement agencies that have embraced this program. If it sounds like something that your agency would be interested in, Carrie is here. Carrie, wave to everybody. She wants to tell you everything you could ever want to know about it, and wants to help you with resources, information, and networking. Finally, I want to thank all of you today who are attending. I'm going to leave you with a quote from one more great president, Abraham Lincoln, to those of you who are leading this mission. He said, "Honor the soldier and the sailor everywhere who bravely bears his country's cause. Honor also to the citizen who cares for his brother in the field and serves as best he can the same cause. Ladies and gentlemen, President Lincoln was talking about all of you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being here today.
A little shorter than him. So thank you all for coming to this event. We're very excited, and we do have a fairly large group on the internet or watching by virtual, some 60 or more, so we're very pleased for that group as well. I wanted to just give you a little background of how we got here. So years and years, well, my father, first of all, was in World War II. He was a bomb demolition expert. I lost my grandfather in the Merchant Marines in World War II, and I had 5 uncles, and my 2 brothers served in the Vietnam theater, although not actually in Vietnam. And so I have a long military background, but I was really working on mental health courts when I first talked to a gentleman from the VA when I was giving a speech in DC who said they wanted to start veterans courts, and I knew there was a benefits appeals court, and when I asked him what it was, and he described it, I said, well, that's a mental health or a drug court, but with a vet in it. Why don't you use our model? So we had a conference in DC with the big wigs to try to sell them on the idea, and then I was appointed to a committee at the VA to put together the Veterans Justice Outreach Program, which many of you are familiar with, and is one of our most successful programs. And that really kick-started my involvement in the veterans area. So I learned that there's so many departments that did something. Mental health did something. At that time, drug and alcohol was separate, did something, et cetera, et cetera. And so I put together the first conference when I was a justice, just sort of connecting the dots, having every one of those groups share what they did, trying to make connections. So I did 4 of those while I was at the court. And then I left 12 years early to really because I wanted to focus on mental health and criminal justice. And I had read 5 Feet of Briefs for 16 years, and there were a lot of people that wanted my job, but not many people really wanted to champion mental health in those days because it wasn't quite as accepted and to talk about as in these days. And so I interested Kennedy. Many of you know Chief Justice was a police officer before she became a judge, and we are great friends, and so I was talking about veterans, and she got the passion for it, and she ran with it, and she left me in the dust. She's done amazing things with visiting courts and promoting veterans courts to start veterans courts, et cetera, and then we had the idea when we heard about Sergeant Corlett's project. We went to the AG and asked him to think about this military resource, and he ran with it, and so it's just kind of grown and grown and grown. And so we are now on our 5th joint one where she and I have worked together, our 9th overall. And it's we just keep looking for new themes. And this year we decided, you know, let's move up the chain and let's talk about how we can keep veterans from entering the criminal justice system, because we've done a lot on criminal justice system itself and all the resources. So that's kind of how we got here. But it's so exciting. There's so many people in this room that I've partnered with over the many years. It's exciting to see all of you. Some of you I may not recognize because I talked to you on the phone or on video chat or whatever for the last 5 years and haven't seen you in person. So it's nice that we are back in person again, and I'm very appreciative. So I'm not going to introduce the next group. I'm actually going to introduce Judge Jackson, who's going to introduce the next group. And reason is he is just one of my heroes. I'm going to read his bio, and then I'm going to tell you some personal stuff about him. He was elected Cuyahoga judge in 2012 and started a Veterans Treatment Court in 2015 with the support of the 33 judges. It was the largest age in Ohio, and unfortunately he hit that magic number of 70 where he had to retire under our Constitution. He's received 2 national awards, many local awards for his service. Prior to law school, he was a Marine officer with a tour in Vietnam, first as a platoon leader of 30 Marines, and then a company commander of 180 Marines. He was awarded 4 personal decorations for valor, including 2 Bronze Stars, a citation for his unit, and received a Purple Heart. I learned a lot of that stuff much later after I knew Judge Jackson. He's extremely humble, and he never talks about it. But then there was a documentary on him, And I watched it, and it talked about the amazing things he did in Vietnam. And I actually cried when I watched the documentary. It was so touching and so moving. And he retired, kind of like I retired. I keep telling no people, I just changed careers. I didn't really retire. He has been tireless. He was chair for a while of the OSBA Veterans Committee. He's been so involved in so many things. We've worked on countless veterans projects, lots of legislation. He's just been an absolute champion. And he was very, very helpful in putting this conference together. I don't know how many calls he and I had working on all the different sections and everything. And this first section he's put together. He's solely responsible for it, getting all the speakers, getting some funding for the speakers. It's amazing. And then I'm going to introduce Carrie and then jump back up to him again, because he's going to introduce another program he put together. So he's responsible for a lot of this program. So I said to him, you know all these people speaking better than me. You need to be the one introducing them and kicking off this next section. So I'm going to bring Judge Jackson up and let him take it from here.
Well, retired Justice Stratton said some things about me that I didn't anticipate, so I'm going to tell you something about her that she probably didn't anticipate. Remarkably, she was in Vietnam during the Vietnam War. She was a student in a school in Vietnam during the Vietnam War, as her parents were missionaries. And she saw firsthand the issues that citizens of any state, of any nation, what they have to go through during war. And so she speaks from personal knowledge, and she speaks from her heart and her soul as she continues her quest to help veterans. So I think we should give her a round of applause. We're here today to start off our conference talking about the Veteran Sequential Intercept model known as VSIM. And for our first session, we're going to have 4 speakers. Our first speaker is Craig Crawford, and he will be our speaker by video. He is an Air Force veteran and a public advisor for the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA, and he just joined that organization a few weeks ago. Otherwise, he would be here in person. And formerly, he was with the Justice Involved Veterans Network, which I'm a member of, and others who are speaking are members of. And that group is part of the National Institute of Corrections, located in D.C. and part of the Department of Justice. He was the project manager there. In addition to having a master's degree in organizational leadership from Chapman University, Greg has extensive leadership and criminal justice experience, which includes more than 20 years of working with misdemeanor probation department, community-based mental health centers prior to joining NIC. And he will introduce the concept of VSIM, both as he discusses it and with the slides that he has. Our second speaker is Jack Charlier. Did I pronounce it correctly or even close? Thumbs up, which means I'm probably close. He's the executive director of TASC. He's also a member of JIVN, which is TASC, the Center for Health and Justice, and the executive director and co-founder of the Police Treatment and Community Collaborative. He's the co-founder of the International Deflection Movement and works to grow and develop the global field of deflection from research to policy and legislation. And just a note from my personal observation, the Veterans Treatment Court concept is so ingrained, I believe, in our country, having well over 600 courts within a 15 or so year period of time, is quite remarkable. And a lot of focus has been based on that concept of veterans treatment courts and now re-entry back into the society if you've been confined, and not very much information and focus until recently has been on deflection, introducing the veteran to alternatives prior to involvement in the criminal justice system. And one of the main leaders of that passion is Jack. He is nationally known and internationally known, and I think you will see and understand his passion. And as a result of his work and others, that area is really blossoming and taking on its own statements and becoming an integral part of this whole sequence. The third speaker will be Sergeant Dave Corlett, retired, an Ohio native, 31-year veteran of the Cincinnati Police Department. He is the founder of the Military Liaison Group within the department and an instructor with the Hamilton County Mental Health Crisis Teams. His program was recognized by the DOJ and the winner of a 2021 Stutton Award for Innovative Law Enforcement and Community Partnerships. Prior to joining the police force, Sergeant Corlett served in the Army during Operations Desert Storm and Desert Shield. I think the stories and statement and focus of Sergeant Corlett will be very interesting to the panel and to the participants both here and virtually. And I think it also correlates to a later session involving the role of the prosecutor in dealing with veterans treatment courts. I think you'll hear a story there that talks about deflection in its most critical sense and a very troublesome problem in dealing with a veteran who found himself on the wrong side of the police and how that story came out. And Sergeant Corlett, I think, by his experiences, will give us a similar message. And finally, we're going to hear by video the remarks of Judge Magistrate Jeffrey Mansky. He presides over the magistrate court in Fort Cavalos, used to be known as Fort Hood, Texas, where he works closely with the Department of the Army, leadership, active duty soldiers, and veterans for 22 years. His responsibilities involve presiding over a magistrate court, and the interesting thing about this judge and why he's part of this program is that he is the judge of a veterans treatment court on an active duty military base that accepts active duty military personnel, men and women in the Army, who've run afoul of the violations and find themselves in court. It's the only one that I'm aware of in the United States. He also takes in veterans who we normally understand to be participants in veterans treatment courts. And he's done that because of the community involvement of in deflecting in a different kind of way, in a more traditional way, an idea that I think should be expanded to all military bases. So he will close out our last speaker with that topic. And with that, I think we are ready to start our first video and see and meet Greg Crawford. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today at the 9th Annual Ohio Veterans Summit, Lean Forward, and for our presentation on veteran intercepts in the criminal justice system, Intercept 0 and 1, focusing on community services, law enforcement, and emergency services. My name is Greg Crawford. I'm a correctional program specialist at the National Institute of Corrections. I'm also a United States Air Force veteran. I last spoke at the 6th Annual Ohio Veterans Summit. It's an honor to be asked back, and I'm excited to share with you some of the work that NIC and our Veterans Network have been working on over the last year to year and a half around the Veteran Sequential Intercept Model, or VSIM, as we've been calling it. Here are today's objectives. We want you to receive an introduction and brief overview of the VSIM and take a closer look, a deeper dive at Intercept 0 and 1. You're going to learn about the intent and purpose of the VSIM along with strategies and examples of what success looks like at Intercept 0 and 1. You'll also gain an understanding about the most current veteran-specific resources available to communities and criminal justice agencies at Intercept 0 and 1. And lastly, we're going to provide side examples of veteran-specific programmatic efforts. Okay, first, before we get into it, let me provide you with a little bit of background about what helped shape my approach around helping justice-involved veterans. I started my professional career post-military at a community-based mental health center. I would enter local jails and state prisons and assess people with mental illness for services at our agency. I would link them to case management and other resources in the community. It instilled in me the critical importance of taking a holistic approach to helping people. You can't treat a piece of the person. You have to address all of their needs. I also learned that it was imperative to work together with other community stakeholders to share resources and to be on the same page with a tailored treatment plan, and that includes involving the person you're working with in order to give that person the best chance at success. And I think that these are some of the reasons why veterans programs are so successful. It's the collaboration and taking a holistic approach when working with a justice-involved veteran. Whether it's in a jail or prison, veterans dorm, a veterans treatment court, or with law enforcement and other community members working with veterans in crisis, you have to work together. You have to share resources and to figure out what a veteran needs in order to help them be successful. After my time in working with community mental health, I moved to community supervision, where I worked at a local probation department for 11 years. I shared this experience at the last summit I attended as well, that we were located just up the street from Joint Base Lewis McChord. I started just after 9/11, and like many of you, I started noticing an influx of active duty service members and veterans in our population. This was largely before anyone had heard of a veterans treatment court. So we were just treating the veteran like any other justice-involved person and not touching the post-traumatic stress disorder or traumatic brain injury or any other mental illness related to their military service. So after arriving at the National Institute of Corrections in 2012, my boss at the time, he asked me to do something about veterans. Well, 11 or so years later, NIC and the Veterans Network, we call it the Justice Involved Veterans Network, or JIVN, has done a number of publications, broadcasts, webinars, conference workshops, and created a number of resources that I'm very proud of. We are here today to share our latest resource with you about the Veteran Sequential Intercept Model. We have a new publication and 4-part webinar series about the VSIM available on our website, which you can access by Googling Justice Involved Veterans. It should be the first thing that pops up. This is our Veterans Resource page that has all of our publications and other resources available. Okay, so briefly I mentioned the JIVN. I want to just tell you a little bit about that. That's a collaborative effort that includes partnerships with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA, and representatives across the continuum of justice. The network's mission is to identify and develop innovative and holistic approaches to assist justice-involved veterans. All right, so what is the sequential intercept model? This was developed over 20 years by Sampson the Gain Center. The SIM details how individuals with mental health and substance use disorders come into contact and move through the criminal justice system. The SIM helps communities identify resources and gaps in services at each of the intercepts to develop local strategic action plans. Today, we want you to develop a better understanding of the Veteran Sequential Intercept Model, or VSIM, and the intervention strategies and resources available at Intercept 0 and 1 that focus on community services, law enforcement, and emergency services. Veterans transitioning from the military to civilian life may have unique underlying conditions, such as PTSD or TBI, and other veteran-specific mental health and substance use concerns. The VSIM delineates interventions at distinct stages of the criminal justice system. The goal of the VSIM in this workshop is to offer solutions on how to leverage community services and to find veterans before crisis. Okay, let's do a brief overview of the VSIM. Intercept 0 is the community, and this is the most current addition to the SIM model. It was added in 2017. It's the newest intercept. It connects vets to services prior to law enforcement involvement. The key is identification of veteran status. Intercept 1. This is law enforcement and emergency services, and it depends heavily on veteran identification, training officers to respond to veterans in crisis, and provide coordination between responders and sources of treatment rather than incarceration. Intercept 2. This is the initial detention and court hearings phase, and this is critical to early ID of veteran status, triage for mental health, develop eligibility criteria for treatment-based diversion, and other court programming. Intercept 3. This is jails and courts and opportunities for clinical services and supervision. This provides tremendous opportunity to set the foundation for and explain to the veteran what needs to be accomplished for early release, community corrections, and veteran-focused case management. And this is also important to note. Communities should be working collaboratively between the intercepts and developing local resources in addition to involving the VA, our Veteran Justice Outreach Specialists, and Healthcare for Reentry Veteran Specialists. Okay, on to Intercept 4. This is where reentry and preparing for reentry with responsive services takes place. This is critical to add and include the VA whenever possible. HCRV specialists can really help with the transition from an incarcerated setting back into the community, whether it's just released to the community or onto probation or parole. Intercept 5. is the community services and identifying and addressing veterans' needs through assessment and case planning. This is probation and parole or back into the community. This is a critical component because this is where the veteran can actually leave the justice system permanently. Okay, at this time, I want to just introduce our presenters. I'm excited to share with you both Jack Charlier and retired Sergeant Dave Corlett. Jack is the Executive Director for Police Treatment and Community Collaborative, or PTAC, and he is a longtime Justice Involved Veteran Network member. We also have retired Sergeant Dave Corlett from the Cincinnati Police Department. Dave was the Military Programs Director and also a Desert Storm veteran. He currently serves as a speaker, trainer, and crisis intervention instructor. Dave is also a recent addition to the Justice Involved Veterans Network. And lastly, we have a great conversation set up for you today with Judge Jeffrey Mansky. Judge Mansky is a United States Magistrate Judge out of the Western District of Texas, the Waco Division, and I will provide more detailed introduction for him in just a moment. But now, without further hesitation, I want to turn it over to my colleagues. Jack, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Greg. You cannot hear me, but thank you. Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Good morning. I do a little better than that. There's a lot of military people here, right? Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Good, good. Exactly. You know, we got to do push-ups if we don't get this right. So, yes, yes. Well, listen, it is very exciting to be here with you, but I have to tell you right up front, I got 3 strikes against me. First is, I'm not from Ohio, but I did go to OSU. Is that worth something? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Number 2, the person who you have all heard mentioned, Dave Corlett, follows me. So you got to get through me to get to him. Cool? Okay, he's sitting right over there. I'll put his name in play too. And the third is, I've got to explain this thing called deflection to you, which means I got to do a little bit of this kind of like, here's this slide, here's that slide. Is that cool? So your reward is you get to hear Dave Corlett, Judge Mansky, just kind of bear with kind of the stuff I have to do. Is that okay? All right, so first of all, I am an Army veteran, and so I'm wearing my Army green today. But I'm very, very jealous, though, because when I served, the Class A uniform was green, but it is now the super cool World War II throwback uniform, which looks sharp. So I was hoping to see some of that here, because every time I see that, I'm like, that is a super cool uniform, right? The Air Force has blue, Navy has white, Marines have dirt color, is that what it is? Dirt color, and then love the Army brown, so. Okay, let's go on and get started. Again, I'm very excited to be here with you today. Let's make sure we're all good on that. Okay, so PTAC, you heard this mentioned already. PTAC, the Police Treatment and Community Collaborative, is the global voice, which also means it's the national voice of the field of deflection. How many of you have heard of the word deflection before today, other than those on the Justice Involved Veterans Network? Okay, so a few. That's normal. You heard Judge Jackson say it is new, right? It's a newer part of the work we do in the U.S. justice system. What I mean by that is the community setting of the U.S. justice system. And we'll talk about that on one of those slides that I have to get through. The relation of PTAC to what you are talking about here, what you heard Justice Stratton speak to, what you heard Justice Kennedy speak to, what you heard Attorney General Yost speak to, what you heard Judge Jackson speak to, and what you'll hear us speak to, this word called deflection, emerged and evolved about 5 years ago out of conversations we were having with the Justice Involved Veterans Network, Greg Crawford, our colleague who you just heard from, and PTAC. So it's taken quite a number of years to get to this point where we can bring it forward. So I want to acknowledge the intersection of PTAC to deflection to the Justice Involved Veterans Network that brings us here with you today. By the way, part of the Justice Involved Veterans Network, Greg did not say it, is the Veterans Administration. I want to acknowledge my colleague Sean, who is here today, because the VA obviously plays a huge and critical role in the services that we're going to talk about, or the service build-out that we're going to talk about that will be available to veterans at the point of encounter with law enforcement, EMS, and not waiting for the crisis. That's an element of what you're going to hear. Okay, so that's PTAC. I wear another hat also, and that is for the Department of Justice. I oversee the National Deflection Technical Assistance Center for the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance. So if you're a law enforcement agency, EMS, doing deflection in the United States and you have a federal grant, we are your technical assistance center. Are there any COSEP grantees here, by the way? That's probably an outlier at a veterans conference. Okay, I see some law enforcement here, so that's the reason I ask it. If you are interested, by the way, and you go to your local police department or fire or EMS and say, what's this thing called deflection, and they know it, you can receive free technical assistance from the federal government by hitting up the link that is there, and you'll have the slides available to you. So that's a resource already we're bringing to you. Why? Because deflection is new. It's about 10 years old, give or take, in the United States, where almost everything else in the justice system traces back to 60 years plus in terms of initiatives and reforms, with some exceptions. So deflection is the new kid on the block, but here's a free federal resource for you. Okay. Oop, did I lose, maybe? Oh, that was you, okay. Good? Okay, there we go. All right, so let's start right away with Veterans Deflection. You've heard it again, I will explain it. This QR code links you up to the two items that you see on the screen here. On the left-hand side is the National Institute of Corrections manual. This is what Greg was talking about in his presentation that he did by video. The manual from National Institute of Corrections that covers this idea and this concept of deflection for veterans, as well as how do we deal and best deal with and work with veterans along the justice continuum. I know this is not a justice crowd. That is the slide that Greg had up that had the 0 to 5, talks about just early encounters and then going jails, courts, probation, parole, prisons, reentry. So that manual on the left is brand new. It is the first time that the National Institute of Corrections has put out a manual and said, we will not wait until a veteran is in jail before we act with them. Now, that may sound odd to you, but for the most part, the justice system correctly, right, acts where it encounters people. Where does the justice system encounter people? It encounters them on a street at a law enforcement, but we've not done a lot there. That's what this is about today, and the growth of deflection. We have primarily waited until someone is arrested, in jail, in court, or even in prison before we have sought them out to do work with them. So that's one of the big innovations that deflection is bringing in, is saying we already are encountering them. We know that, right? We're already seeing them, and I'll give you some stats on what that looks like generally for the U.S. population. You do not know any of these stats, I promise you, and people are always like, wow, I did not know that. How many encounters we have with people before, should they end up in a justice system, we finally see them. So the left-hand side is the manual you can download. The right-hand side is the SIM, the Veteran Sequential Intercept model that you can download off that QR code also. So these are reference sources for you. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the SIM, and I'm going to come over to this side just to be fair to the audience, because I know you guys want to see me too, right? You want to see me, hear me, all that good stuff. Okay, as long as I don't fall off the stage. So on the right-hand side of the screen up here is the SIM. You do not have to be experts in the SIM. It is a way that we understand, if you work in the justice system, how to make sure that at every point possible you are meeting the people that you're going to be working with. In this case, obviously, we're talking about veterans. And so this idea of deflection, which you see Intercept 0, which again is just community, that's all it means. And by the way, and again, I'll tell you the stats, most encounters in the United States between police and our citizenry and our residents do not involve arrest. The vast majority do not. The overwhelming majority do not. That's for TV. Reality is not like that. Intercept 0 says, what can we do in community that's different than waiting until we see them in Intercept 2, 3, 4, 5, which, by the way, they're in the justice system already. Intercept 1, then, that you see there, also deflection, called pre-arrest deflection, we'll talk about that, is when we do have an encounter that could go this way or could go that way in terms of arrest. If the officer, she has the ability to do deflection instead of arrest, can we give that to her? That's what's happening at Intercept 1. Does that make sense? Kind of a real simple way? Okay, all the military people here, so that's one of the evolutions. All the military people here, which I know it's a veteran summit. See that purple line there? Does this have a pointer on it? Am I going to turn this off? The top? Okay. Sometimes I turn off like things like, oh, this is the pointer, and you turn it off. Do you guys see this line here? This is another evolution for the veteran sim. Super important. We call that phase line purple. It's not showing up very well. You all know, having been in the military, what a phase line is. Phase line purple, this is an innovation on the sequential intercept model. And phase line purple, by the way, you guys know what purple is in the color scheme, right? It represents, it's the color, represents all their services. So we drew in phase line purple, and what we say here, it's kind of hard to see. Actually, if I move off to the other side here, phase line purple is we want to meet veterans as early and upstream as possible without crossing phase line purple. The sequential intercept model, until this point, literally until this was released, did not have that phase line on there for anybody at all. We decided, and I want to give Dave Corlett and Judge Jackson, who are part of the Justice Involved Veterans Network, that developed this with NIC. Sean is part of that too. We put that on there as a way to say, let's focus our attention on the community encounters within veterans and those early encounters, and not think so much about, not that we shouldn't, right, because veterans will go into the justice system, think so much about what happens after they enter the justice system. Can we refocus some of our attention, some of our resources, and stay to the left of phase line purple? And the left is community. Right? The left is community, where people live, work, have jobs, have family, which, by the way, means their support network, the things they care for and care about, that's where they want to be also, right? So phase line purple is a super cool innovation on the sequential intercept model. Good to go? Any questions? All right, I care less about getting through the slides, by the way, than, yeah. Did somebody have one? Oh, okay. Just so excited you shouted out. Yes. All right, cool. All right, I care less about getting through the slides, by the way, than making sure that you learn something and have a takeaway from here. Okay, so let's talk quickly about deflection. These are the slides that I said I have to go through because I want to give you a little bit about deflection so you can go back and proselytize to your law enforcement partners, your EMS partners, your community partners, and say, we should be doing deflection. Why are we not doing it? And I know that state leadership in Ohio is very much focused on getting veterans deflection across the state. Ohio is also a leader in the field of deflection, so I want to recognize that and call that out. So, meeting veterans where they are without waiting for those things that just came up on the screen. That may seem odd to see that, but for the most part, as I said, if you think of kind of the justice system as a sensing element, right? It's a sensor. It's like an LPOP, right? A listening post, an observation post. It generally waits until there is some kind of situation there before it acts. That makes sense, right? Because we can't just be everywhere. But what we're saying in deflection instead is if we don't wait for that and we did this instead, what could we do differently? What would happen? And what we're finding through the emergence of deflection is that we're getting to people earlier, not just veterans, but we're getting to veterans earlier. And when we get to people earlier whose addiction, mental health, homelessness, whatever else they might be facing has not reached a crisis point, there's two things we learn. Number one, and we know this, we've known this for decades in the U.S., by the way. We're not really good at prevention in the U.S., but we're really good at crisis response. But we know quite a bit about prevention, and that is this, that when you get to people earlier who have challenges, it costs less. I'm going to go right to the money. It costs less actually to address it, and their outcomes, in other words, the results of interventions are better. Why? It makes sense because they're not as far into whatever it is that's going on, right? They're not as far into it. So getting to people earlier actually makes sense in lots and lots of ways. It's not just the right thing to do for our veterans. It makes economic sense, and it makes sense for them and their families and their well-being, right? A very real phrase. Well-being is not a throwaway phrase. It's a real phrase about how it is that we're able to be healthy. If any of you have been in situations, and there might be people in this room or people you know, certainly as a Veterans Conference, who are facing very severe challenges, if you could catch that early and deal with it earlier, that's what deflection says, we will get to a better place. Right-hand side, early upstream strategy, prevention, leaning forward, right? That's the point of and the theme of the conference. Task Veterans and Justice, I'll do this quickly. My organization that I work for, Treatment Alternatives for Safe Communities, was founded under the Nixon administration as a way to deal with a certain population that was coming back from somewhere that had a certain type of issue. What population might it have been? Vietnam, thank you, and coming back from, okay, so that was the first two questions. Vietnam veterans returning with what issue back then that may look like now, but we use a different word for it. What issue were they facing that was causing them to have encounters with the criminal justice system? PTSD, we didn't know what it was, but what were they doing in particular? Very much related, unfortunately, to where we are now in the U.S. Huh? So they were coming back in large numbers with heroin addiction. Right? And so they were getting arrested. There was no deflection then. They were getting arrested, put in jails and prisons, and at the time the U.S. population said, we don't want that. We don't want that to be the case. So the Nixon administration created TASK as the first way to bridge law enforcement, courts, jail with community-based treatment. So that's our tie-in for the agency I work in with you here today and our veterans community in the United States. Okay, lots and lots of words for deflection. Has anybody seen any of these words up here other than deflection? Raise your hand if you've seen any of these. Which ones have you seen? Which one? Yeah? Crisis intervention, yep. Mobile crisis. There's something that always happens when I ask this question. One more. Who else had their hand up? Okay, you had your hand up. Yeah. Oh, you know all of them. Okay. You're a superstar. You're coming up here with me then. Yes. Very good. So all these are words for deflection, and you're going to say, well, Jack, wait a minute. You've said a few times that we're not supposed to just be talking about crisis. That's correct. The early evolution and development of this idea of getting to people early really focused on crisis, and mostly mental health crisis, right? And we know that. And that is a good thing. There is nothing wrong with that. But what we are finding is that as crisis builds out, it's still not early enough. It's still not early enough for the reasons that I've already said. So while all these terms are part of the field and the work of deflection, and we should be doing crisis intervention type work in all the ones that you see up there, what we really want to do is make sure that we are giving, and this is set within a context of law enforcement, first responders as fire and EMS, but really law enforcement because of their ability to arrest. What we really want to do is we want to give them an option, and that option is to deflect, right? To deflect. I'll give you the stats in a second about arrest versus take no action, which are really interesting stats. But this is what we're doing. We're giving law enforcement in the United States, we're giving police and sheriffs an opportunity through deflection to say, when I see you, I know that I'm going to see you again. I was never going to arrest you today, but through that, I have the ability to deflect. We're not putting you in the justice system. You're not going to probation, court, trial, pretrial, plea bargain, whatever, wherever I'm in the U.S. and whatever's going on. We're going to deflect you. Why? Because I know that officers are smart, right? Officers are smart. She knows that in 2 or 3 or 4 times, I'm going to see you, and now I will have to arrest you. Now we're going to see you and meet at the emergency room. Now there's going to be a crisis, or now I might see you at the morgue, right? That's what we're trying to avoid with deflection. So just kind of hitting home the point, we don't want to just talk about crisis. We want to talk about early, upstream, non-crisis approaches, which is deflection. And then we also want to talk about both drug use and mental health. And by the way, for veterans, which overrepresent in both those areas against the U.S. population, especially critical. We are also not trying to, and I need to say this because we are veterans in this room and supporters of veterans, we do not stereotype veterans as dangerous, out of control. That is not actually what's going on. We're not saying that in deflection. We're saying, can we get to you early? And if we can get to you early, we can do better. That's another reason, especially with veterans, I say, be careful about the focus on crisis, because there is a viewpoint, and I know you know this, that veterans are dangerous, right? They can be dangerous if they're combat veterans, and every encounter is like this way. Sergeant Corlett is going to talk about that. Dave, retired Sergeant Corlett, is going to talk about that. So we want to be very careful the language we use, especially with veterans, so that it doesn't become, oh, it's a crisis. Every encounter is a crisis. It's a crisis encounter. That's actually not true at all. That's not the situation, right? Okay. Going good so far? Any questions? I told you I had to work through these slides, did I not? But you need to understand deflection. We're going good. Okay, any questions? All right, here's a slide. Left-hand side of the screen that you see up there is deflection. I'm just going to put this up because we're far enough into this that you already are going to be able to know this. Main thing is here, deflection centers in community. So if you're used to having justice encounters, say, what if we just kept people in community? This is in contrast to another word which starts with D, which is what? Did you see up there, the other word that starts with D? Diversion. Diversion is important. Diversion matters. The work of Judge Jackson and others with the support and growth of veterans courts matters, because there will be people, including veterans, who enter the justice system, and that's where it's going to be, and so we need veterans courts. And that word is diversion, where we can do things with them after they have entered the justice system. Diversion in many forms in the U.S. is about 60 years old and longer. Probation goes back to the 1850s, but the formal kind of development of diversion started about 60 years ago, give or take, even though there are lots of things going on. Deflection about 10 years old, right? So in terms of kind of growth and development, deflection is like the new kid on the block, if you will. Okay, deflection versus diversion, and what we're trying to say, and I know I'm repeating, what we're trying to say in deflection is this VSIM, so the Veteran Sequential Intercept Model, 0-1, community encounters of law enforcement that do not need to result in arrest. 0-1, this is where we're spending our time now with the growth and evolution of deflection. And we are not ignoring diversion, right? The work of Judge Jackson, like I said, and others, Veterans Treatment Court, work going on with veterans in jails, work going on with veterans in prisons. That needs to continue. This is not an oppositional type thing. Okay. Now, this side, I'm going to just tell you that this is in the packet if you want to take a look at it. Greg and I put this in just so that if you're new to the SIM, there are some things about the SIM that we want to be mindful of. The only one that I want to focus on the left-hand side is engagement, fourth bullet point down on the left-hand side. Did you know, and I'm going to ask you just a question for you, did you know that veterans or otherwise, that many people in early stage drug use or even mental health actually might not need what we consider treatment? Did you know that? Do you guys know that? Right? So we think get somebody in a bed, get them a residential bed, get them in a facility. That's actually not true. The reason sometimes people want beds is because they have no place to live, because they've burned their bridges or whatever. That's why. Many people, through engagement alone, helping them navigate the system, we know this as veterans, right? Helping them navigate the system, get them to where they need to be. It's complex, it's difficult, is really what's going on. And if you get to people early, you can do that. If you wait until crisis, you are now in clinical, medical, and all sorts of other things that probably, I'm not a clinician, don't play one on TV, I'm not a doctor, don't play one on TV, but from experience, probably is going to have to come into play. Harder, worse outcomes, longer, costs more money. Right-hand side, thing to just be careful of or just to be aware of, again, we're saying, I said this already, watch on building crisis response if you're in law enforcement is your main veterans response. You should have it, and that's what Dave's going to talk about, but watch about making that your only response because you're going to miss the opportunity to catch people early. Okay, I've got just a few more minutes again. This slide will be in there. Let's talk about two examples, Intercept Zero, community engagement. When we're at Intercept Zero, we're going to be talking about a set of relationships between community organizations that work together to support veterans who are deflected. And of course, that always includes the Veterans Administration, right? The VA is part of, a central part of the launch of Veterans Deflection, Deflection for Veterans in the United States, and the training that they are doing now across the United States at the VA centers, a critical part of your community network. But it is not limited to them because veterans and their families have a variety of needs and their families that the VA might not be able to do, or that we have community resources for that are able to do that, right? So that could be a food pantry. If you have a veteran who has children and might be worried about their children, it could be a food pantry, it could be clothing, could be diapers, whatever it might be. All these things that we might not think about that are part of what's on that person's mind, right? What is the veteran thinking about? What do they need, right? So this is what Intercept Zero is. I want to back up a second here. I skipped this. Do you guys see this down here? Credit to Dr. Simone. I want to acknowledge Dr. Simone Evan. He was part of the Justice Involved Veterans Network, along with Judge Jackson, myself, Greg, Dave Corlett, and others. He passed away earlier this year, and I want to acknowledge him because these slides actually are his. Him and I talked a lot about it, and then he put the slides together and passed away. So I want to give him acknowledgement for his service, for his work on JIVN, and for the slides you're seeing. So absolutely. So Dave, yep. And obviously we knew Evan, but give him a good shout out here. Okay, so these are a type of engagement that can happen. You see these. The only one I want to comment on there is competent referrals. A referral in deflection means not we're giving you a piece of paper and telling you where to go. We are connecting you live. It's called a warm handoff to a person. We're making sure you get there. We're making sure you know how to get there. We're making sure then that you went, not in a supervisory way, but why did you not go? Can we help you? Can we reschedule? That kind of help is like engagement. That kind of help is actually super important to people who are struggling with figuring out how to navigate the system. They might not really be in addiction. They might not really have a serious mental health issue. They're just troubled on how to figure out how to make this stuff work for them and their families. And so this is an important element of Intercept Zero. And here's the example I want to give you. Again, I want to give Evan credit for this because he's the one who found this. So driving behavior and infractions, Suffolk County, Virginia, has a traffic court and a veterans traffic court. Traffic encounters, by the way, are non-criminal, so we're not, right, we're sitting in a community setting. And what they found was they needed a way to kind of figure out where the veterans were, and so they used traffic infractions as a way to begin to identify veterans. Not to treat them any differently on the infraction, but to say, hey, this is a chance to find a population, in this case veterans, and do something with them. So they started, as you see up here, traffic court, identifying at-risk veterans, and then loading it up with services, with engagement, with opportunity to deflect so that it did not spiral into something more. Not from the traffic violation, but from other things that might have been going on in the veteran's life. So that's a very cool example of Intercept Zero at work. And again, while it involves law enforcement, as we know, these are not criminal violations. So these are just municipal ordinances. Okay, another shout out to Evan here, Intercept Zero. One of the things he was working on was could we find a way for active duty soldiers to begin to have access to deflection so that their benefits are protected right when they get out of the service. So if any of you want to pick this up, reach out to us. We'd be glad to work with you on this through the JIVN, but this is an early stage kind of element that we wanted to begin to think about. How could we do this? So if you are part, if there, I don't know if, I doubt we have any provost marshal here, but any MPs or connected into the MPs, DOD, we'd love to have this conversation with you. How can we ensure that active duty service members, National Guard, Reserve, when they're on duty, are stopped, that if we can do deflection for them, can we do that in a way so that we can protect their benefits down the road, future eligibility. Okay, almost done. Here's some statistics. Raise your hand if you like statistics. All right, cool, good. Here's some statistics about Intercept Zero, and then I'm down to my last few slides here. In the United States, right, so I said this is Intercept Zero, where law enforcement encounters people. We're not going to talk about EMS. In the United States, what is the arrest rate in the United States? Anybody know the national average of arrest rate? Police encounter you, what percent, national percentage, I should say, not rate of arrest. Anybody know? And if you watch TV, it's 100%. But in reality, it's about 19%, ebbs and flows in the community. 1 out of 5 encounters will involve arrests. How many times on average nationally before a police officer will arrest you on an encounter? You think it's 1 out of 5, it's slightly different than that for weird reasons, but how many times do you think it takes before an officer encounters someone before they're arrested? It's about 1 out of 7, right? The numbers are kind of close, 1 out of 7. And then finally, the number of people who are encountered by law enforcement is about 60 million a year. How many of those actually go to jail? All right, it's about, by the way, when I do this with a justice crowd, you get the same kind of, we don't know. It's about 10 million. 1 out of 6, 1 out of 5, 1 out of 7. Deflection says all those early encounters that we have with people where we're not arresting, you're not going to jail, we're not doing anything, that's to take no action. That's the opportunity, place, and space where we want law enforcement to begin to act and do something, and that doing something is called deflection. So very quickly, left-hand side is law enforcement. It operates in minutes and hours. Right-hand side, this is generic as treatment, right, as treatment. Treatment operates in the U.S. generally in weeks and months. You can see the gap that exists, right? And so what we want to do with deflection, especially at this stage, is we want to get rid of the right-hand side and move law enforcement a little bit this way, but take treatment and put it right up next to law enforcement. I'm using treatment as a proxy, by the way, for housing services, recovery, all the things a veteran and his or her family might need. Point is, we need to move them from the right-hand side, where they generally operate in the U.S., all the way over to the left. Because when you're on the left-hand side, crisis or not, and you're ready to go, but everything else is on the right-hand side, you're done. You're going to go back to doing what you're doing, and we know that. And so that idea of engagement is super important. Okay, let me just speed up here because we're at our very last slides, and I've got 3 minutes left. This is the bridge. I'm going to back up. This is the bridge that creates deflection for justices or judges like Judge Jackson. The left-hand side would say courts. The right-hand side still says treatment. This is the same bridging model that's used for courts. It's used in jails. It's used in probation. It's used in parole. We're connecting the justice system to the treatment system. And again, treatment's a proxy for all the things that people might need. Does that make sense? It's just a bridge. Don't worry about the other things it says in there. In deflection, and again, as I head to the end here, in deflection, oh, I got to point only one way. Nope. Is that you guys or? Yeah, hold on. You guys are playing with me on this because I said I was not from Ohio. You keep doing this to me. I get it. In deflection, we have the law enforcement, obviously, and we say that deflection is about 1/10, or law enforcement about 1/10 of deflection. In other words, we need law enforcement to do deflection because without them, we'd never see anybody. The rest of deflection, however, and this is very, very important, and why the VA, the Veterans Administration and Services are so important, we like to say is about 9/10 of deflection. So the 1/10 is leveraging the encounters for law enforcement. Remember that space I just described statistically? Huge amounts of contacts, none of which result in arrest. The officer drives away because he does not know what to do. He just knows he's going to be back. We want the officer to deflect, and then the officer can drive away and let others take over. That's fine. Instead, for 9/10 are the intervention. These are the interventions that actually cause the change in us as human beings. It might just be engagement, it might be a food pantry, it might be a counselor to talk to, or it might be something more than that at times. And again, I do not describe veterans as people who are dangerous and out of control. That's why I do not talk about it just in the crisis sense, because that's just not the reality of what it is. So the interventions are 9/10 of the work, but without law enforcement, we don't have it. And engagement with the veteran and his or her family, that is the magic of it. And we've known this for decades. When you engage with people and just be there with them, help them, it sounds soft, it ain't. It's the opposite of soft. It's extremely hard work to stay with people who say, I don't want you around. Well, what do you need? I need help, but I don't want you around. You do that over and over and eventually say, I want you around. That's engagement. It's slow. It's not sexy. It's out of sight. No one will write a TV show or movie about it, but it is where the actual work happens of deflection. Okay, let's bring this to an end then here. Going back to the PTAC slide where we open, and I am 8 seconds over. If you are interested more about deflection for veterans deflection, just contact PTAC. And again, we are working with the VA, with the National Institute of Corrections, and I want to acknowledge and lift up the work you are doing in Ohio already to promulgate and to move forward with deflection for veterans. So thank you very much for your time. Did I bore you too much? Did we get through that? I had to get through that stuff, so yes. Thank you for that, by the way, and I appreciate your time. I do want to bring up now Dave Corlett, who will be the person that we have all been waiting for, Dave. So I'm setting the bar super high for you, brother.
All right, I'm terrible with a microphone, so if I put it down and you can't hear me for some reason, please somebody signal me to bring it back up. I want to start off by telling you to lower your expectations. I've been married for 34 years. I tell my wife every day, keep your expectations low, you won't be disappointed. I'm just a normal guy. I'm a policeman. I'm a veteran. I've had some pretty unique experiences. We're going to talk about some of them here today. Get the house cleaning out of the way. If there's anybody here from Ashtabula County or anybody following from Ashtabula County, I was a young kid in Ashtabula County. I'm sure the law enforcement officers and the judges in Ashtabula County expected to one day see me again. Probably not doing this. And I can't believe, I told the guys this, for me to stand up here having been recognized by the Ohio Attorney General, 2 Supreme Court justices, people from the DOJ, a hero like Judge Jackson, and for all of you to be willing to listen to what I have to say, I couldn't feel more humble, because I'm not that guy. If you'd have told me 10 years ago I was going to be standing in front of an audience speaking about anything, I'd have told you you're out of your mind. I'm a night shift policeman. I handle homicide and rape and robbery scenes. That's what I do. I think we have a clicker. So my name's Dave Corlett, 31-year veteran of Cincinnati Police Department. I spent 4 years in the Army, active duty. Prior to becoming a policeman, I'm a Desert Shield, Desert Storm veteran. I was Army Aviation, so I was the softer side of the Army. And I have a young tough guy kid who's active duty Air Force, so I have to settle down on my Air Force jokes because he's actually tougher than me. He's an actual tough guy in the Air Force, who knew? And he's spending time right now touring the world in the same country I did a combat tour in. So, still very much connected. We're going to talk about the Intercept model in the fashion that, when you saw that slide Jack put up, law enforcement is Intercept 1. I don't believe we have to be Intercept 1. I teach policemen to be Intercept 0.75. I don't think we have to be Intercept 1. I saw incredible success being Intercept 0.75, and I'll tell you how we got there. I want to give some, my slide got changed somehow. Anyways, Veterans Justice Outreach workers, shout out to them. They were a key part of any military program that you can establish because they are your key as law enforcement or justice involved Veterans Network people into the VA system. There's no way you're ever going to completely understand the VA system the way they do. You don't have to know it all. You just have to be willing to make contact with your VJO. My VJO, who has always been on this slide, was Ron Michelson. Did I do that? Oh, good to go, good to go. No, you're fine, you're fine. I just didn't know if I had done that. So why do we exist? I mean, what's the need for a law enforcement program dealing with military veterans? I mean, that's pretty simple, right? 200,000 veterans or soldiers a year. Did I move the stage? I guess I can't stand on that corner. 200,000 soldiers a year, sailors, Marines, Space Force, leave service. And they don't all have smooth transitions. Of those 200,000, there's a pretty decent percentage that struggle, whether it's employment issues, whether it's PTSD issues, whether it's family troubles, any financial issues, any of the above. Well, how do those involve law enforcement? They do eventually involve law enforcement, and we're going to talk to you about how it happens. But 200,000 soldiers a year leave the service. Some of them are going to have contact with law enforcement. All right. We're going to talk about how I got to be here. 2014, I'm the night shift supervisor downtown Cincinnati over the Rhine. 2014, it was a pretty violent neighborhood. We were averaging a homicide every other night, a couple shootings a night. I was a professional crime tape stringer, right? That's what I did. I went from scene to scene. My cops were great at what they did. We started seeing a lot of veterans in places we shouldn't see them, things that we hadn't seen before. On this particular night, I'm sitting in my patrol car. I'm sitting at the Shell station at 30 East Liberty, which is the center of the known universe for Cincinnati. All crime begins and ends at 30 East Liberty. So if you have a homicide in Mentor, Ohio, check the tapes at 30 East Liberty. Your suspect probably went through there at some point during the night. But as the supervisor, I sat there because it was central to my officers. I could get to any of them in a hurry. I could get anywhere in my district in a hurry. It was a great place for me to hang out. Plus, it cut down on the shots fired because I was sitting right in the middle of the, where they wanted to shoot. So on this particular night, I watched this car circle the block probably 8 times, probably passed, just kept going around the block, kept going around the block. In the police world, we call that a clue. This guy's doing something he probably shouldn't be doing. So I decide, you know what, it's quiet, I'm the boss, I'm going to go make a traffic stop. I pull out behind him, wait for him to make a turn without signaling, something silly, and I pull him over. And as soon as he comes to a stop, he exits the vehicle and starts to come back toward my car. Law enforcement officers, that's a no-no. That's a no-no. That's too aggressive. Get back in your car. I jump out of my car and I start giving him directions. Get back in your car, wait for me to approach. He stops, looks at me, and takes a position of parade rest. Now, my uniform, it's just a normal police uniform, but my rank resembled that of a military first sergeant. It was, I call it E6.5. It was an E6 sergeant stripes with a diamond in the middle. And this kid started addressing me as first sergeant. And I'm like, that's also a clue. He's fresh out of the military. Kid's in great shape, short haircut, parade rest, calling me first sergeant. Kid's either in the military or he's just out of the military. But I know what he's doing down here. I've seen this for years. I watch it all the time. So I walk up, I said, what are you doing down here? I got lost, Sarge. I got lost. And I'm like, you would be astounded at how many people get lost in this area of Cincinnati every night. It's amazing. And we're not even close to the highway. He's like, yeah, I said, stop it. Stop it right now. I said, tell me your story. What are you doing down here? What do you mean? I said, I know what you're doing down here. I want to hear it from you. And he kind of looked at me for a little bit, and I started to lose my temper. Was this the best approach? I don't know, but I can only tell the story the way it happened. I lost my temper, And I said, if this kid's going to address me as first sergeant, I'm going to be his first sergeant. And I said, stand at attention when I'm talking to you. And he snapped up. I said, you're an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment to the veteran community. You're an embarrassment to your family. You're an embarrassment to me. I said, I'm an Army combat veteran. You don't see me driving around down here looking for dope. What are you doing? He took that serious. And he started to cry. And he said, you're right. I don't belong here. I'm sorry I'm here. Let me tell you what happened. He was a combat injured veteran. He was put on painkillers by the VA. He was cut off of painkillers. He switched to heroin. He was down there looking for heroin. And he was upset that I had yelled at him. You know, as policemen, we yell at lots of people. We don't always have an effect on everybody we yell at. Typically, they just stop, don't run, and they run away. You know, people don't tend to pay attention to what we say to them. But he was listening to every word I said. He hung on everything I did and everything I said. And I realized at that moment that he would have accepted anything I had to offer him. If I could have taken him to treatment, he would have gone to treatment. If I could have taken him to jail, he would have gone to jail. If I would have taken him home to his mother to tell on him, he would have willingly got in the car and let me take him home to his mother. But I didn't have anything to offer him. 2014, night shift boss. Man, if you're a homicide suspect, I know what to do with you. I had no idea what to do with this kid. I cut him loose, told him to head back to the highway. Don't ever let me catch you down here again. I went back to my station. I sat down with a couple other sergeants in the office who both actually happened to be Army veterans as well. And I told them I failed. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I failed tonight. I'm one of the senior sergeants in the Cincinnati Police Department. Out of 1,200 officers, I'm a combat veteran. I'm the senior sergeant on this shift, and I had no idea how to help this kid. To me, that was a failure. I mean, I knew how to handle anything. I mean, anything you could throw at me. I was known as the critical incident guy. Anything you threw at me, I could handle. But I didn't know what to do for this kid. And I decided right then we were going to do better as an agency. We talked about it. I said, I'm going to put together a group. You two are the first two in the group, and we're going to start learning what to do for these guys that we're running into. Because it wasn't just this traffic stop. It was bar fights. It was family troubles. It was domestic violence runs. It was mom calling because Johnny won't come out of the basement. He's drinking a case of beer a night. That's what we were having, and none of us knew what to do for him. My cops were going out and saying, what do you mean? He didn't commit any crimes. He's just drinking? Yes, sir. Can you help him? Well, I'm the police. Like, he didn't commit any crimes. What am I supposed to do? You stop drinking and go to bed. Don't make me come back here. You're going to jail. Right? That's the kind of stuff we did. Who did that help? Didn't help Mom. Didn't help Johnny. Didn't help Susie. I mean, we didn't help anybody. We were just going through the motions, doing what we needed to do. I went out and I started making relationships. The first place I went was the VA. I'd been a policeman at that point for 22 years, supervisor for 15 years, combat veteran. Never been to the VA in Cincinnati. I always just thought I could go there. You know, I was in Iraq. If I ever need to go there, I can go there. But I have private insurance, so I didn't need to. I went up there, knocked on the door of the police department. They opened the door. They said, "Hey, Sarge, what can we do for you?" And I told them. They took me straight to the director's office. I was in the director of the Greater Cincinnati VA's office within 2 hours of going up there. And she looked at me square in the face and she said, "Where have you been?" I said, "What do you mean?" "Well, I've been waiting for you." She's like, "We didn't know how to make connections with you guys, and apparently you didn't know how to make connections with us." They were 100% on board with helping me with any veterans we had that we needed help with. It was incredible. I started taking policemen up there every day for lunch and introducing them around. I learned all about my VA benefits that I had never learned anything about. So I became a resource for my entire department dealing with veterans. Well, then it grew so big I had to get somebody else to do it. And so I had to start teaching other policemen how to do things and how to get around. And then we started getting out across the state. And then we started getting out across the country. So what I'm talking to you about here today is you can be that in your area. I don't have any special skills. It just takes that one person in your area, in your region, in your department. Judges, put some pressure on your police departments, your sheriff's departments. Find that person to make the resource referrals because they can do it. And it's successful. It's incredibly successful. like I said, I'm up here talking about just what I've done in my life. The fact that the Ohio Attorney General and these Supreme Court justices even know my name, I mean, just tells you that the program is useful and it can be very, very successful. Now, that young man on that traffic stop, I don't know what happened to him. People ask me all the time. I failed. It was a failure. But he was the start of everything we did since then. And that was the traffic stop. So in Cincinnati, and I'm going to tell you this very simply, Carrie's going to talk to you in a little bit about military programs and police departments. The AG will support you if you're willing to step up and do it. They will guide you through what you need to do. I have a personality flaw that I'm always accessible. I cannot not answer the phone. Like, I like to tease Carrie now because every time she calls me, I'm in the pool in Florida, you know, and I'm like, hey, I'll talk, whatever you need, wherever you need me. We set it up like a triage model, but there is no one-size-fits-all for this program. This is simply about being involved. If you're willing to be involved, you can be successful. We set it up as a triage model, and the key to that was training. The key to it was training. I started training the officers, 1,000 officers, took a little while, trained my dispatchers. Hey, these are the things I want you to look for. You know, when you're on a 911 call, if it's not, oh my God, somebody's bleeding to death, ask them. Is anybody in the household served in the military? Ask them. Oh yeah, my husband's a Marine. Okay, your husband's a Marine. I say is, because if you say was, they all yell at you. My husband's a Marine. Okay, is he treated at the VA? Does he have any TBIs, or does he have post-traumatic stress issues? It's great for us to know these things going in, right? And what we found in Cincinnati, fortunate enough to have a department of the size, is that I could send a Marine to talk to a Marine. We Army guys know that's important, right? Because Marines speak a whole different language. Like, they grunt at each other. Like, half the time you can't even understand what they're saying. But they don't want to hear from you. They want to hear from other Marines, right? Same with the Army guys are the same way. We're a little better. I mean, we'll talk to Air Force guys if we have to. But my own kid calls me a Joe now. Calls me a Joe. I said, if you call me a Joe again, I'm going to close your room up. Go back to work, Zoomy. So we trained everybody. We trained our patrol units. We trained our dispatchers. We trained everybody that wanted to participate in the military liaison program. And the way we set it up was triage. Call dispatch. Dispatch will find out. They'll send whatever officers are available. If that doesn't work, those officers can come on the radio and ask for a military liaison officer, and that's where they get a branch-specific officer if we can do it. If they can handle the run, they handle the run. I don't take everybody's work away from them. That's not what I do. But I want you to send me an email after the run so that I can follow up tomorrow and see what we can do for this family to get them to the necessary resources. Suddenly, we're not making 8 runs there. We only made 1 run there, and it was a very small issue. I was able to correct it through Easter seals, right? I mean, it was so successful. I'm going to tell you about veteran suicide, right? We've all heard about veteran suicide. 22 a day, maybe 18 a day. There's some arguments about the numbers. It's not what most people think. It's not the young guy comes home from Afghanistan, he saw some combat action, he had to take someone's life, you know, he almost lost his life, he drinks a little bit, 6 months later he takes his life, right? That's how people see veteran suicide. That's not even remotely the way it happens. I didn't know this, I've learned this through what I do. Veteran suicide, first responder suicide, I teach PTSD now. Shocking, right? Another thing I never thought I would do. What I learned, I call it the suicide train. The suicide train takes 8 to 10 years to complete. And I've backed this up with studies at the VA. I've went and talked to people who know more than me. And it can start as simple as, I'm not sleeping well. I'm not sleeping well. You might be that guy who gets 8 hours of sleep every night, goes to bed at 10 o'clock, wakes up at 6 a.m. Your wife may call you, tease you and tell you have toddler hours. That's me. And all of a sudden something happens in your life, some kind of trauma happens in your life, and you're only getting 4 hours of sleep. You're only getting 4 hours of sleep. You've always slept 8 hours. You're always fresh in the morning. You were perfect. But you can't sleep more than 4 hours. You're waking up at 1 o'clock in the morning. You don't know why, but you got to fix it because you can't function this way. So about week 2 of waking up at 4 a.m., what do? Drink the shoulders off a bottle of Jack, right? That'll help you sleep. Now, the doctor I teach with will tell you, no, that won't help you sleep, but it will make you unconscious so you think you're sleeping. So anyways, it knocks you out. It works. You sleep. Now you sleep. You sleep all night. You didn't drink enough to get a hangover, so you wake up, you're good to go. You feel like you got a good night's rest. Works for about a month. You're a month in now, 2 months in now, it stops working. Now what do? Well, you got to drink more. Now you're drinking a half a bottle. And the same thing happens 3 or 6 months later. Now you're drinking a whole bottle. So what started out as a traumatic issue where you were getting 4 hours of sleep a night and you probably should have talked to somebody, or maybe somebody should have referred you to a resource, now you're a year in, year and a half in. You didn't fix the sleep issue. You're drinking a bottle of Jack Daniels a night, or a better bourbon. I hope you're drinking a better bourbon. I'm talking about young soldiers that can only afford a bottle of Jack Daniels. You're drinking that whole bottle of Jack every night before you go to bed. So what do you got? Sleep issue, substance abuse issue. What comes with that substance abuse issue? When I'm teaching cops, it's you show up late to work, you start missing court, right? You're getting complained on because you can't hold your temper, you call people names. You're getting in trouble at work. Now you got a sleep issue, a substance abuse issue, an employment issue. What comes next? Your spouse, your home issues, right? Your wife or your husband says, I didn't sign on for this. We're not doing this. Fix it or we're done. So you try, right? You try to fix it on your own. You don't reach out. Nobody's referred you anywhere. Nobody's giving you resources. You don't fix it. Your spouse says, shh, I'm out. I'm done with it. And what usually leaves with your spouse? Maybe your kids, maybe your house. This applies to males and females. I've seen it happen both ways, right? Now you're not sleeping well, substance abuse issue, employment issue, marital issue. What do you got left? All right, we're 6 to 8 to 10 years down the road, and we have these issues. That's where suicidal ideation comes in. Suicidal ideation comes in. Guess what you can do? Guess what you can do? You're first responders. You're part of the criminal justice system. You can step in and derail that train at any point. You got a radio run to that house because the husband and wife were arguing 1 year into that problem, right? 1 year into that problem, you made resource referrals and you deflected them from the criminal justice system. You deflected them from suicidal ideation, okay? You have that power. Judges, lawyers, you have that power. Cops, you have that power. I've already talked about the VJO program. If you get nothing else out of what I talked to you about here today, connect with your local VJOs. Our program was successful. This is important to some people. It wasn't important to me. With success comes recognition. City of Cincinnati loved the recognition they got from the DOJ, from national publications. We started doing articles. I mean, I'm a face for radio, right? There we go again. Let's face it, I have a face for radio. I'm not a TV personality. I was being forced to do TV interviews, and to this, I'm still a radio personality. But the city loved the recognition they got. Some congressional support we got. Some congressmen loved what we did, and they wanted to spread it around the country. These programs are known, and people will support you in setting them up. How are we doing on time, Jack? Okay. Community buy-in, veteran appreciation. Make sure your community knows that you're doing it. That was important. Without your community knowing what you're doing, they're not going to refer veterans to you. The key to my success was 1,000 policemen in the city of Cincinnati who said, Sarge, I have a struggling veteran. I don't know what to do for him. Please come help. If they didn't tell me about the veterans they were having on radio runs, I'm just a guy in an office, right? Now, I never left patrol for that reason because my patrolman would come talk to me. So make sure people know what you're doing if you're doing it. And veteran appreciation. I never had a veteran, this is shocking to me, I never had a veteran where we went out to help them, following police, tell me no. Well, I don't want your help. They always said, you're who? And you're here why? Because the cop that was here last night told you what? Listen, I know somebody up at the VA that can make your life better. I know that if you don't want to be here a year from now, and if you do what I asked you to do, you'll be in a better place next year and your life will be better. Every one of them took the offer. All right, we already talked about veteran suicide. We talked about the call center, how the program works. I'm out of time. You're not going to hear the 4th Street story. And this is what it results in. This young man emailed me every year on the anniversary of the night he was going to commit suicide to thank me for his life. Who am I? I'm a policeman that was doing his job. Now, I lost this veteran in February. He took his life. But he lived 6 or 7 years longer. I wasn't able to be there the second time he reached that point. But there's a lot of guys out there now that credit me with saving their lives, and I couldn't be more proud. And I like to share that with anybody I can. Take a picture. Personality flaw. Cannot not answer or respond. You will get a response from me. It may take me 2 days, but I will respond to you. I will answer you at 3 o'clock in the morning if you call me and tell me you're struggling and you need a resource. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Corlett, for your presentation. I'd like to do a brief introduction for Judge Jeffrey Mansky, our next presenter. Judge Mansky currently serves as the United States Magistrate Judge for the Western District of Texas, Waco Division. Judge Mansky presides over the Magistrate Court at Fort Cavazos, Texas, where he has worked closely with U.S. Army leadership, active duty soldiers, and veterans for 22 years. His responsibilities while presiding over Magistrate Court include, but are not limited to, pretrial felony matters and misdemeanor offenses committed by civilians on Fort Cavazos, as well as presiding over misdemeanor DWI offenses involving active duty soldiers. Judge Mansky was also instrumental in the creation of the Fort Cavazos Veterans Treatment Court in December of 2015, becoming the first federal veterans court operating on a U.S. military base. Judge Mansky, first of all, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure, Greg. I am happy to be here. Good morning.
Good morning. Judge Mansky, there are over 650 veterans treatment courts in the United States today. Your Veterans Treatment Court was the first one located on an active duty military base, and the participants are active duty military and veterans. Can you tell us how the Veterans Treatment Court came to be?
Absolutely, Greg. I would say about 3 or 4 years before the treatment court got started, I was hanging out in my chambers about to come into the courtroom, and I heard a criminal defense attorney share with her client, Judge Mansky is a good man and a good judge, but he just doesn't get it. I'm afraid you're going to jail. And I thought to myself, what? What is it that I don't get? So after court that day, I asked my staff, here's what I overheard this defense counsel say. Do you all know what it is I'm not tracking? And they told me, oh, Judge, don't worry about it. But the next time I saw that defense counsel, I invited her into my chambers and I told her what I'd heard. And once I got her down off the ceiling and to relax a little bit and let her know she wasn't in trouble, she explained to me that so many of her clients were utilizing alcohol and drugs to mask symptoms from PTSD, and explained to me what that was. That they were using those symptoms to cover up problems with military sexual trauma, traumatic brain injury. And I didn't have the knowledge base about those issues, so I educated myself. And, it took me, a good year at least just to get a base understanding of all of the issues that relate to substance use and mental health for veterans. And then shortly after that, a young captain from the judge advocate's office came to me and said, what if we start the first veterans treatment court operating on a United States military base? And my reaction was, why didn't we start sooner?
Well, I first of all applaud you for taking the time to actually learn more about why it's important to address those underlying issues. And that's pretty amazing. But can you tell us a little bit more about how you were actually able to achieve buy-in from the military to stand up one of these courts?
Sure, Greg. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that I had worked hard and long to be able to establish a relationship with the military leadership. Every 6 months while I was operating the court on Fort Hood, now Fort Cavazos, I would hold a state of the court meeting at the MP's office, and in attendance would be the staff judge advocate, the deputy staff judge advocate, the garrison commander, the chief of police, others involved in law enforcement on the base, and we would talk about ways that we could work together to improve criminal justice systems operating upon the military base, particularly from a federal court litigation standpoint. And we had done that for many years prior to starting the Veterans Treatment Court. And I think it was that relationship that helped make that transition to creating it so much easier.
Yeah, so why is this Veterans Treatment Court valuable for the Army, and what does the Army gain from having this treatment court?
Multiple things. We accept active duty soldiers, and there have been many occasions that we have had active duty participants where the military makes the decision to retain the active duty soldiers. So we're able to assist with readiness. By being located on Fort Hood, they're able to report directly on base for supervision, for drug testing. They're not having to go off-site. They're able to do their normal duties without having them interrupted substantially by having to leave. Secondly, it allows the base to develop strong relationships with the local, state, and federal judges that serve their populations. And I think it also allows that base to strengthen community relations because we draw upon veteran soldiers to serve as mentors in our program. And it's also tangible proof that the base is truly trying to work with the concept of you're a soldier for life.
Yeah, well, it certainly makes sense to me, and I'm glad that they are embracing this approach. But do you know if there's any other Veterans Treatment Courts located on another Army base or any other branches of service that you know of?
No, I believe we are the only DoD facility or only court operating on a DoD facility within the country, be it state or federal.
Wow. Well, what would you say to the Army or other military service branches that might be thinking of starting a Veterans Treatment Court for active duty soldiers on a military base?
I think it's time to go full speed ahead and get started. I speak to the Judge Advocate School in Charlottesville, West Virginia annually through one of our former staff judge advocates that is now teaching there. And I encourage them at the end of that presentation, take what we're doing into the military justice system to be able to assist the active duty soldiers with a similar program, helping them avoid Article 15 convictions and other disciplinary matters by having this vehicle to be able to get them treatment, help, and to right their life.
Yeah. So what would you say some of the challenges they might face trying to start a vet court, or what challenges did you face?
Sure, that's a great question. I can give you an example. We had previously had, I'm not going to identify them, but we previously had a military base be interested in starting a Veterans Treatment Court on their base. And so they worked with the local court system. The federal magistrate judge, the chief of probation, the chief of pretrial for the federal courts were all behind it. But the chief judge of that particular district was of the opinion that judges aren't social workers. And by participating in this, we're being social workers. We need to focus on doing our job and not create additional work. So you have to get buy-in from the chief judge of the federal court within that district. That's one. And two, you have to have someone to be able to champion the program, to be able to get it off the ground. And typically, that would be your Special Assistant United States Attorney, who is a member of the Service JAD Corps, or your United States Magistrate Judge. Both myself and the Special Assistant United States Attorney work together championing this program, and we're able to get our stakeholders sold on why it would benefit not just their entities, but also the military and the serviceman participant.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, sir. It's really critically important to have a champion to move the ball forward for you. So, and I know you've touched on this next one a little bit, but can you talk to us a little bit about how has the community benefited from having your Veterans Treatment Court located on the Army base?
We just have the opportunity to serve the people who need the services that we offer. Our mentor coordinator at the time told me, if we broke them, we need to fix them. And I think we have the opportunity to give treatment to veterans and active duty soldiers to keep them from recidivating and returning back to the criminal justice system. And by having these folks not returning to criminal justice activities, we end up helping the community. We save the cost. We lower incarceration rates. And we make productive citizens out of people who are going down a path we wouldn't want them to do.
So talk to us, why does a soldier on active duty want to participate in your Veterans Treatment Court? What do they get out of it?
Absolutely. Well, the carrot in our program is if you successfully complete our 12 to 18-month program, you get your charges completely dismissed. If, for instance, you come in not on an indictment or an information and say you come in via probation or supervised release, once you graduate from our program, your supervision is finished, be it supervised release or probation. That's one, but more importantly, you also get the tools to be able to help you throughout the rest of your life to be able to deal with the ongoing battles presented by post-traumatic stress disorder, military sexual trauma, or traumatic brain injury, and substance use and the co-occurring mental health problems that you may have. And that's what our veterans end up telling us is the most important benefit of this program, is those tools as opposed to the dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me, and I hear a lot about regaining their sense of purpose, after they've gone through treatment and a Veterans Treatment Court. But what do you think needs to be done to encourage other military bases to adopt or implement a Veterans Treatment Court? And is there any help available to start a program? Are there specific resources that you could share with us today?
Absolutely. I think the best thing that you can do is show them that the model works and that it has been successful. And look at the vastly lowered recidivism rate for those who participate in the program that are veterans versus the veterans who do not participate in the program. As far as resources, formerly, it was known as the National Association of Drug Court Professionals. It's now called All Rise. They have a division called Justice for Vets, and they are a resource within All Rise to be able to provide training for courts, for judges, for all members of the team. They have Veterans Treatment Court planning initiatives. They can work with you on getting a grant for funding to be able to get started. They can train your mentors. They can even come down, watch you in operation, and give you feedback on how to better comply with best practices. They are exceptional, and I cannot speak more highly of them if I try.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir, 100%. Okay, this is all great information, and thank you for sharing your experiences. I'd like to dig down a little bit and ask about Fort Caveso's Vets Court bi-monthly roundtable. Can you tell us what happens at this roundtable, and how is this helpful for the veteran participant?
Absolutely. Before we were getting started, I went and observed different veterans treatment courts. And one of the things I noted was they were not very trauma-informed or trauma-friendly. And what do I mean by that? Well, I would find the judge, like I am now, sitting up on a bench, dressed in a suit, wearing a robe, requiring the veteran to come up to the bench with the judge in that raised position, the veteran having their back to the audience. And I thought to myself, what is more trauma-inducing if you have PTSD, having to have your back to everybody in the room, and you're in this superior-inferior position? And I also realized it didn't allow itself for any peer-to-peer communication. So I wanted to push the council table together in the rooms and work with a more trauma-friendly approach. So I sit at the head of the round table, if you will, and I have all the veteran participants in our program sitting in the chairs around me. And I spend 3 to 7 minutes with each veteran participant in the program, visiting with them, using motivational interviewing techniques to get them to talk about the change in their life and the progress that they're making and what they've learned from treatment. And I have found by taking that approach, there is tremendous buy-in in the program where veterans are probably a group that don't like to open up. I think you can probably agree with me with respect to that. But you put them in this round table and they get that camaraderie from being part of a unit again. There's so much excellent peer-to-peer communication going on with not only am I pulling for them as their biggest cheerleader, so are the other veterans in the program.
Well, it certainly seems very powerful and effective, and I couldn't agree with you more. But I want to talk a little bit about veteran peer mentors. What value do you see in having a veteran peer mentor program, and also how do you think it helps complement the Veterans Treatment Court program?
Absolutely. The way I see a veteran peer mentor is sort of a civilian battle buddy, if you will. They have been where that participant is now walking. In fact, the first 3 graduates of our Fort Hood Veterans Treatment Court program returned as peer mentors to mentor the new participants in our program. And just having somebody who will treat what you share with them confidentially, to be there to work with you, to say you're not alone in this, that I've gone through the exact same thing. I've been arrested. I've had substance use and mental health problems, but I graduated the program. I've taken the tools that I learned from that program and I've been able to turn my life around. I've not used again. I'm healthy. My family is proud of who I am and I feel better about who I am. That's powerful, valuable information.
That's incredibly powerful, and thank you for sharing that. So I know you've talked a little bit about NADCP. You've been a consultant with now All Rise. What other lessons learned can you share with our participants that might be helpful in terms of approach to standing up a vet court, or any lessons learned from working with other jurisdictions?
I think one of the most important things that you need to be successful in Veterans Court is a passion for what you do. If you do not believe in the message and you are not there truly to help people, it is not going to work. Being a Veterans Treatment Court judge and working with treatment courts is by far my favorite part of my job because I have the opportunity to change behavior and therefore change lives. That is significant to me. And I think all that stems from being able to have that passion. Secondly, as a judge, you've got to be a team player. You surround yourself with a group of experts, people who are trained in treatment. I'm not a treatment expert. I can't make treatment decisions. I need the input from treatment professionals after they've made treatment assessments. I need help from my supervision officers, probation and pretrial, to be able to make recommendations. So working together as a cohesive team and unit is so critical and so important.
Well, I think anybody listening today can clearly see your passion for what you do, and I've really enjoyed talking with you today. And I want to ask you a little bit, one more question before we close here. What are you most proud of?
I'm proud of the lives that we've changed, and we have given so many people the tools that are necessary not to return to the criminal justice system. We've been very fortunate. It's unusual in our program. I believe we have only had one person out of all of our graduates return to become involved in the criminal justice system. And to me, that is a statistic I am incredibly proud of. Secondly, we've changed those folks who work in the court from being compliance-oriented to treatment-oriented. And we will not terminate anyone from our program as long as they are engaging in participation in treatment and have a good faith desire to be there. We want to help people, and the fact that the team has bought in on that warms my heart.
Judge Mansky, thank you so much for your time today, and I just want to give you an opportunity. Do you have any closing comments before we transition to the Q&A session?
Yes, Greg, thank you for the opportunity. 2 things. One, if you do not have a veterans treatment court in your community and you want one, please do not hesitate to reach out to either Justice for Vets or myself. I'm happy to be able to get you involved. If you're already operating one and I can help in any way or refer you to any additional resources, I am happy to do that. I want to see this catch on at as many military bases in many different branches as possible. And if I can do anything to help that, I'm available.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time today.
She has been a great partner. She serves as co-chair of one of our AG task force. I go to her for a lot of questions and issues that we need support from the AG on. She really helped the AG put together all of his programs. He was very skimpy on what he told you he did as national president, but he has put, why don't you describe how many programs when you come up here he's put on, just quickly. He's put on numerous programs for the AGs about veterans and how to deal with veterans, and I think he's really jumpstart probably a lot of states in moving forward with projects, because we like to think Ohio is way ahead of the curve, and so she helped really put a lot of those together. So she had a very busy year, and we'll probably take a sigh of relief when his term ends and she can relax a little bit, but she's been just one of my favorite partners at the AG's office, so I want to welcome Carrie.
Hello. Bring this up a little bit. Well, Carrie Bartunik, Attorney General's office. And yes, I have been sort of crowned the veteran queen of our office in the last few years. And be real honest with you, I'm not a veteran. Didn't know much about veterans. Don't have any veterans in my immediate family. So it was all new to me when I was asked to jump in. So over the course of probably 5 years now, I've become pretty passionate about veterans and helping veterans. And the more I learn, the more I want to help. So that's why I'm here. I think Attorney General Yost, when he was talking, explained that it was about, well, right at the beginning of his first term, that Justice Kennedy at the time came to us. And I was in the meeting with him, and she said, you know, this is your bailiwick. Law enforcement is your area, and I want you to pick up this program, Veterans Response Program, and spread it across the state. And he said, great idea. Here, Carrie, see what you can do. So that's how I got involved. So with that, basically the program in law enforcement is all about developing better communications, better understanding between veterans and first responders, and then getting them connected to the resources they need. So with the idea of trying to spread it across the state, I of course went out and said, well, do we have any already? That's when I met Sergeant Corlett, who spoke earlier. Both Dayton and Cincinnati had programs, and I visited both, sat down with their groups to learn a little bit more about it. Dayton does it a little differently. They do their veteran response within their CIT, so it's not specific just to veterans, but they do a lot of training so that they're prepared. But Cincinnati, as you know from Corlett, does a program that's completely separate just for veterans. So they're probably the deepest I found when I was searching, and did a lot of work with him and with others, and ended up creating something that I've put on all your tables, which is the Veteran Response Guide. This is really just a bulleted, quick reference guide on if you're interested in this program, here's things to consider, here's what could be included, and here's how I can help. Inside of that, it's important to note that every program is different. Across the state, we've started these programs, everybody's doing it at a different level. So it's definitely something that can be fine-tuned and made to fit your community and your law enforcement and what's comfortable and works for your area. So I would say that up front. So after meeting with everyone and researching for the program and putting the guide together, before I go into what exactly is involved in starting a program, I want to show you a video that we put together to sort of spread the word across the state. I think the video probably does a better job than I can in explaining what it's all about. So,
veterans are the citizens who have demonstrated by their actions
that they're willing to put something more than self-interest as their guiding principle. They act on behalf of the common good and lay their lives on the line doing it.
There are roughly 680,000 veterans living in Ohio, including 17,000 from the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, some dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injuries. For some of those who bravely served, post-military life may lead down a path of drug abuse, violence, and bounce with the justice system.
When they come back, we treat them frequently like any other person, not recognizing what they might have seen in battle, how it might have changed them, or honoring the fact that they were willing to put all of us above their self-interest when they served.
Former service members make up 6.5% of the homeless population and account for about 17% of suicides nationwide. Law enforcement knows this reality all too well. Many officers are veterans themselves. That's why Attorney General Dave Yost is partnering with local law enforcement across Ohio to boost local support for veterans through the development of veterans response programs, bringing law enforcement, courts, and community resources together to better help veterans in need.
I think it requires a different response from society. One of the things that we know is that in combat, you are experiencing trauma. It's a stress response. Later on, when you come back to civilian life, you still have that hypervigilance. You still have that in the moment now remembrance. And when you get triggered, you're going to act not in the way a civilian acts. We've seen a number of our veterans trying to re-enter that have ended up in conflict with law enforcement. So the cool thing about this program is that it identifies people who have served both in the military and have come out into civilian life as police officers. That signal to a veteran tells him that there's a brother or sister in arms and can help that officer de-escalate the situation.
In Cincinnati, Sergeant Dave Corlett started the military liaison group within the Cincinnati Police Department, highlighted by the local news. The group is designed to respond when a veteran is in distress. Corlett served in the Army and wears a pin on his police uniform as an identifier to fellow vets.
Corlett recalls a situation of a barricaded veteran threatening suicide.
Our crisis negotiator had been on the phone with him for 90 minutes before he remembered that we existed. Called me, woke me up, and said, "Hey, I need you down here." 10 minutes later, he walked out and surrendered to me, and I personally drove him up to the Veterans Administration Hospital.
The beauty of this is that it's customizable. This is not a top-down, one-size-fits-all. We're there to help them understand why this concept works, but to design their own approach to it that works with their police force, the nature of the officers that they have, the expectations of their own communities.
In Northwest Ohio, the Lucas County Sheriff's Office is one of the first programs the Attorney General's Office has helped get up and running.
Under our previous administration, Sheriff John Tharp met with the Attorney General to talk specifically about what veteran services we could provide. We chose to take what Cincinnati was doing and modify it a little bit. We geared it more towards our inmate population. So what we do is when an inmate is booked, it's part of our booking questionnaire that asks whether or not they are a veteran. If they're a veteran, it checks a box. That automatically sends an email with their information to the Veterans Administration.
From there, Major Tricia White says the veteran's VA information is sent to Toledo Municipal Court, where that veteran is added to the Special Veterans Court docket, effectively creating a roster of vets within the Lucas County Jail.
And I have 3 sergeants that are veterans themselves that took it upon themselves to initiate this program and make sure that it maintains itself. They go up and they interview, speak with that veteran, and give them a pamphlet that's specifically designed to our correction center. And it talks about the services that are available to veterans while they're in custody here, just making sure that they know all the resources that they have available to them. Those officers go up in a specific uniform that shows that they are veterans. so that the inmate then knows that they are talking to a peer.
That if you're a veteran, you're always going to be a veteran, and they will always be there for you.
Jeffrey Prelip is an Army veteran serving time in Lucas County Jail. He said the program and his meetings with Sergeant Mark Gumpf, a fellow veteran, is already impacting his outlook.
When I seen him, when he talked to me, it just took a huge weight off of me. I mean, I just kind of like relaxed. Sitting in here for the last 4 months, that's all I thought about is, when did I lose that sight of what I was going for, taking care of the house, taking care of my vehicle, my bills, everything. When did I throw that away? It's just allowed me to really open my eyes and think back to those values that says, that's not who you are.
Those little things add up and can turn into huge things that really impact someone's life.
While the police are the nucleus that these teams form around, that's not the beginning of the end. They're working together with the community to pull these teams together, and the teams themselves will have other professions, other expertise that they bring in, whether that's mental health or addiction services.
We've also shared what we did, our resource pamphlets, with Toledo Police Department and Toledo Fire, who are also handing them out to vets that they come in contact with.
Allowing people to design their own path is critical, and our program is set up to encourage and to facilitate that.
Don't say you can't, because I can't in the military doesn't exist. You have to try. No matter what you do, you always have to be a bigger person. If it's not for you, it's for the person next to you. Especially to know that if I'm struggling, I can go talk to somebody. So yeah.
That we want to honor the particular self-sacrificial trauma that they have suffered, and to help them navigate their return to civilian life.
No, I'm joking. But it is a good summary of what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it. The one gentleman, he really chokes me up every time I see him. And that's what it's all about, right, is reaching them and trying to get them the help they need so that they can move on. Within a program, just to give you a general idea, the whole idea really is to improve communications with first responders and veterans, and to hook them up, to be a bridge to resources outside of the court system to get them where they need to be. So I guess that is Intercept 1, right? So I think we're doing a pretty good job in Ohio. Since I started working on this, I've been traveling around the state, with the caveat that COVID slowed us down for a couple years there. But we're back and getting pretty strong now. I have, and I'm very excited to announce, 56 law enforcement agencies across the state who have taken up the program in some form. So what does that mean? The program can be anything from just simply wearing the pins that you saw Sergeant Corlett had on, all the way to creating a response team, and a whole lot of things in between. So the pins, as we've talked about this morning, are an identifier of police officers who are veterans themselves. And that immediately opens up better communication between the individual veteran who is struggling at that moment and the first responder that shows up. They may not, want to admit they are a veteran. A lot of times, because of the circumstance, they're embarrassed and they don't want to admit that. Or they see police officers or deputies as the enemy, so to speak, and they don't want to engage. But if they see that pin and they think that, oh, I'm dealing with a brother here or a sister here, I'm going to talk with you because I think you get me and you understand the circumstances I'm in, right? So I think the pins are really important. If I got nothing else done but to get all my veteran police officers and deputies wearing pins, I'd be excited. So that's the reason I went to the Attorney General and said, we need to provide these pins. So we are working on it right now. Should have them pretty soon. It's interesting. It's much harder to get pins than you would think because we have to, as the state, get pins that are made in the United States. That's hard to find. But I did eventually find a company, and we are ordering pins that will simply just say military veteran, but should stand out. And we're offering that to any police agency or sheriff's office that has law enforcement officers that are veterans and would like to wear the pin on their uniform. So some of my 56 agencies are just there. They're starting to wear the pins, or they've ordered the pins from us, and that's a good first step. The other thing that my office is offering that's free of charge to help get these programs started is training. So I think it's really important, particularly if you get a response team going, that the individuals that are out on the street working with veterans or are responding to a crisis have got a little bit of training on how to handle veterans in crisis. So we have friends in the audience today who are with the VA here locally in Central Ohio, Chief Robinson and Dr. Robinson. They do training across mostly Central Ohio, but I think you guys have gone out into the state even more to do what they call Veterans in Crisis training. Have I got that title right? Yeah. And so one is the Chief of Police for our VA here locally. The other is, I don't know, psychologist, is that the correct title? Psychologist, at the VA here in Central Ohio. So they know what they're talking about, and they've been doing training, I don't even know how many years. How many years have you guys been doing this? 6 years? And they have just recently agreed to let the Attorney General's office videotape their training and get it up online on OPATA online. So then it's free to all officers through OPATA. And for those of you that are with law enforcement, it is CPT accredited, so you will be able to get that credit for it. But the training, probably hour and a half when it's videotaped, 2 hours when it's videotaped, will be up and online. We're hoping to have that done by the first of the year. We're scheduling with them right now to get it taped. So that will be offered for free as well. Those two things will come from the office to help kick it off, but then you have me and my staff to help you actually get it going. So some of the things you can do aside from the training and the pins is some of the things you saw in the video, creating resource pamphlets or brochures or information that are specific to your communities. So a lot of you are the resources that we want to put into that brochure or that pamphlet that can be used locally. So we are encouraging agencies to create those brochures to be able to pass those out. There's also, I think, a real need to update paperwork in police agencies. We tend to, when we identify veterans, identify them once they are in the system. Really, typically once they're incarcerated, right? That's when we might ask the question, are you a veteran? I would like us to find that out right away on the street when you're talking to that person, because as you know, from the information we received, not all of them are going to be arrested. And so let's get the information that we have a veteran that's in need of help, whatever that help might be, early on. So I ask when they do their incident reports, if they need to change their report, change it so that there is a check mark, this person has served in the military. So they immediately get that attention and they get driven into the right direction if they do end up incarcerated and in the court system. So I like to see that identification happen a little earlier. The other thing that is really important about the program that not all the agencies have picked up on yet, but I'm working on it, is to then, after you've got sort of your internal setup, right? You got your paperwork, you got your pins, you got your training. Well, now let's bring in the community. Let's be, when I say let's be, I'm talking law enforcement, be that common denominator that brings people to the table in their community that already care about veterans. Either they care about veterans or they're already serving veterans, and bring them to the table to talk about veterans in your community. What do they need? What are we seeing out there? What are we missing? What can we do to create change? How can I work with you whenever I, a law enforcement, come across an individual who doesn't need to be arrested but definitely needs help? Who do I call, right? It's interesting in the conversations I've been in the early on conversations in communities that are trying to pull together their, what I call community committee, community task force, you can call it whatever you want, but they meet regularly, typically every other month, maybe quarterly once you get going well. But when they first meet, it's so interesting to me that people within the same community that are helping the same group of veterans don't know each other and don't know what they're doing. You know, oh, I didn't know you existed. Oh, I didn't know you do that. Oh, that's good for me because now I can send somebody there that I don't offer that service, but now I know where to send them, right? And all of a sudden, they sort of take over the meeting. The community members sort of take over, and the police can sort of sit back and listen, because they really start to synergize and come up with plans and ideas and exchanging contact information. And it really is sort of interesting and exciting to see them grow at that table. And then if you want to take this program to its ultimate, it is the bottom line to create a response team. So a veterans response team would be the police officer, the deputy, maybe a fire department response, could be any of those first responders. It's them, but also bringing in the community members we talked about. So that's mental health. That might be your homeless shelter director, right? Might be Easter Seals. I know Dave Corlett talked about that. I didn't even know Easter Seals had a section that is devoted to veterans. Pretty interesting. So every community will have different organizations that work with veterans already, and you need to bring them all to the table. So one of the things I do is I have 8 individuals that work across the state, and they know their areas, right? They know their regions, so they know the social workers and the different types of agencies that they need to reach out to. They help the police agencies get the right people to the table for them. And so say you have, let's just say you get a dozen people at the table that's meeting to talk about veterans. To get one of these teams going, you probably need 4 or 5 of those individuals to commit to the team. If they commit to the team, you want them to take the training that we just talked about, but then you also want them to agree to respond 24/7. So the reason I say that is if I'm an officer out on the street and I come across an individual who, again, does not need to be arrested, but it's midnight, and I know if I just leave him there, he's not going to be there again in the morning, right? I'm not going to be able to find him when I reach out to the VA or whoever I reach out to. So it's at that point you want to be able to call that veterans response team, wake them up and ask them if a couple of them will come down and work with this individual right away. Get him to the homeless shelter, get him to a hospital, whatever the need is. So when Dave Corlett told me that they do that in Cincinnati, I said, let's talk about that. That seems like a big ask. And so I said, how often is that really needed? And he said, it doesn't happen that often. He said, typically we can handle things during regular hours, and we don't need that. He said, but when you do need it, you need it, and it's really nice to have. So it's more rare that it's needed, but it is, I would say, critical when needed that you can get that assistance out there quickly. The other thing that I want to talk about, and I don't want to forget, because in these booklets, I didn't think about sheriff's offices and jails. I just didn't think about it when I created this booklet. Clearly, I need to update it when I get some free time. But that's a whole nother level that this program can take through the sheriff's offices that, to me, actually, I found really exciting. So as you saw, Lucas County was one of our first sheriffs. He was our first sheriff to take this on in a big way, and got excited about it and started a program. And so they're one of our premier programs now alongside Cincinnati. And they do it a little differently. They still have deputies out on the street that are giving out information and doing the things I talked about, but now they've taken the program into the jails. And so you saw a little bit of that on the video. They basically are sitting down with any individual who's a veteran, who's incarcerated for whatever amount of time they have them in the jail, right? Because most of them aren't going to prison. Most of them are going back out into our community. So they sit down with them every other week, sometimes every week, depending on what they need. They go through that resource list she showed us, and they just talk about, why are you here? What happened? What's going on in your life? And then we need an exit plan. You're leaving here in a month. You're leaving here in 2 weeks. What do you need? Where are you going? Do you have a place to live? Do you have a job? Do you have food? Do you need mental health care? What are your needs? Here's the resources. Let's get you connected while you're still inside, so that when you go out that door, somebody's picking you up and taking you to where you need to go and making sure that you don't return. That's really exciting to me. So that's an Intercept 1, probably going into another step, but really exciting to me. Maybe that was at 4. I don't remember my levels now. But that I think is exceptional, because anybody who works in law enforcement knows that we see repeat visitors. And if we can eliminate that in the veteran population, that would be extremely exciting. So that's the program in a nutshell. I will give you, because Justice Stratton asked me to, a little bit about what the AG's office has been doing for the last year, and then I'll close up. As he told you, the AG was selected to be the president of NAG. NAG is the National Association of Attorneys General, so all the attorneys general from across the nation come together on a regular basis through NAG. And he gets to pick his presidential initiative, is what they call it, and he picked veterans, right? And then again, Carrie, make that happen. So here we go. So it's been really exciting to be looking at this issue and looking at it at a national perspective. What can we share? What can we do? So we have a presidential initiative summit, much like this, that we did, I think it was April. And that's really when we first started talking to the other AGs about what we're doing here in Ohio and asking other AGs to step forward and present on what they're doing so that we could share ideas, right? And other people could pick up those ideas. I met a lot of veterans through this programming. I highlighted veterans from Ohio because I get to, right? Because I'm from Ohio. That was eye-opening for me. I had one veteran do the conference who is still going through PTSD, still going through the struggle. And he was so open and honest with us. We just did sort of a fireside chat, if you will, with him, and there wasn't a dry eye in the room. So my point is to tell you that when I do these, I want to give you the why, right? Especially the AGs, especially law enforcement. Why should we care? I mean, that's really the bottom line, right? Why should we care? Those of you in the room already do, so I don't have to play that with you. However, in those conferences, when I want AGs to care, that story from Ohio made them care. Oh, I get it. I get why we need to do more. So very exciting. Been sharing ideas. We've had 2 webinars since then where we've had large audiences come in, and we've talked about we talked about suicide one time, talked about some other subjects of how AGs can step up and do some more for veterans. Talked about the program I'm talking about now. Obviously, we're pushing that. And we have our final conference in his year as president coming up in December. And again, we'll be doing some programming for veterans. And one of the things I think I want to just share with you that I think is in its infancy, but I want you to know it might be coming, or should be coming, is I've been talking with the DOD and a fellow that works with the DOJ in that veterans space. And he's high up, he's high in the ranks, and he's going to come to the conference and talk to all the AGs about something that he's been working on that Attorney General Yost asked about and found that they were already starting to talk about it anyway, so I think we helped boost this a little bit. But really what's going to happen, hopefully, is that right now when veterans come home, the information about where they're going doesn't really ever reach the states before they get there, right? And then even when they get there, sometimes it's hard to get that information because I think the only people that get that information is the Department of Veterans Affairs within each state. So the AGs don't get it. And in general, we don't get it quick enough to get to the veterans and start providing them with those resources when they get home. Quite frankly, just to welcome them home and give them a nice welcome, right? So the DOD is working to put together a program where states will receive information about who is coming home within the last 6 months of them still serving. So we will know at least 6 months out from when they're going to come home that they're coming home, and they've written down on whatever form they fill out that they're coming to Ohio. We'd like to even break that down and find out where in Ohio they're coming, so we're still working on that. Because I would love law enforcement and government, local government, mayors, however the program is for each area, to literally have a welcome home packet for these individuals that come home that gives them, kudos, quite frankly, but then also gives them all the resources that are available in their county to them so that they can be connected right away. Because I think Corlett gave it the best when he said anywhere along that trajectory of 7 years, we could jump into that train and stop it, right? Well, what if we got ahead of that train? So that's my hope. He's coming to speak at our conference. He has Ohio on he did 5 states as a pilot project. It went well. So we got him to put Ohio into the second set of states of that pilot project, and we should be starting, my understanding was December. They would start working with Ohio to send us the information early on so that we can get out ahead of veterans that are coming home. So with that, the only other thing I'll tell you is on the back of this brochure is a map. All the individuals on that map are my team that works with me to get this veterans program up and running. So you can certainly reach out to them, or you can reach out to me directly. I've got cards out here if anybody wants one. I'll give you my email address if you want to write it down. It's simply Carrie, C-A-R-R-I-E, .Bartunek. I'll just let you guys guess how that's no. B-A-R-T-U-N-E-K at ohioago.gov. So reach out to me if you're interested. I'd love to work with you. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. SAVE training? It's incorporated with it, yes. But it's more we talk about the escalation skills through learning VA, come back with I don't know, I can give them mine. They've got it.
Can you repeat the question too?
The question was, is the training that we do at the VEA or that we provide more than just SAVE training, correct? And it is. We talk about some of the things, the different eras those veterans might be dealing with at this point. We talk about PTSD, mental health, substance use, things to be aware of that veterans have gone through that might be contributing to the crisis that they might be in, that is the reason the law enforcement is there. We do go through the SAVE, what that is and how that can help in a situation. And then Chief Robinson does de-escalation, identifying a veteran, and safety considerations.
I'm glad you were here to answer that. Any other questions? Love to work with any of you. Thank you.
Our last presentation before lunch, so we're going to be timely on that. We're going to spend about a half an hour talking about an issue that doesn't directly relate to the deflection VSIM 0 and 1, but in a larger sense, it does relate to that, and I'll explain that as we go ahead. We're going to be focusing on Veterans Treatment Court. And by each one of our sessions each year, we try to do something with Veterans Treatment Court. And this year, we're dedicating 30 minutes to focusing on one particular aspect of Veterans Treatment Courts, the prosecutor's role. And the reason we selected the prosecutor's role is that that individual plays a very unique role in being a treatment team member of a Veterans Treatment Court. And we're focusing on two counties, Cuyahoga County, where I was a prosecutor before I became a judge. And as a judge, I was the Veterans Treatment Court individual who started that court along with the permission and cooperation of my fellow jurists. In addition, we're going to be talking about having a prosecutor from Warren County, Southern Ohio, talk about his experience as a prosecutor and working for a Veterans Treatment Court in Warren County. And I mentioned that the prosecutor has a unique role that's different from the other participants in two ways. One is the prosecutor has to take into account the victims involved with the crime and the community in which the crime took place. And in involving that individual, that defendant in a criminal case, and then having that individual participate in Veterans Treatment Court places the prosecutor in a very interesting role of being a treatment court member, and the most important word of Veterans Treatment Court, in my view, is the word treatment. So the prosecutor has to be concerned about and interested in treatment while at the same time being concerned about and interested in and protecting the interest of the victim and the community. So we thought it would be worth a half hour to talk about that issue. Just a little bit about the Veterans Treatment Court in Cuyahoga County. I have some stats that may interest you. It has an average of 52 individuals participating at any one point in time. When I was Veterans Treatment Court and before COVID, we had over 100 members in our Veterans Treatment Court, and it's by far the largest in the state of Ohio and regionally. The average for the percentage of high and moderate risks are 65% of the participants are at that risk level. The highest percentage by race is African American at 58% on an average. The highest percentage by age is over 35, 83%. The veterans identified by the Veterans Service Selection System managed by the VA is 100%. So we use that system to identify those veterans. The graduation rate twice a year ranges from 10 to 15 per graduation. And all of this information is on your materials on site, so when you download that, you can get additional information, including the improvements that they have made to the plan of the Veterans Treatment Court in the last couple of years. We're going to have 2 presenters this afternoon. We were going to have 3. Warren Griffin from the Cuyahoga County called me last night and said his twin daughters, who are school age, were sick and he needed to be home, and I said, you need to be there as well. So he was unable to make it. We are going to be using his slide, and if you can place that slide up, we'll take a look at that. And when they find it, we'll talk about it, because this was his slide, and I think it really identifies the role of the prosecutor and the concerns the prosecutor has to deal with. Our first speaker is also from Cuyahoga County, Glenn Randam. He's been an assistant county prosecutor for the last 14 years. And from 2015 to 2021, he volunteered to serve as one of the prosecutors on the Veterans Treatment Court from its inception. And he was the lead prosecutor from 2017 to 2021. And the slide is up there now, and I think this is really an appropriate slide of walking the tightrope. And if you can imagine the prosecutor trying to manage that tightrope on an individual basis, you'll get some idea of the issues that they have to deal with. Glenn also is in the major trial unit and special victims sections, focusing prosecutions on sexual assault, child endangering, patient abuse, and elder abuse crimes. He also has experience in prosecuting homicide, assault, drug, property, financial, and other felony matters. And following Glenn from Warren County is John Arnold. John is an assistant prosecutor in Warren County. He served as a prosecutor in that capacity on the Veterans Treatment Court since 2018. He is an active, he is a U.S. Army member, served in the Judge Advocate's service for a number of years, and continued his service in the reserves for 25 years, retiring as a lieutenant colonel in the Army. So he has also been a prosecutor in Hamilton County for, I think, 25 or so years. So he's a very experienced prosecutor. Also in your materials, when I was the judge, and I think in 2018, I did a survey, or prepared a survey for all of the Veterans Treatment Court judges. At that time, there were 22. I think there are 29 courts. And that information is available to you, and I think it would be interesting. I think you would find, if you take a look at that, I've summarized that survey. It's a very lengthy survey, and I ask all of the Veterans Treatment Courts, how do you operate? And one of the questions I ask is, must the prosecuting attorney approve a veteran before the judge can accept that veteran in the Veterans Treatment Court? You may be surprised to hear the answers to that question. 59% said no. The prosecutor cannot be the final judge as to whether or not someone comes into Veterans Treatment Court. The judge makes that decision. The prosecutor may have a role in advocating or not advocating for that individual, but it's the judge's final decision. But 41% said the prosecutor makes the decision. Interestingly, in the municipal level, it was 50% the prosecutor makes the decision and 50% the judge makes the decision. So that's the first indication of what the dynamics are with regard to the judge's role and the prosecutor's role. Because if the prosecutor has final say, then you're likely to get a different makeup than if the judge has the final say in the selection of those who can participate. Related to that is what is the nature of your court with regard to the types of felonies or serious misdemeanors you're willing to accept. 46% of all of the Veterans Treatment Courts at that time, all 22 of them, would admit any felony committed in the state of Ohio, a felony 1, which is the most serious, to a felony 5, which is the least serious. And 36% would only accept felonies 3, 4, and 5, which are the lesser felonies. So you're going to get a different makeup with your Veterans Treatment Court. You're going to get different considerations as to permitting a person with a felony 2 or a felony 1 to be in a Veterans Treatment Court. And I think you can appreciate and understand those dynamics. The prosecutor is on the treatment team for Veterans Treatment Courts in 98% of the cases, and only 1 or 2 municipal courts did not have the prosecutor as a member of the treatment team. So that's a little background on the dynamics of a prosecutor's role. Now I think we'll have Glenn come up and talk about Veterans Treatment Court, particularly as his experience. And I think he has a couple of examples that I think fit with the theme of this seminar today, deflection. One of the goals of Veterans Treatment Court is to impose the least serious penalty, impose the least serious sanction possible to get the best result for that veteran through whatever treatment programs that veteran goes through. So that idea of deflection-related thinking carries over in the Veterans Treatment Court, and I think Glenn will have some experiences that will share with you that concept. Glenn? Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Judge Jackson. Full disclosure first, I'm not a veteran. And back when I was approached to join Veterans Treatment Court, I had a lot of reservations about doing that, namely because I'm not a veteran. But you know, speaking with Judge Jackson, Judge Jackson, he basically relayed the information to me that you don't need to be a veteran to care about veterans' issues and helping veterans in the system. And it's really, you know, are we going to try to do the best we can to help people and do the right thing? And, you know, in our community, and in most communities, I think there are a lot of people who haven't served in the military, and in some jurisdictions, you might not have prosecutors who have served in the military as well. Even in a jurisdiction as big as ours, we have 34 judges in our Common Pleas Court. Our office is over 150 people, and we don't have any judges currently who are veterans, and even in our office we have some veterans who are in the prosecutor's office, but maybe they aren't assigned in a particular unit that could help with Veterans Court, or to be honest with you, they're not interested. So in my role and in my experience in working with the Veterans Treatment Court, I've learned that it's just, it sounds basic, but it's just really important to listen to veteran viewpoints on the team. The perspectives that they have will help guide and understand the needs of any veteran coming into Veterans Treatment Court who are under consideration. And then those viewpoints and those perspectives help guide you in speaking with victims as to why you think a particular veteran might be good for the program. I think there's a general worry about prosecutors appearing to be soft on crime when people come in and they're looking to look for a plea bargain where they avoid prison where they normally would be going to prison for the crime they committed, or a veteran looking for an outcome where they would get probation on the Veterans Treatment Court. But having the perspectives from veterans on the team and listening to that and being able to explain those reasons and circumstances and things that they could tell you helps getting victims on board and explaining to them why you think a particular person who victimized them should get a chance on probation, should get a chance to participate in the program. And quite frankly, I think in our court, having the victim on board is really important in another way, because then when they are on board and we work something out with a plea bargain where that veteran can participate in Veterans Treatment Court, they know that victim is actually supporting them as well. And that helps, I think, in them going forward with the program and their recovery. So in looking at Veterans Treatment Court as a treatment opportunity and steps taken to protect the community, quite frankly, we take hard cases. We take the cases that veterans have committed high-level felonies and would likely end up in prison. The veterans who appear beyond help are the ones who could benefit the most from the program. You see people all of a sudden working the program and they have a steady job and they have stable housing and they're making connections at the VA. They're engaging with the VA. They're getting the mental health treatment that they've been avoiding. And they aren't committing new crimes and picking up new cases. In looking at the veteran's progress in the treatment court, you know, there's going to be ups and downs, and you have to know as the prosecutor assigned to it that they're likely going to relapse and they're likely going to mess up or have some hiccups along the way. And sometimes the initial reaction from a prosecutor would be to overreact and to want them kicked out of the program or a high-level sanction or something like that, and that just doesn't work. Initial reactions can't be like that. We have to take in consideration what can we do to help the veteran make a better choice next time. Is that a GPS monitor? Is that an alcohol monitor? Is that increased testing? Is that calling a mentor? You have to have more tolerance with violations and not try to torpedo that person being in the program, because if you stick with them long enough, usually you do get that turnaround where all of a sudden they're on track and they're not committing those violations and they're succeeding. And kind of speaking what Judge Jackson talked about, sanctions not being disproportionate to the violation, we want them to be honest about the violation and take responsibility for themselves in front of the other participants, and continue working on treatment. When I was working on the court with Judge Jackson, that was one of the big things we tried to encourage. We had a setting where the veterans were all listening and paying attention to the violations. And it was really important for us for the veteran to come and take responsibility in front of the group amongst their fellow veterans, in front of them, in front of the judge. And we would see it sometimes that throughout the week, maybe they were, you know, giving really untruthful reasons to their positive test to the probation officer, but then when we got to court, they took responsibility, and that taking responsibility for themselves in front of their peers and the judge, we think obviously helped in them going forward with their recovery. But going back and talking about taking the hardest cases where people will usually end up in prison, there's one in particular that sticks out in my mind. This was a veteran who had served two tours in Afghanistan. And what happened is he was really drunk and driving, and he crashed his car into a Cleveland police officer's car and injured the one officer in the car. The other officer got out, and this veteran in his intoxicated state started fighting with that officer and trying to reach for his gun. So what kind of charges do we have here? We have felonious assault on a police officer, felony 1, with 1 and 3 year gun specs because he's trying to get the officer's gun. We have aggravated robbery, felony 1, with 1 and 3 year gun specs. We have a list of other offenses. And that was probably, like I said, the hardest case we had to take because not only did you commit horrible high-level felonies and injure police officers in the city of Cleveland, you're looking at substantial time. And what we did, we got information from the Veterans Administration, from the VA, we got their medical records, found out the history of the veteran and with their mental health status and their physical health. We also got information from the Vet Center and learned about what they were talking about in therapy sessions with their counselor there, and they had provided releases for all this. And then we went back and spoke with those police officers who were involved. We spoke with the other prosecutors handling the case, and to be quite frank, I had to work against them a little bit to try to get this veteran into the program. But after doing all that work, learning about the horrible things that this veteran had experienced over in Afghanistan, which contributed to their heavy alcohol abuse, we were able to work out a plea bargain with support of the police officers, one of which happened to be a veteran himself. And this individual pled to felonies of the second degree without any gun specifications. And then they were subsequently let into the program, and they successfully completed the program after, it took them a little longer. This person had a relapse, I'm not gonna lie. But they successfully completed the program, and that might be the best example of somebody who, under any other circumstance, would have gotten a prison sentence, would have went to prison for a really long time. But we were able to divert this person into a program and address the real issue of what was going on. The alcohol abuse, which came from the trauma that this person had experienced in Afghanistan. And that's what I mean when I say taking the hard cases. Is there a risk of looking, was there a risk of looking weak on crime, I guess, so to speak, when you take cases like this and other people who are typically going to prison? Yes, but these are the cases that we think are important. These are the cases that why we're here for. And we think those are the people you could offer the most help. One of the interesting things we noticed in our court when we started is we thought we would have a lot of veterans coming in from the recent conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. And we were actually getting veterans, a lot of veterans initially on from Vietnam War, from Desert Storm. And these are people who had gone through the system before, had picked up felony cases before, and maybe necessarily didn't get any treatment or help then. And then working with them and working with the victims and talking about sanctions that would be in place if they continue to not abide and things like that, we were able to work towards getting them help. And talking about the importance of the prosecutor regarding the success of Veterans Treatment Court and the positive influence for those participating, the prosecutor obviously has to have buy-in to the program. We originally had a prosecutor who didn't have buy-in. It doesn't really work when you're not willing to believe in the program. And in looking at being trauma-informed when you're speaking with victims and working with victims, you also have to be trauma-informed when working with that veteran and as to why they're there. It's also helpful, obviously, if the participants in the program know that you want them to succeed. Usually, from the feedback I've gotten, this is the first time a defendant who's come to court or who's come to court multiple times has been positively impacted, or they felt like they were positively impacted by the prosecutor on the case. The prosecutor wants the best outcome for them, and that we've noticed does go a long way in helping them with success going forward. To cover some of the items that my colleague was going to cover, just about walking that tightrope and embracing the non-adversarial approach. One of the things that we started doing is not engaging in post-conviction litigation. So a lot of times things would come up in treatment team with regard to them wanting driving privileges or a motion to lift a no contact order or whatever the situation is. And sometimes it was easy enough to work out, sometimes it's not. And when it's not, we just have other prosecutors who were originally assigned to the case work with that, because we want to maintain a good relationship with the other people on the team, including the public defender. And we don't want to upset that balance on the team. And then also in embracing that non-adversarial approach, making sure that we're championing the clinician's perspective. The social workers, the clinicians, the people providing the services probably have the most insight on what they think would be most helpful, and making sure their voices are elevated and listened to is important. And I think that's about all I have, so thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know that I'm standing between you and lunch, so we'll try to address that quickly. I am an Army veteran. I was an Army attorney for a number of years, and I've been a prosecutor for a long time. And I'm an old school prosecutor. So my experience in Veterans Court, especially initially, was kind of contrary to everything I learned as a prosecutor growing up. And I will tell you how long I've been a prosecutor. When Dave Corlett and his partner came out of the police academy and hit the street, I was past being a baby prosecutor at that time. I'd been in the office 10 or 15 years. Warren County is a lot different from Cuyahoga County. Obviously, we're on the other end of the state. We have a population of about 250,000. We're right between Cincinnati and Dayton. So we have a more conservative population, slightly higher income, but we have 2 interstates to go through our county, and we have 2 prisons. And that creates all kinds of problems. I'd like to tell you that, and I thought when I first went to Warren County, we don't have all the problems you see in Cincinnati or Dayton. That's not true. We may have fewer of them, but we still have the same variety. Have I seen everything? Can I tell you that it's never going to be like Cincinnati or Dayton? No, because that may have changed last night or tomorrow or the next day. But again, we are Bengals country for the most part, with one of my distinguished colleagues back there, Reds country. And in 2015, we started our first Veterans Court in the county court, with the misdemeanor court with Judge Gary Loxley. In 2018, we expanded to a common pleas or felony level court. I will add, since then, Judge Loxley has worked with our municipal courts throughout the county and kind of has blended a lot of their veterans into his docket as well. We probably average about 15 participants at any one time. We have both low risk and high risk tracks, although very few of our veterans are on the low risk track. Probably 2/3 or more of our veterans who come into the program are successfully discharged. Over half of them are Army veterans. The others, mostly Marines and Air Force. We have the occasional sailor, and I don't think we've ever had a coastie, and I'm sure we haven't had anybody from the Space Force yet. But less than 10% of our veterans are female. And our court coordinator gave me this stat when I was preparing for this, and I found it absolutely amazing, and I'm not even sure I believe it, but in 2023, 96% approximately of our drug screens were negative. I know that in our veteran court treatment meetings, I spend 96% of the time talking about the ones that are positive. And I'm sure that happens on any criminal docket. But we have an aggressive drug testing program and by and large compliance with that. Our ages range from the early 20s to one veteran who came in when he was 69 years of age. I know he was 70 when he finally graduated a couple months ago. And we take all levels and sizes and shapes of offenses on the felony level. That includes serious violent offenses. Sometimes those that come to us by way of judicial release. We have a lot of felony domestic violence cases, weapons cases, felony DUIs, and even some non-support cases. We also take all levels of discharges. And we take people who did not receive, quote, an honorable discharge or may not be VA eligible because they did their time in the National Guard or the Military Reserve. As I said, I've been the prosecutor in our felony court since its inception. I do not have a veto over candidates. And in fact, we're not really involved in that selection or triage of those people until the very last moment, if you will. Our triage begins typically in our jail. Our pretrial services people are always asked if the person's been in the military. They used to say, "Are you a veteran?" But I think we've restructured those questions a little bit more to be more expansive. And most of those veterans' cases have been staffed by the time that criminal felony case gets to either sentencing or the ILC hearing, if that's appropriate, or judicial release. And for all practical purposes, the decision has kind of been made at that point in time. We do consider plea bargaining with certain veterans. I've done it myself where a kid came in who had a lot of drugs, and he was in the National Guard. Well, rule number one, if you get convicted of a felony with a lot of drugs, you're out, whether it's the Guard, Reserve, anywhere. But we were able to work him into a lower level offense, put him into the ILC program, put him into Veterans Court, and he had a successful graduation. At sentencing or at the ILC hearing or at the judicial release hearing, the judge orders these individuals to be referred to Veterans Court. They're staffed by our treatment team and then accepted by the court. We have 2 veterans hospitals that serve our area, Cincinnati and Dayton, and we're very blessed by that because our VJOs from those hospitals are very active participants. And in fact, they're usually ahead of the game compared to the rest of us. Our County Veterans Service Commission is very supportive. They're also a very active veterans service organization in terms of transportation and outreach. And it's not unusual that we'll have one or more of their commissioners attend Veterans Court or all of the Veterans Commission attend our graduation ceremonies. They're a good source for not only relief, but transportation and other services. It's important, I think, that we have good support from our law enforcement agencies. Our sheriff bought into it at day one, and that sets a tone for the other agencies throughout the county, including the other police chiefs. We're lucky that we have good support from non-VA mental health services, county mental health services, and a lot of non-custodial options for veterans, maybe residential options such as the Joseph House and so forth. And probably I think one of the most important things is we have a good community support from non-governmental agencies. We have something called Project Rise Above, which specifically grants emergency relief to veterans for financial reasons. We have a Plan for Life program, a financial planning program. We recently added something called Mustang Journey, which involves not training, but just sort of familiarizing Mustangs that have been captured and brought here to be domesticated. And one of the outshoots of our program, and in fact one of our graduates became active in the Veteran Suicide Prevention Coalition for our county. As you said earlier, the prosecutor walks a tight line. And I'm sometimes the old crabby guy who says no, or enough is enough. I've occasionally sat next to one of my VGOs and shocked the you-know-what out of her when I said, well, we've come so far with this guy, just give him one more chance. I'm not sure that's a treatment program, but I think we've invested a lot of time and resources into him. And I'll tell you, this guy had checked all the boxes to go back to prison. He had been on probation, not done very well, domestic violence situations, and then went to a gun range in another county, big no-no, eventually got revoked, sent to prison, out of Veterans Court, shocked back into Veterans Court, and we're still working with him. And I'll tell you, the book's still open on him. It's also our job to make sure that we comply with state law mandates. One of the problems we have, or situations we encounter, are felony OVIs. There's mandatory jail time sentences. And we have one young man who they put off doing his 60 days, they put off doing his 60 days, and we really didn't think he needed to be in a cell at night with another person because of some of his problems. And my compliments to our probation officers and our staff and the jail staff. They worked with him, and at one point there was a consideration he'd get litter getter, which meant he had to move into a general population pod. He didn't want to do that because he didn't want to be out in that general population at night, sleeping in basically a barracks or communal area. Marcy's Law has had somewhat of an impact on our court. Our office, and I think most prosecutors' offices, have always given great deference to the input, to the wishes of victims, as well as law enforcement officers. Marcy's Law, as it was incorporated into a constitutional amendment in the state of Ohio, gave more teeth to that. And I think I remember one of our first Veterans Court treatment sessions where I said, well, look, the victim's not going to buy into that. And I think somebody was aghast that a victim could object to this wonderful treatment program that they had worked out. And I said, well, this is a felony domestic violence case. There's a reason why the victim may have a problem with taking off the monitor or doing whatever. So we ensure that victims and their rights are protected and that they have an opportunity to be heard. And candidly, that's not always consistent with what the treatment providers want to do. As a military prosecutor, my goal was to maintain the good order and discipline of the armed forces. As a state court prosecutor, my goal is to maintain the peace and dignity of the state of Ohio. The goal of our Veterans Court is to restore veterans to a place of honor based on their service. From the prosecutor's standpoint, that also includes responsibility and accountability. And sometimes we have to hold those people to that standard. Great successes we've had by participants. They graduate, they come back and serve as mentors. We've had some tragic stories as well. And so in closing, I'm struck by the thought that no matter how successful your Veterans Court program is, those people all need our support. They need mentors. They need to continue to enjoy the support that we provide to them long past Veterans Court dockets. I see that I'm being looked at by the Justice, so I will step down. Thank you very much.
Prior experiencing working with adults, homelessness, mental illness, alcohol, and drug addiction. Sean Clark serves as the National Director of Veterans Justice Programs in the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Veterans Justice Programs include health care reentry for veterans, which provides outreach and linkage to VA services for veterans reentering from prison, and the VJO program, which is the front end coming in to the courts. And they serve as a prevention oriented component of the VA's efforts to end homelessness among veterans, and they facilitate veterans' access to legal services, etc. So I've known Sean since 2009, I think, when I met him at that VA committee in Washington, and it's been wonderful working with him all over these years, and now he's heading this whole program, and it's just a pleasure to have him back, and I'm excited that he is speaking for us. And so He's also going to be talking about something that's near and dear to my heart with legal aid and trying to do something with them that I hope he will be addressing as well. And then Jim Cannelli is the Network Homeless Coordinator for the VA healthcare system for 3 states, Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana. The Network Homeless Coordinator serves as a primary contact with the network for VA homeless programs. His responsibility includes oversight for all of these programs, mental health programs. He's an advisory capacity to the network director for VISN 10, of the chief mental health officer. He's had numerous programs that he's worked on over the years, Masters of Social Work for OSU, and Bachelor's of Art from Sociology from Ohio State, licensed independent social worker supervisor. I've also known Jim for a long, long time. He has been a countless partner. I think he's probably participated in almost every veterans conference I've ever put on over the multiple years. This is our 9th one, and so he's been just great to work with over the years. Thank you. And Gina Kikos, I think I'm saying that right, Kikos? Kisos, they didn't have a phonetics up here, is an independently licensed social worker, currently serves as a VJO specialist for Dayton VA, works on these programs with the Greene County Veterans Treatment Court. I'm trying to sign Greene County up for stepping up, by the way, so they're close, All right. And reentry planning for veterans who are incarcerated in ODRC as well. Graduated from Anderson University with a BA in Mathematics and Sociology, University of Michigan School of Social Work with a master's degree. And we have one more. Myra Jenkins is there. Healthcare reentry for veterans specialist based out of the VA Northeast Ohio Healthcare Cleveland system. They provide coverage for 14 state prisons and 1 federal. Been employed since 2008, working in home-based primary care as an HCRV specialist. Before that, she was in the Batterers Intervention and Clinical Coordinator in Treatment Alternatives to Street Crime, also known as TASC, as many of you might recognize. She's responsible for providing outreach, pre-release assessment services, linkages, and many other services for veterans released into the community. Bachelor of Social Work, Bachelor in Criminal Justice Reform from Gammon, Master's in Science and Social Administration, and from Case Western, and is also a licensed independent social work supervisor. So you really have a pretty robust group here of very experienced folks who've worked for a long time in Ohio and with us and the efforts that we've made, and because of that has made Ohio really a leader in this area. And I'm really excited that they're going to be presenting. And as you know, we have these conflict issues, so if the chief is not back by 2:30, well, one of you dismiss them for a break and then pick up promptly I think the break is from 2:30 to 2:45, and hopefully I'll be back after that. Okay, take it away.
Well, thank you, Justice Stratton, and really appreciate the partnership we've had with you over the years, and you and Justice Kennedy and Justice Jackson, the partnership on this summit and including the VA in this important issue. I'm going to be providing a very brief overview of our homeless effort, our effort towards homeless veterans, and then we're going to kick it over to the other team members that you had, and then the second piece of this session will be talking, Sean Clark will be addressing the VA's effort towards deflection. So this first half is not going to be so much about the deflection effort, but just kind of setting the stage. We'll go ahead and kick off the next slide there. Okay. So you can go ahead and go through this. So we're going to just do a very general overview of homeless services and the effort that the VA is having, just to kind of help orient you. VA healthcare, which is what the offices we're from, has the central office where Sean Clark is from, with the National Program Office, and the VISN office where I'm from, as well as Teresa Sickman, who's here as our Deputy Network Homeless Coordinator. She's going to be helping with the panel session. We're from the VISN office, we're a regional role, and then the medical centers. And in VISN 10, we're Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. There are 11 medical centers, and we have representatives here from several of our facilities. as well as online. And I wanted to make a note that it's great that we're able to have the virtual option for folks, because I think we do have some of our justice program staff from Indiana and Michigan, as well as other parts in Ohio that weren't able to attend here in person today. So thank you for that. Next slide. So we'll go ahead and go through. So the VA's mission in a nutshell here for homeless veterans is that we want to not see the words veteran and homelessness together, right? I mean, everyone I think can agree that that shouldn't happen, but it does. And when it does, we want to do our best to keep it short, brief, rare, and non-recurring. So if anything we can do to prevent veterans from falling into homelessness, we want to do that. So very similar to the efforts on deflection with veterans to the justice system, we want to deflect or divert veterans from homelessness if we can. But there's a number of resources that we have, and it's been a lot of effort over the past decade or so to try and help reduce veteran homelessness and end it if we can. Next slide. So when we talk about homeless veterans, I just want to point out two things here. So first, homeless has a very specific meaning in these efforts, and when we talk about some of the data, we'll be looking at the numbers of homeless veterans. What we're talking about are veterans who are sheltered veterans. Those are veterans who are residing in a place that is intended to support homeless individuals. So emergency shelters, transitional housing, other kinds of situations. It can include hotel and motels. So in Ohio, we have county service office funds that can help provide veterans with access to hotels in an emergency. So that's the category of homelessness that we typically are talking about here in these numbers. And veterans is anyone who served in the military. So it doesn't have to do with their character of discharge when we're talking about the numbers. Now, character of discharge can impact eligibility for certain services. It certainly impacts their eligibility for healthcare services, but it can also have an impact on some of the other resources that are available to them. So veteran is very broad and includes our Reserve and National Guard members. Next slide. HUD has a definition for homeless as well, and HUD's definition is a little broader, and it includes the first two categories of those who are sheltered in an emergency shelter or transitional housing, and unsheltered veterans. And I skipped that over there, skipped that to the last slide. Unsheltered veterans would be individuals who are staying in a place not meant for human habitation, streets, cars, abandoned buildings, things like that. These two categories of veterans, sheltered and unsheltered, are identified by HUD as literally homeless. And they are included in their annual point-in-time counts. So, and I'll talk about that in the numbers. But the literal homeless veterans are who we typically are running into, who we're working with. Additionally, the veterans could fall into three other categories of homelessness, which also qualify for some services. So these could be veterans who are at imminent risk of becoming homeless within 14 days. They're going to be evicted, they're going to lose their housing. We may work with them to prevent them from becoming homeless, or we may get them connected into the homeless system and get them access to services so that if they are homeless, we're moving them back into permanent housing as quickly as possible. The other categories are homeless under other federal statutes. That really has to do with the Department of Education and unaccompanied youth or families with dependent children, and how the education system captures those individuals as those families as homeless in that system. And then the fourth category is fleeing or involved in domestic violence. So these are families that are individuals may be treated differently than sheltered homeless individuals through the domestic violence system. There's more details here, and we've got some more specific information as a chart at the end of this slide deck that can kind of go into these different categories a little more. Okay, next slide. Okay, these are the range of services that are available to through the VA. I can't go into all of these now, but they include prevention services through our supportive services for veteran families program. These are contracted services that are provided by a community provider and receive funds through a grant award, and they can provide case management services as well as transactional assistance, financial assistance with housing costs, utility, rent, and other costs such as taking care of child care situations and things of that nature. We have outreach services, including our homeless outreach program and our justice programs, which we have many in the audience here through our justice program, who are doing outreach to veterans on the streets, in shelters, as well as in the institutions, prisons and jails settings, working with law enforcement, working with the courts. Those are all part of our outreach team and serve as a prevention arm for the VA when the veteran is not homeless. And then we have residential services, which are basically sheltered programs, transitional housing, emergency shelter, safe haven type programs, where veterans may stay until we can get them into permanent housing. These are also contracted services. The VA is not providing that directly, but we provide funds to community partners that can provide that sheltered service to help support those veterans until we can get them permanently housed. And then finally, we have our permanent housing programs. Our HUD-VASH program is the most well-known. It's a case management program that partners with HUD to provide housing subsidy to veterans, while the VA provides the case management services. And then supportive services for veteran families, in addition to the prevention, they have a case management service for homeless veterans where they can help them move quickly into permanent housing. HUD-VASH and SSVF work very closely together in some cases, and we're finding that these are probably the areas that most veterans are going to have long-term contact with the VA. We also have some specialty services, and one I just want to point out is the legal services for veterans, which is a new grant through our justice program, and Sean may speak a little bit more about that later on. Okay, next slide. So how are we doing? So we'll go ahead and go through. This is what we want to talk about in terms of the point in time count. So I mentioned about the literally homeless veterans. When we look at how many veterans are on the street, how many veterans in shelters, we do this annual count through HUD. It's conducted in January each year. And we've seen a great reduction in the homeless numbers since 2010, when we really were taking a concerted effort to look at those numbers and build up resources. So there's been over 55% decrease in veteran homelessness from 2010 to 2020. 2020 is a number that's is a year that's used because with COVID, the point-in-time counts were really impacted. Identifying homeless individuals in the community was much more of a challenge. But tremendous effort has been made, and we have a number of communities that have brought those numbers down and have developed some systems, some processes that have really contributed to what we refer to ending veteran homelessness, which means basically that the community has the resources and the strategies and the processes in place to coordinate to when there is a veteran, they can move them into housing quickly and to try and keep the numbers down as low as possible. Not zero necessarily, but reduce it so it's manageable and fits into the rare, brief, and non-recurring. Next slide. This just shows you the progress that we've made from 2010 to 2022 and shows you the numbers in different categories in terms of overall homeless veterans, sheltered and unsheltered numbers. So you can see the dramatic decline in all areas. Next slide. This is kind of a comparison of the veteran decline in homelessness compared to all homeless. And you can see that all homeless from 2010 to 2022, it's almost a straight line. With the veteran homelessness, it's much more of a decrease. And that has a lot to do with the resources and the coordination efforts that have happened in the community. Next slide. So the numbers are being reduced, but one of the things that we found even in time was there had to be some more because we continue to see those efforts. Go ahead into the next slide, and I think we're going to skip through some of this. This has to do with what we refer to as coordinated entry. And coordinated entry, when we talk about the justice system, the homeless system also is a makeup of all the different homeless providers in a community. shelter providers, outreach providers, service providers. Coordinated entry is a process where when individuals show up to a homeless system, either on the street or in a shelter, that you're looking at directing them to the resources that are going to help move them out of homelessness and back into permanent housing. So coordinated entry is a process where you can ensure that the individuals have the highest needs are getting targeted for those resources and getting them to the right intervention, if you will, to help them where they need to go. Let's go ahead and go through the next slide. I want to kind of zip through this, but this just shows you a little example of what coordinated entry looks like. When you don't have a coordinated entry system, it's sort of a first come, first serve. It's who might show up at the right time to get whatever service may be available. With a coordinated entry system, no matter where they show up, no matter what door they enter, what agency they first have contact with, you try to help develop a process where everybody is assessed in a particular way so that they're directed towards the right resource to help them with what their needs are. Not everybody needs a high level of case management. Not everybody needs a housing subsidy. Some folks have some resources they can use, and we can help direct them to a small amount of intervention, a small amount of assistance to get them out of homelessness. Other individuals need a lot of assistance. They need a lot of contact with case managers, or they need some financial assistance, and those are the things that we want to help connect them to in a community. So coordinated entry is just a way to organize the homeless system to better respond to the needs of individuals. Okay, next slide. We'll go ahead and skip through this here. I think, yeah, so we have a process through the federal agency of USICH, United States Interagency on Healthcare, on homelessness. It's a federal makeup of federal agencies that come together, and USICH is sort of tasked with coordinating homelessness response for the nation, pulling all these different federal partners together. USICH, HUD, VA, we all kind of work together and look at how communities are doing based on a set of criteria. In Ohio, Dayton and Akron were two communities that, prior to COVID, they had submitted application to demonstrate that they had coordinated in such a way that they were able to satisfactorily show they could end veteran homelessness. So these are just two communities that we highlight here. But there have been 83 communities across the country that have gotten that recognition. And I just want to kind of note that here. Next slide. Okay. So the VA has a new goal, has established a new goal because we started to see, we continued to decline in veteran homelessness, but over the last 5 years or so, before COVID even, we started to see some stalling in the numbers. They weren't going down as much as we would like to see them go down. So starting in 2022, the VA put together an effort to try and really put more focus on how we can help move more veterans into permanent housing. Next slide. So we moved into this effort starting in 2022 to identify and move at least 38,000 veterans into permanent housing. We did that in 2022. We're doing this again this year in 2023. But this year we've established three specific goals. The first goal was we want to house 38,000 veterans. We're on track to do that. We also want to make sure that those veterans that we house don't return to homelessness. So we established additional goal this year to have at least 90, or no more than 5% of those veterans return to homelessness. So 95% of all veterans that we house remain housed through the year. And when we do have veterans who have returned to homelessness, so of those 5%, we want to have at least 90% of those veterans re-engaged so that we have them on a pathway to return to housing or have rehoused them in the year. So this is a goal that we've established. The third goal is engaging unsheltered veterans. And with COVID, we started to see the numbers of unsheltered continue to start to go back up. So the unsheltered homeless veterans is a third area where we're looking at engaging, getting them connected to shelter services and then permanent housing. So we have a goal of engaging at least 28,000 unsheltered veterans across the country. A large number of those are on the coast, but we continue to see unsheltered veterans here in Ohio. And I can say that we're, let's see here. Whoops, I'm sorry. I think I put the wrong button. Can anybody fix that? Okay, so there we go. So we have already achieved, as a country, this is nationwide, 35,000 veterans out of the 38,000 that we're trying to achieve. We've already housed 35,000. This is through September of this year. We are maintaining a good number of veterans in their housing. It's as indicated by 96% of those that we have housed remain housed so far this year. And we have had over 100% of our target of the 26,000. So we've had over 31,000 veterans, unsheltered veterans that we've had some engagement with. So the VA is really pushing this and working with our community partners, and without the community partners, the support of the communities, we could not achieve this. So it's really a testament of the support that the VA has had from all the partners out there. Next slide. Yeah, so I think that finishes it up. I've got on this slide deck a number of resources that you can go to. I think if you want to go to the next slide after that. Yeah, there we go. So there also is a, if you want to take a picture, you can get the QR code there and get the resources, but there are links in here as well. It goes into more detail about the resources that we have available, how you can connect to the VA, as well as all the medical services and healthcare services that we have available for veterans. Okay, I'm going to stop there, and we have a really innovative approach to helping homeless veterans through the court. So I'm going to introduce Gina and Jill to come and talk about their efforts. Okay.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Gina Kisos, and I am a Veterans Justice Programs social worker with the VA. I actually have what they call a hybrid role, which means that I do the VJO part, working with veterans kind of at the beginnings of the justice system, and then I also do reentry from the prison system and helping veterans get connected with VA resources when they get out of incarceration. So just to give a little bit of background of how I got to be involved in any of this, part of the wonderful services that our national office gives us is that we have a national email chain, and it's really great because you can really learn what other people are doing across the country, and if you're having a struggle with something with your job, you can find out what someone's doing in Kansas or California or Oregon or wherever. And an email came across that chain a little over a year ago saying, hey, there's this homeless court summit that is happening in Washington, D.C., and the VJO who sent it is highly involved in the homeless court in San Diego, and said, I highly recommend going to this. So I sent it to my supervisor, Diane Smith Foster, over here. And I said, hey, do you think this is something I can go to? And she said, well, Gina's, what's a homeless court? And I said, I don't know, but if you send me, I will find out and I'll bring it back. And she was able to find the funding and send me, and here we are today. So it's very exciting. The Dayton Municipal Court is starting their program, and Jill is going to talk about specifically what Dayton is doing and how Dayton has adapted this model to fit the community. I'm going to share just a little bit of information about homeless courts in general and how you can kind of scale it to your community. The goal really is to take this information, take the resources we have, and bring it back to your community and see if it's something that would benefit, every community from, large cities to small rural counties. Let's see if I can get this. These are just our objectives. I'm going to click through this. So a little bit of background on homeless courts. Homeless courts were actually kind of birthed out of the first stand down for homeless veterans that happened in San Diego, I think in 1988. I could be corrected if that's not correct. Where a couple of psychologists noticed that there was this need of homeless veterans, and in San Diego they have obviously a very large homeless population in general and homeless veteran population. And so they had this stand down that many people might be familiar with because we have them locally. And out of that stand down, they asked people, what are services that you need that you're not getting? And one of the highest responses was, we need legal help. We need help with this. And so out of that, they worked with the San Diego Public Defender's Office and the courts to develop a court that actually went to the stand down, met with people who were homeless living on the street at the stand down at the VA, and help resolve some of their legal issues that was really presenting as a barrier to them moving forward with their lives, which is really what the whole program is about. So that's how it all started. This model has been adapted across the country. Many cities have homeless courts. One of the things when I went to the summit last year and learned about this, they have like a list of all the recognized homeless courts through the American Bar Association, and I didn't see one at all in Ohio. And I was like, we can be the first. Let's make this happen. But we do not need to be the last. So I'm excited that maybe you guys can help spread this model. Homeless court is very different than a treatment court in that they kind of call it a recognition court. So a treatment court, many people are probably very familiar with that model. Somebody commits a crime, gets arrested for something, they are convicted of that, they're sentenced to a treatment court. The treatment court follows them for a period of time, 12, 18, 24 months, however long it takes. They have intensive supervision. They have to participate in whatever the recommended treatments are. It's a wonderful model. And it's a lot of ask, right? It's very labor intensive. It costs a lot of money. Well, I don't know. That's probably debatable. But it's a long period of time, right? A homeless court has the opposite model in that we are referring people who are already doing the work, that whatever the issues are that resulted in their homelessness, whether that be mental health care, substance abuse care, just engaging in housing services, vocational rehabilitation, those kinds of things. And once the person has committed and shown some effort and engagement in those services, they can be referred to the homeless court, and the homeless court can say, okay, we recognize all the work that you've been doing, and so we're going to forgive some of these old fines, old fees, maybe resolve some warrants in certain circumstances, to help remove those justice barriers from the person moving forward in their housing journey. So each court can kind of decide what kinds of cases they're willing to take or not. Typically, they are really looking at low-level misdemeanors, kind of victimless crimes, right, nonviolent offenses that are often associated with someone who might not be housed. And so those are commonly like trespassing, loitering, maybe some parking tickets, old parking tickets that you couldn't pay. And so then you got a court appearance. Well, you're not going to pay that, so you didn't show up for court. Then you have a failure to appear warrant, and it can kind of just like snowball into something that feels so overwhelming that what do we tend to do is like avoid, right? We just push it over to the side and pretend it doesn't exist until we go to apply for that apartment, right? And then our legal history shows up and we can't move forward. So for the most part, where most homeless courts around the country are really focusing more on those low-level crimes. However, when I was at the summit, one of the courts was starting to accept felony-level crimes into their homeless court. So it's very adaptable based on what your community needs and what your justice partners are, willing to work with. Let's see. So oftentimes, it's really focusing on forgiving old fines and fees, which can be a big barrier to people. And we're working with people who have limited resources. So they don't have the ability to pay those fines and fees. And so it's really just saying, okay, you're working on the things that have caused the issues to begin with. let's get out of the way and forgive those fines and fees. There is an assurance, and this is very important in homeless court, of the no custody rule. The idea is that a provider is working with a person and they are seeing progress and engagement, and a person's really trying, putting forth the effort to change their lives. And then the provider will refer to the homeless court, which is usually a public defender's office, and Jill's going to talk about that. And then the public defender's office will do the research to see, does this person qualify for homeless court? Is this something that the judge is willing to, agree with? And therefore, when they're invited to homeless court, there's already the expectation that you have been accepted, and this is going to be a positive situation, right? It's not going to be something where you're going to kind of be tricked into coming to homeless court and then we're going to arrest you and take you to jail. No one goes to jail from homeless court. That's very, very important because it only takes one time for someone to hear about it and tell their friends, and no one will ever come back, right? So it's very important that there's the no custody rule. The American Bar Association provides an amazing support system if you're interested in starting a homeless court. And on our last slide actually has contacts that I was given permission to share with everybody, and they're very wonderful to work with, from the American Bar Association. And then Matt Wechter, he provides technical support. He is a public defender out of the San Diego Public Defender's Office, and he can provide training. He has this whole Excel spreadsheet to help track all the data related to it. He's very technologically skilled, so he can really help you with all of that. And this is something that Matt Wechter from San Diego sent me, and it really just shows the timeline and the progression of how a homeless court works. So I know it's small. I can't read it on here. I want to expand it on my page. But like I had said before, the participant selects a provider and starts services. They really kind of recommend that a person be about midway through services, maybe 45 days before a person is referred. And that just shows the courts that this person is engaged, they're doing all the things we're asking them to do, and what's the word I'm looking for? In order to kind of repay that. They're paying their fines by engaging in treatment, right? And so that's the argument that a provider can make. And then the provider refers them to the court. The public defender determines eligibility. They work with the justice system to make sure that person is accepted. The team might review the progress a person makes, and then the actual court, the docket actually is held, and the person comes up and they say, you've done all of these wonderful things. You've been sober for 90 days, you've got a job at Home Depot or wherever, you're working on a housing plan, all of these things that you're doing. Therefore, we are going to forgive all of these old fines and fees, or maybe absolve warrants, whatever the situations are and what your court agrees to. So that's kind of the basic outline of how a homeless court works. Jill's going to come and talk about how we have used that information to develop our program in Dayton.
Thank you, Gina, and hi, everybody. Like she said, my name's Jill Bucaro. I am a social worker by trade, and I work at the Montgomery County Public Defender's Office, which is in Dayton, Ohio. So we provide criminal defense services for individuals who are facing charges in one of our 8 misdemeanor courts, in our felony court, and for juveniles who are facing criminal charges in our juvenile court. So, here, let me see if I can do this. There we go. So Gina came to me. Did I go the wrong way? Perfect. Okay. There we go. So Gina came to me, I think it was last fall. Oh, okay. Okay. Here we are. So anyways, about a year ago, Gina had come to me and she's like, hey, I went to this conference. I'm really interested in starting a homeless court somewhere in Montgomery County or somewhere in the area. What do you think? And like Gina, I had never heard of a homeless court either. So she shared that with me, and I immediately thought, like, wow, what a cool idea, and something that I think we could really do here. So what I should have said before I messed up the slides is what I do is I talked about what my office does, which is provide criminal defense services, but I manage a team of 16 social workers and paraprofessionals that provide supportive services to individuals who are facing criminal charges in our county. So we provide individual advocacy, but we also keep an eye on what I would call system level advocacy to try to reduce the number of people who are incarcerated in our county, to try to kind of reduce the collateral consequences associated with criminal justice involvement, and to just reduce recidivism in general for people in Montgomery County. So I said, hey, this is something that is super mission aligned with the work that I do and with what our office does, and we would love to talk about putting together a homeless court. So one of the first things that Gina and I brainstormed is like, where do we want to start, right? And I think when you think about starting a homeless court in your community, you have to think about one, like personal relationships, right? And who are some people that you think either in the criminal justice system and in the homeless system that you can get excited about this, and where do you think you can make the biggest impact? So I don't know how your guys' counties are, but like I said, we have 8 municipal courts in our county, and we thought, well, the city of Dayton, their municipal court makes the most sense, right? Individuals who are experiencing homelessness often are in the urban core in the city of Dayton. That's where they're incurring charges. Also, I think the judges and the clerk staff there would understand, the importance of this kind of program. So the first thing we did is we reached out to the clerk of Dayton Municipal Courts and said, hey, here's the model, what do you think? And he was super interested. And so we got that first court involved. And then we thought about too, like, what makes sense for us to do? In our county, we already have mechanisms for people to resolve warrants. So often individuals experiencing homelessness, often individuals who have substance use issues, they miss court, right? And then you miss court and you get a warrant. Really, in most of our courts in Montgomery County, if you walk in, if you get, call ahead, you can go in and you can resolve those warrants without getting arrested. It didn't really seem like that was a super big need. That was not a gap that wasn't being filled in services in our county. One thing that we did recognize that was really needed was trying to get rid of some of these court costs and fines and fees associated with criminal justice involvement. So some of the stuff Gina was talking about, old traffic tickets, old court costs, fines associated with some different charges. There aren't a lot of mechanisms in our county for forgiving those for people who truly cannot afford to pay them. And the 2 biggest barriers that come from unpaid costs and fines are getting your driver's license reinstated, right? So we all know that if you don't pay your court costs and fines, a little thing called a warrant block, it's not like a warrant like you're going to get arrested, but it's a block on your license that says you cannot get your driver's license until you pay those costs and fines. I see people come through my office often that owe $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 in court costs and fines in the area. And we know that that's a number that is never going to be paid, which means that this individual is never going to get their license back. The other major issue that we see with unpaid costs and fines is it prohibits people from sealing criminal records. So if you have not paid your costs and fines associated with your conviction, you don't have what's called a final discharge. And until you have that final discharge, you cannot seal your record. So maybe I went to the BP and I stole a bag of chips 7 years ago. I was on probation, I completed probation, but I never paid that like $250 court costs and fine. I can't go seal that theft off my record until that fine is paid. And we know that some major barriers for individuals experiencing homelessness, to bring it all back, is that in the city of Dayton, it is hard to maintain a job and support a family if you don't have your driver's license. Our public transportation system, not great, not super accessible, and individuals are getting denied from apartment complexes, both like subsidized housing programs and just regular apartments because of their legal history, because they don't have the ability to seal their criminal convictions. So I say all that to say, we sat down with our providers. We thought, like, man, what are some really big barriers that people are experiencing when they're trying to get housed? We sat down with the court and said, what are some gaps? Like, what are you guys willing to do? And we landed on, let's use this court model to forgive costs and fines post-disposition, so after cases are all the way over. So I don't know, Gina, we had a million trillion Zoom meetings with a bunch of different people, and we ultimately kind of got everybody on board. We presented it to the judges at Dayton Municipal Court, and after about a year of work, they decided, yep, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do it. So starting in 2024, we are going to have a quarterly Fresh Start docket, that's what it's called. Our first one will be January 18th, and our homeless providers are going to refer individuals, just how Gina explained, to the public defender's office. We will review their charges for eligibility and then submit them to the court to hopefully get them on our dockets. So Gina and I, with some technical assistance from some of the supports that we'll put up here at the end, we developed the referral form. We developed a process. I mean, you guys understand things with the courts often do not move very quickly. So we've given ourselves, you know, kind of like a 6-8 week ramp up to each court to be able to collect the referrals, to assess the individuals for eligibility, to alert the court, to file the proper filings, and to make sure everybody is able to appear for the actual docket day. I do want to talk a little bit about inclusionary and exclusionary criteria, because that's something that we engage in a lot of discussion about. So individuals, to be considered for the homeless court, they have to be involved with one of our front door providers. So we're kind of going back to that idea of coordinated entry from the previous speaker. So individuals who are staying in our shelters, who are working with the veterans, with the VA outreach program, or who are staying on the streets and working with the street outreach provider, are eligible for the homeless court. They do have to be working with that provider for between 30 and 60 days in order to qualify, and our referral form captures some information that we think will be interesting and compelling to the court. Did the person get their forms of ID? Have they signed up for benefits? Are they on housing lists? Are they searching for employment? Do they have employment? Are they linked with a mental health provider? Something like that. And then they will come to the public defender's office and we'll look at their legal history. We are not going to forgive costs and fines associated with certain charges, and those charges are OVIs, domestic violences, and any charges that are sexual in nature, and child endangerment. So just because a person has one of those charges does not mean that they are not allowed to be in the program. Just the costs and fines associated with those charges will not be forgiven by the court. So they will be screened. We will sit down with the prosecutor. We will sit down with the judge. We will sit down with the clerk's office, and we'll review every single application, determine who is eligible and who is not. The other thing I forgot to mention is that anybody who has any open cases or who is currently on probation or parole will also not be eligible. This is going to be for people whose criminal justice involvement for the time being is completely concluded. And so that's kind of what our criteria looks like. We are planning to expand to some of those other municipal courts that I noted. My personal goal is let's get the first one in Dayton under our belt. I'm hoping to invite a couple judges from other municipalities to observe the second one, and then maybe we can even start to incorporate them in quarters 3 and 4 of next year. So this is what our little referral form looks like. So this is what the referring agencies will fill out with the demographic information for the individual. Kind of this stuff at the bottom is what I talked about. What's some of the progress this person is making? What treatment are they involved in? What benefits have they applied for? Tell us a little bit about their family. Again, things that are going to be interesting, and compelling for the court. So I think that's pretty much it. This final slide, like Gina said, has mine and Gina's information, and then also has Matt and Kelly, who are some of the people that helped us when we were kind of trying to nail down some of the details of our particular court. So there, I'll leave it there. And I think that's all we got. Unless anybody has any questions or any. I don't know if we're doing questions, so maybe not. But I think that's all we got. Yeah, go. Can I do questions? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, let me do this.
When it comes to the providers, how did you select them?
That's a great question. So we started just with, we call them our front door providers within our coordinated entry system. So that includes the 3 homeless shelters, the VA outreach, homeless outreach program, and then our street outreach provider. Our hope is to expand it to some of our other homeless providers that do like permanent supportive housing or transitional housing, potentially look at some of our treatment providers for individuals who have landed in residential treatment or sober living. We wanted to keep the numbers small so it didn't feel overwhelming to the court. So the court wasn't like, oh my gosh, 30 different providers are going to be able to refer people, you know, so-and-so is going to be referring their cousin and, you know, et cetera. So we tried to keep it very small. So we just did front door homeless providers. All right. Well, thank you guys.
Good afternoon. So my name is Maya Jenkins. I am the prison reentry social worker based out of Cleveland for the VA. I've been doing prison reentry since 2011. I'm looking at Jim, I think, around 2011. So I've been around a little bit of time. I was tasked today to talk about our VRSS system. So VRSS, it stands for the Veterans Reentry Search Service. We've talked a little bit about today about our veterans justice programming and the great work we do in the court dockets and the great work we do in the prison system. And you know, our goal is to help our veterans re-enter society, get the treatment they need. But it comes down to the question of, how do we know where they are? How do we know who they are? So I can tell you back in 2011 when I started this job, we didn't have VRSS. So what did we do? Right? So we walk into the prison system and we're like, hey, we're here to help you. We got some hands raised, right? Hey, I'm a veteran. I can do that. We would work with our prison systems back then to say, hey, can you put something on your intake form to ask the question, do you have any military service? Well, they used to ask, of course, are you a veteran? Right? And then we had to change that. Do you have any military service? So that was all self-report. You can imagine the issues and problems that came with that. So that's a little bit of a background of why the VA finally said, hey, we need to develop some kind of a system to actually identify who these folks are, who needs the help, so we can kind of coordinate our efforts. I'll tell you there's a lot of information on these slides. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I wanted you all to have it. So if you say, you know, you go back and you say, hey, I want to do a little more research on VRSS, you'll be able to access it. Let's see. So what is VRSS? So it's a free web-based tool that our correctional systems, our courts, upload data into. And then magic happens with the computer systems, and it matches with our military history information, and all of a sudden we get a report. That's what it boils down to. We kind of already talked about that. So a little bit about how this helps, because like I said, I did a lot of prison reentry before we had VRSS, and I've done a lot of prison reentry after we've been able to implement VRSS here in Ohio. All of our work and effort now is targeted. I know where all my veterans are and what prison they are, actually and what cell location they are within that prison before I even walk in the door. So I can walk in the door already knowing, and I do the pre-work to verify VA eligibility. So it allows us to target our efforts a lot better, to walk in and actually have the forms, have the enrollment paperwork, have whatever information they need instead of walking in blind. Talking with someone who a lot of times, unfortunately, was not even a veteran. So like I said, you can go back and read some of the more detailed information. So what gets uploaded, let me get to that because that's kind of interesting. Sorry, guys. Okay, so this is what the information that our correctional systems upload into VRSS. So they upload it, magic happens, like I said, and then all of a sudden we can go in as users, we can go into VRSS, download those reports. We get a lot of more detailed information than what the court systems get back. Sometimes they get a little angry about that, but this is all protected veteran health information, but protected veteran information, which is why we as HCRV VJOs get a lot more information back than what the prison or court system is left with. But they do get information on how many veterans are in their system. It's just not the specific information that we get. Go. It's kind of what I talked about. So we get the information on number of days served. So then we can go in and verify that data, like I already talked about. So we can go in and know, hey, this person's eligible for VA. I should back up. What VRSS does not tell us is VA eligibility. That's where our own knowledge has to come into play. But it gives us the information to figure out what that is. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of idea on what the report looks like that we got back, or that we as VJP staff can look at. Obviously, I took off all the identifying information. Usually all those first columns are filled in. But we get last name, gender, date of birth, social, all of that. This is a report that I pulled up for Toledo Correctional, which, as we've talked about, doesn't have that many veterans at Toledo. But just to give you an idea, that's what we see. And then we have release date, or when they're going to see the parole board. So what makes it nice for us is I can go in, most of my lists are much, much larger than this one, but I can go in and organize my spreadsheet by their release date. So then I can say, okay, here's the folks I need to target my efforts toward. One of the questions I get asked sometimes is how often do our correctional systems have to upload these files? And there is no frequency that's required. So it really just depends on what your needs are. I know our prison system uploads it. Our goal is once a week. Sometimes that doesn't always happen. Now, obviously in the jail system, those, to really be effective, have to be uploaded a lot more frequently. Prison system, my guys aren't going anywhere, and ladies, aren't going anywhere sometimes for a long time. So I also put on here the quick user guide. I don't expect anyone to read all those letters on this page right now, but if you say, hey, this is something that's kind of interesting, we at VA have tried to make it as easy as possible for our court systems, prison systems, to implement this. So we have developed down to the quick user guide, questions. We will walk you through the process. So I think I'm going to skip forward because we kind of talked about all this. Those are just the sequential intercept model in VRSS. We like to use VRSS along the whole process of the model, right? And then we're going to end just with a short little video on VRSS, just to kind of give you an idea of why we need it, why we use it, why it's a great thing. Does anyone have any questions before we do that? No, I know VRSS isn't all that exciting. Jeremy? He can talk loudly.
My only question is you say correctional facilities have access to this. Is state contracted halfway houses included in that?
To my knowledge, we do not have any halfway houses that are using VRSS. No. But they could, right? Right? No, we would love that. Because like I said, it truly, truly helps us know who we need to work with. Because, you know, like I referenced before, in the beginning, you know, back in the old days when I started the job, sometimes I would waste 10, 20, 30 minutes talking with someone at a prison. And then I get back and realize they fed me a whole line of information that wasn't quite true. So, you know, it can waste a lot of time too. So, and we also know that a lot of our veterans within the prison system, what we found out was they underreport. They don't report that they're a veteran for a variety of reasons. They're embarrassed. They feel like their military status should have kept them out of the system. There's confusion about the word veteran within the prison system. You know, a lot of guys I met with said, well, I never thought I was a veteran, so anytime anyone asked me, I would say no. I'm like, well, you are, and we can get you hooked up for services and benefits. So yeah, it helps with a whole bunch of things.
Every day in the field of criminal justice, you have the power to change lives. What if I told you there is a tool that can make your job easier while allowing you to change the lives of veterans? The Veterans Reentry Search Service, or VRSS, is an easy-to-use VA-supported tool that can strengthen partnerships between your facility and VA. It alerts VA staff to veterans in your population so they can provide them with important services that assist with their reentry.
As a veteran who has worked in the criminal justice system for 22 years, I've had the opportunity to use the Veterans Reentry Service and want to recommend it to all of my colleagues. It's extremely easy to use, and I have personally witnessed the good it can do for veterans.
No matter if you're serving in a correctional setting or the court system, VRSS is a free, encrypted, web-based portal that requires no downloads or special training. You simply drop a single file with your population's information into VRSS and it does the rest, supplying you with all the information you need to find veterans and help them connect with services that will help them plan for their reentry. At its core, VRSS is designed to make your job easier by giving you a better understanding of who you are working with, and by allowing VA to target its outreach to veterans in your population and help your veterans access needed services. Make a difference in a veteran's life by using VRSS and connecting them with VA. Visit vrss.va.gov to help a veteran today.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope that leaves everyone inspired to go back and learn more about VRSS if it's not already in use in your jurisdiction. That is something that we are trying to get operating in as many of our partners' institutions and systems as we possibly can, because as Maya said, if we don't know who the veterans are and where they are, we're not able to reach them with the services that we can help them connect to. So I'm Sean Clark. I'm the National Director of the Veterans Justice Programs. We are a part of the homeless programs within the VA Health Administration, within the Department of Veterans Affairs, along with the Veterans Benefits Administration and the National Cemetery Administration. That's a little bit of tedious structural mapping to start off remarks with, but I always like to situate us within what's a very big and complex organization. We're part of the healthcare system, and we're part of the homeless programs, and we're focused on criminal justice. That's the basics, I think, of what you need to know and why we're here. The importance of intervening as early as possible, let me see if I can manage to make this. There we go. I'm under no illusion. You all heard from Jack Charlier this morning. I'm under no illusion that I can teach you anything about deflection as a concept or a model that you wouldn't have learned better from Jack. So I'm not going to belabor this content here at the beginning of the slides, which is pretty introductory. And so you know we're drawing on some materials here that we're using in a series of national trainings for VA staff across our system to try and get VA across the board at every facility of ours across our healthcare system able to partner effectively with deflection initiatives as they're popping up across Ohio and throughout the United States. We want to make sure that we're well positioned to follow this trend and to help make sure that it includes a veteran focus and that it includes pathways to accessing VA resources in every community that adopts this new approach. This is the origin of some of the material that I will move pretty quickly through here in the beginning. What motivates us to do this work? As I mentioned, we have just pre-existing institutional motivations. It's the nature of our mission. But I want to spend just a moment and talk about the stakes for this population and why we're doing this work. So as we've heard a couple of times, incarceration as an adult male in particular is the most powerful predictor of homelessness that there is. This is an incredibly tight nexus. It's a two-way street as well. But the population that we're serving, just the nature of the way that these factors work together, that's why the VA's outreach efforts targeting the criminal justice system are located within the homeless programs. And that's where many of the referral pathways follow through after we make this initial outreach contact with justice-involved veterans. In many cases, these veterans are entering VA homeless programs after their initial contact with our staff in criminal justice settings. As Jim mentioned and shared some really promising updated data on, this has been the focus of more than 30 years as a national program, in the department, but in particular over the last 10 years or so, with VA's commitment to ending veteran homelessness, has really seen an increased commitment of resources and an urgency in the messaging and the call to partnership going out from our department and in communities across the country that I think really speak to a motivation to take a more focused and again a more urgent approach to this situation, to serving veterans who are homeless or at risk and ending that status for them as quickly as they can. We've seen great progress, as Jim detailed, but there's a lot more work to do because, as he said, a veteran becomes homeless every day across the system. Speaking of motivation, there could be no more powerful motivation for calling an agency and community partnerships to action than preventing suicide. And what we know about justice involvement and the risk for suicide that it brings with it, I think couldn't be starker. And you see the statistic here on the slide that the veterans who we see in our programs, veterans justice programs, are 3 times more likely to have attempted suicide than veterans seen in VA who are not criminally justice involved. So I think I used the word stakes earlier. They couldn't be higher. We're working with a very high risk and high need population in this outreach work that we're doing and in the work that we're partnering with community agencies to help ensure that these veterans are identified and they can access our services and other community services at the earliest possible point. So let me see. I have high need. I think I've covered this. And also speaking of stakes and thinking specifically about deflection and the importance of intervening early, there are real concrete and immediate consequences that follow when a veteran enters the criminal justice system. And some of them are specific to the Department of Veterans Affairs and the services that we provide. Always like to start out by mentioning what we can do for veterans who are criminally justice involved. We serve them through outreach. Veterans who are justice involved in any other way than being incarcerated, their eligibility status for VA services is unchanged. But what happens when a veteran's incarcerated is this regulation is activated, and a veteran's eligibility for VA health care is suspended until the veteran is released from incarceration. This is not specific to prisons or jails. It also includes veterans who are in other settings that are custodial, where the custodial agency has a duty to provide care. State hospitals are the classic example there, but it absolutely affects veterans in prison and jail settings as well. So as soon as a veteran goes behind bars, they lose access to VA health care until they come back out. There's profound implications for continuity of care. Veterans who are receiving services from VA potentially, again, those are disrupted. Any transition in the provision of care, especially for folks who may be at heightened risk for suicide, other negative outcomes, that's only aggravated
by these transitions. And oftentimes, the services that are available in incarcerated settings aren't the exact equivalent of what veterans would be receiving on the outside, including simple differences like having a different formulary, different drugs to treat the same conditions, these little things that can cause disruption and compromise veterans' health. So real and immediate consequences from incarceration, best avoided when we can, which of course is the spirit of deflection, and why we're so excited to be a part of that story as it's unfolding across the system. So in joining this trend toward looking earlier, intervening earlier, we're continuing a trajectory that in VA has really defined the justice program since they first got started. I think we've heard several variations on the theme throughout the day of, looking earlier, moving the focus back in time. And that's been the growth of our justice programs in VA. We started out with the program that Maya mentioned and that others have mentioned, Healthcare for Reentry Veterans. That was the first national VA program focused on veterans who were justice involved. And it's looking at veterans coming out of state and federal prison, making sure they're able to link up with VA services at the earliest possible point when they're coming back out. And again, their eligibility for VA healthcare is reactivated for those who were eligible and just temporarily unable to get that care while they were inside. The natural next question is, why are you waiting until someone has a felony conviction and is serving 10 plus years, whatever the case may be, to intervene? Why don't you look earlier on in the criminal justice system? That's when we started the Veterans Justice Outreach Program, which focuses on partnerships in local jails with local law enforcement and of course with veterans treatment courts, which those are the partnerships that we're best known for to the extent that the program is known across the system. Veterans treatment courts have been deservedly celebrated, gotten a lot of attention, and have grown very quickly, and we're proud to be associated with them. But we do more than that in veterans justice outreach, so jail outreach and these partnerships with local law enforcement as well. Now we are recognizing, and I think the country is recognizing, that there's an opportunity to do a tremendous amount of good before any of that happens, before veterans enter the criminal justice system at all. And so looking for opportunities for them to bounce off the system or to put a goalie in front of the system, choose your metaphor, but to avoid the potential for any of those collateral consequences to occur in the first place. This is, for us, a natural progression, a natural part of the evolution of our programs, and we want to make sure that we're partnering effectively with the community organizations and departments that are making these deflection initiatives happen, that are getting this concept off the ground. I like to think that the deflection model is where the Veterans Treatment Court model was about 10 years ago. Some great, promising examples, but still, not active in most communities, and a lot of room to grow. So just in the same way that as we were starting the Veterans Justice Outreach Program and building these partnerships that led to the development of veterans treatment courts and continue to lead to the development of new ones, that work is going to continue. We're not pulling back or out of any of these other criminal justice settings. We're going to continue to do the prison outreach, the work that we do in veterans treatment courts. We're just broadening our focus and looking earlier in time and making sure that there's an effective pathway into our services from every step for veterans who are at every step along the way, including Intercept Zero and those folks who haven't yet to enter the criminal justice system in the first place. So what we can do, these are just a graphic depiction of our partners in these deflection initiatives and where this work is happening, where it's being led, primarily law enforcement driven, but as Jack said, and they are always conscious, I think, of giving credit where it's due. It's very important. Just the tremendous diversity of the way that these deflection initiatives are taking shape. They're not all law enforcement driven. We see a lot of involvement from other first responder agencies, community treatment providers. There are as many ways to do this work as there are communities that have adopted it. Another parallel, I think, with veterans treatment courts that are at this point in their history still very diverse as well. They're united by a concept as opposed to really the operational details that look very different. This is, I think, for the reference books for you all. You'll have access to these slides. I'm sure you can't read these. This is a bit more detail, and again, this is, I would say, stolen, but we did cite, of course, TASC and Jack's organization in borrowing this. This is another bit of information that we use in the trainings that we're doing across our system right now to help demonstrate, some of the common themes, but also the breadth of these deflection initiatives. We want to make sure that the VA staff who are going to be partnering with these deflection projects understand that what you're looking at may look very different from what your colleague is looking at one county over. And that's okay. This is in the same way that we talk about the nature of our work at other intercepts in the criminal justice system. What we're trying to accomplish is a big picture task as opposed to imposing some rigid specific procedure on our community partners. We have no interest in doing that, and it's just structurally inappropriate for VA to be telling criminal justice agencies how to do criminal justice work. We're here to help. We're here to bring resources to the table and to help ensure, again, that there are these effective pathways into services for veterans out of these criminal justice settings. But again, good information statistically on what's known about the growth of deflection initiatives so far and what they look like, but still very fluid, very much taking shape as we speak. And here are some more good examples of that. I think a couple of really encouraging points and some areas of convergence with VA are the breadth of peer support services being involved in these deflection initiatives. There's a recognition from the outset of this model that that's critical in providing a full range of support and for veterans at the outset who are at this very early zero intercept level, but recognizing the value of peer-to-peer interactions and helping coach veterans into care, potentially providing that kind of non-clinical peer-to-peer support that can be so powerful in addition to, or in some cases instead of, a clinical intervention. We're expanding our program in that direction as well. We now fund about 50 peer specialists who are working specifically with justice-involved veterans across the VA healthcare system, and we're going to continue to grow that workforce as well. So supplementing the work that our great VJO and HCRV specialists are doing with justice-specific peer services in the VA system as well. We're very excited about that. Let's see. So what can VA bring to the table in these partnerships? We've heard quite a bit about VA treatment services, the other resources that are available in our medical centers, our outpatient clinics, the vet centers, and our other and smaller facilities as well. So I mentioned this training initiative that we are still in the midst of. We're going to have it wrapped up by January. We will have delivered this training to team members from every VA medical center in our system by January of 2024. Who that consists of is a VJO specialist from every VA, a mental health provider from every VA, and a VA police officer from every VA. And so the composition of those teams is very intentional. We want to make sure that there is this interdisciplinary base of knowledge at every one of our systems, and that community partners, regardless of the nature of the agency that they're representing, have a peer to talk to. And so that we don't create a barrier to VA participating in a deflection initiative because we have the wrong type of staff person trained to have that peer-to-peer conversation and to connect on that level. So recognizing the great majority of these initiatives that are centered in law enforcement agencies, oftentimes led by them, our partners in VA Police have been at the table from the beginning, and we make sure that we've got a VA police officer from every VA trained in these, the basics of deflection initiatives and the different varieties that these deflection initiatives, call them 6 flavors, or I think pathways is the term that Jack and his colleagues use. We want them to understand what they're looking at. When they hear an initiative described, say, oh, okay, I understand this is one of, this falls into that bucket, that particular type of deflection initiative. The details will vary, but we just want to make sure that folks know what they're hearing about and can start thinking about how VA services can best plug in and contribute there. Let me see, VA Police, of course, that linkage, and just operationally, in addition to the planning and having that peer-to-peer contact, Any kind of partnership that is going to involve a community law enforcement provider bringing a veteran to a VA facility, that relationship between community law enforcement and VA police is critical. If we have outside law enforcement coming onto a VA campus, that needs to be coordinated and it needs to happen through VA police. So making sure that we're all on the same page and you don't have, say, emergency department staff making promises without VA police partners knowing about it, that just leads to chaos and can undermine one of these partnerships before they even get off the ground. So the treatment services, the police liaison element, and again, I think a lot of these possible contributions are true of the work that our VJO and HCRV specialists do, but it's true of our system as a whole, and again, bringing that interdisciplinary perspective. The point of all of this, and I think if you take nothing else from what VA is looking to do in the deflection world, we want to make sure that veterans are a focus of these deflection initiatives, that there's a way to identify them, a way to get them connected to VA care and other veteran-focused resources that are available in the community outside VA. And that those VA resources in our system are a part of the toolkit. That when this planning work is happening, part of that that needs to happen at the outset is mapping out what do we have available, what's on the back end of this. We're doing the identification work, we want to deflect them out of criminal justice involvement. What are we deflecting them to? We want to make sure that in addition to the community resources that are a part of these planning efforts already, make sure VA is a part of the mix as well, and that's informing the planning as early as possible, ideally at the very outset of it. So again, this is another slide from the training that we're conducting across the system. I share this not to tell you anything in particular about these deflection initiatives, but just to note the inclusion of Cincinnati. This is one model that we are holding up across our system. It's gotten national recognition, as you all have heard, and I'm sure this is Ohio, you all know this, the award that they won from the Department of Justice. The exciting thing, because Cincinnati had been on our radar for a while, but the exciting thing about this series of trainings that we're doing is finding out about all that's going on that hadn't risen to our attention at the outset of it. And so we're going to hear more about that in just a little while. We've heard this morning about Ohio being a leader in the development of veteran-specific criminal justice interventions. That is as true in deflection as it is in veterans treatment courts and elsewhere. The training that we did in Cincinnati just a couple of months ago was really eye-opening for us for that reason, because we got to hear about the great work that's going on in Columbus and that we'll hear a bit about, and that's going on in other cities across Ohio. So it's an exciting time for deflection, and specifically an exciting time for deflection work in Ohio, and we're eager to be a part of it. So I think it's bringing me close to the end. Reference material for more information about these different models that have been developed and some of the attention that they've received, and some cool examples, I think, of concrete resources that have come out of this joint planning work based on feedback from law enforcement partners about what would be most helpful. And kind of a platform for shared operations. This led to the development of QR codes. And this is the one for Cincinnati that provides basic information. Again, this was designed with community law enforcement input. What's going to be helpful to you to pull up in the moment when you're having that encounter, you're looking for resources. What you don't need is a list of 150 links to click on, something like that. Something that's quickly legible, that's easy. It's got phone numbers that work, that go to you're going to get a response, because we know the first time you're given a number that doesn't get picked up, or somebody says, I don't know what you're talking about, that kills the credibility of VA as a partner in these initiatives. So we're very attuned to that, and we're going to continue to work with our facilities as they engage with these deflection initiatives to make sure that stays at the forefront. We've got to ensure that anything that we commit to, we're actually able to deliver on, and not just, oh, it would be nice to do this. But by the time we commit to something, that we're sure that we're able to deliver on it, and to deliver on it at 3 o'clock in the morning as well as at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As the case may be. Now, not all of our facilities are the same, not all of them have emergency departments, and so what we're going to be able to commit to is going to vary from place to place. But again, just making sure that our actions are able to follow through on our words in these partnerships to make them sustainable. So that's the Cincinnati QR code. We've got a dead clicker, I think, or a malfunctioning user. Oh, here we go. Another use for these QR code resources, posters that can be put up. So there, we'll see a lot more. The exciting thing, we'll see a lot more great examples of this that we haven't yet. But that's just a couple of concrete examples for where this work can go and turn into immediately usable resources that are going to help veterans get connected to care in the moment. And importantly, get our law enforcement partners back out there. You know, make sure that these are efficient transactions for them and they're not spending half of the shift waiting around in a VA emergency department. Okay, looks like that's it. So enough from me. If you take, again, nothing from what I've said, it's that VA is an eager partner in these deflection initiatives, and we're going to remain so. We think this is the future of our justice outreach work, is getting ahead of the justice piece entirely, getting ahead of that justice involvement in the first place. But taking advantage of the fact that we are in Ohio and there's so much exciting work going on here, I am going to stop talking at you right now and cede the floor to my colleagues to hear more about what this is turning into in practice across the state. So thank you all very much.
Good afternoon. If I can have the panel come up, and we're going to put chairs up on the stage here. So while we're doing that, okay, everyone. My name is Teresa Sickman, and you heard my name referenced earlier. I work as the Deputy Network Homeless Coordinator for Vision 10, so I work with Jim Kennelly. And VJO, VJP work is very near and dear to my heart. So those I recognize from the audience. I started in VJO back in 2011, so I recognize Judge Loxley out there from working with him quite a while ago. So I'm definitely glad to be back to these efforts. And I've definitely attended several of these in the past when I did that work. Okay, so what we'll start with first is I'll just have each of the panel members introduce themselves and what their current role at the VA is.
I am Paige Lehman. I'm a Veterans Justice Outreach Specialist at the Dayton VA. I've been doing this position since about 2015 when actually Teresa, who used to be a VJO, trained me. So I learned from the best over here.
So yeah, hopefully that's a good thing.
Hi everyone, my name is Calandria Jewett and I'm a social worker, or a Veterans Justice Outreach Coordinator in Dayton, but primarily assigned to Montgomery County.
Hello, I'm Heather Robinson. I'm a psychologist at the Columbus VA, and I'm the director of our Trauma Recovery Division.
Hi, I'm William Robinson. I'm the Chief of Police at the Columbus VA, and I'm also an Army and Air Force veteran. Not against the Army, but I got smart and went to the Air Force after I took a little break. Call it the chair force, you know, the luxury side.
I'm Christy Wood. I'm a Veterans Justice Outreach Coordinator and actually in a hybrid role connected to the Ann Arbor healthcare system and the Toledo Outpatient Clinic. So my VJO efforts are in Ohio while my reentry efforts are in Southeast Michigan.
Okay, so next thing I will ask the panel to do is kind of go through and give some information on their deflection efforts thus far.
I will start, but I'll probably hand over to Calandria here in a little bit. First and foremost, like the primary person on our team who's actually spearheading all of this deflection is actually Sarah, who's probably watching right now. And I really wish she was here because she has way more information than either me or Calandria will have. But we can certainly say when it comes to deflection, as it pertains to our job, which I'm not going to rehash all the things that we just kind of spoke about. To be honest with you, we're kind of on board with if if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and also like no need to reinvent the wheel. So we immediately reached out to our Cincinnati counterparts, who luckily I knew them fairly well because I had been at the Cincinnati VA prior to coming to Dayton, and basically sat down with Ron Michelson and Bethany Hamilton Clary and various other members of the team, and they had a great model going on. Like I said, you've seen the little card up there. They really simplified and streamlined the process where they actually just hand out the cards to local law enforcement. Of course, after they formed relationships with local law enforcement, and then hand out the card. It's got a simple QR code, which we're actually working on that now. Sarah is. I think the QR code is done. I'm not sure where it's at right now, but more to come on that. So you basically just hand the card out to local law enforcement when they engage a veteran at Intercept 0, as everyone here should be aware of that by now, prior to crisis and certainly prior to incarceration or during crisis potentially, but before incarceration or any kind of hard judicial insertion. They will actually hand them the card, they will scan the QR code, and the QR code will immediately bring up, I know, my information, Calandria, Gina, and Sarah, as well as various specialty clinics attached to the Dayton VA, PTSD, substance abuse, all of our residential treatment programs, things of that nature, and it has contact information for all of them. It's not overwhelming, nor should it be, because obviously when we understand when a police officer is kind of in the moment, you don't want to be overwhelmed and drink from a fire hydrant in there, right? You want to be able to scan a QR code, get some quick input, and lead them in the right direction. And what I tell people, we haven't handed the cards out yet because they're under development, is worst case scenario, if you still can't process all the information that comes up, the various specialty clinics, all this other information, always reach out to a VJO. And there's nothing wrong with that. I give my business card to all kinds of people. I get calls from pretty much people from all walks of life. They just hear justice and veteran, and they immediately think that I can assist them. Most of the times I can, and if I can't directly, I can certainly lead them in the right direction. So as it pertains to deflection, from my standpoint, that's kind of what we're doing at the Dayton VA. Well, I don't know if that's long deflection per se, and I'm also in the process of, I recently reached out to the, I don't know what his title is, Barry Riley's at Deputy Chief, or I've swapped it, Chief Deputy of the Warren County Sheriff's Department. So I'm also trying to get a veterans pod, because Warren County is kind of my footprint. There's 4 of us, and we cover multiple counties, but I live the furthest south of all the other VJOs, so I tend to spend a lot of time in Warren County, northern Butler County, where Middletown, we have a veterans treatment court there as well, and I will venture up, but usually anything north of me, I start venturing into Montgomery County, which is Calandria's backyard, and we try not to cook in other people's kitchen, unless she wants me to. So if I ever get somebody from Montgomery County, I will certainly send them their way. But the good thing about a veterans pod, you can simply just walk in, get full access to all the veterans on the pod, sit down, get their stories, figure out what they're doing, and go on from there. So it's a work in progress. So.
Sure, I'll take over and talk a little bit about Montgomery County. So one thing that I think is really cool that we do in Montgomery County is something called the MCRT Roundtable. It's Montgomery County Roundtable. We call it the MCRT. And this is an opportunity to bring together community providers in all of Dayton. So we have law enforcement, our local hospitals, mental health, homeless providers, and we all come to the table and talk about individuals who are kind of high utilizer of like emergency rooms, and maybe law enforcement are interacting with them quite a bit. These aren't necessarily people that have legal charges, but that's why I think it's really important for deflection, because the emphasis is on that prevention piece, right? So let's engage with these people early when we're starting to see that maybe they could benefit from enhanced treatment in our communities, and bring together all of those providers to figure out what roles we all play in serving that individual and how to help them in the best way possible to prevent them from eventually possibly having legal charges. So I think that that's a really neat deflection effort that we have going on in Montgomery County. Paige, you talked a lot about the QR codes, and although that is still in the works, we really look forward to being able to pass those out at our CIT trainings. Before coming here today, I actually participated in the CIT training in Montgomery County through our Adamus board. We do a couple of them throughout our 16-county catchment area, which is a really wonderful opportunity for us to develop those relationships with our law enforcement. And even today, you know, I've been attending these trainings for a couple of years now. I still get officers that are like, I don't really know how to access services at the VA. It feels like, well, the VA is its own community over here, and the rest of us are over here. And so I think, you know, just having quick reference guides like that, those QR codes, would really help bridge that gap, so they're not feeling overwhelmed with the whole VA system. They just have, you know, they can literally keep it in their pocket or just scan it and save it on their phone. Just way to contact us directly. I know that I'm working hard on developing those relationships, so that way immediately when an officer is engaging with a veteran, that they can reach out to me and we can try to see what services that we can enhance for that person. So I think that's about it in a nutshell. Okay, thank you.
So as she has stated, you know, working with the VA, sometimes they're siloed, and I got to the VA probably around 2016. So around 2017, I started getting all these phone calls. Hey, I have a veteran, I don't want to take him to jail. What do I do with him? And then a little light went in my head. Oh no, we have this community that doesn't know what to do with veterans when they're in a crisis. So nationally, our National Police Academy had started I call it a deflection training for veterans in crisis. So Dr. Robinson and I, who's also my wife, if you hadn't put the name together, is an Air Force veteran, and she's a director of trauma recovery, PTSD, and military sector trauma. I'm like, hey, that would be a good partnership, right? So we attended the trainer. We came back. We got with some of our local first responders and says, hey, what do you need from us? How can we help you to help our veterans? So we kind of took our national training class, tweaked it for the needs of our central Ohio area. And ever since 2018 was our first class in October, we've probably trained over 1,200 first responders, mental health clinicians, and now we're kind of expanding out into all of Ohio. Whoever needs a training, we're more than happy to come out and train you. And with that, probably about a year ago, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Robinson to talk about our VMET that we came up with.
So interacting with all the different law enforcement agencies, especially around Columbus, of course, one of the things with Columbus not being open 24 hours, they asked us a lot of questions about what do we do with veterans that we encounter. So kind of phase 2, I guess, of this program, we developed a Veterans Mobile Response Team. We call it VMET. We pair a VA police officer with a clinician, and we go out whenever the local law enforcement call us or need us. Sometimes it's even fire departments. If they've encountered a veteran that might be in crisis, or if our suicide prevention team gets alerted, or if a provider has a patient that they've just gotten a call from, we can go out and we can interact with that veteran, especially when it's law enforcement that's involved. Our primary goal is getting them connected to treatment, reconnected to treatment, back to our facility, and not to a local hospital if they don't need to be, and of course not to jail. So we've been partnering a lot with our Columbus Police Department. They have a mobile response team, so we partner a lot with them. And it's for the last year, we recently just hired 2 social workers, so I was the only clinician, but now with 2 social workers on board, we'll be able to take more calls.
Out of the Toledo CBOC, we cover 10 counties in Northwest Ohio, and currently BJP participates in CIT for 2 counties on a quarterly basis. One of my colleagues came back from the national conference last year, and he went running with the QR code idea. So we do have a QR code that we take to CIT and pass out to the police officers. And our goal as a program through the Ann Arbor system, the VJP program, is directed at deflection and getting more engaged with police departments at a more of a deflection level versus the crisis intervention.
Next thing I would just want to ask the panel, so whoever wants to discuss or answer this, I was lucky enough to be able to attend the deflection training that was held by the National VJP office. And I know one thing that was kind of surprising to me was hearing about some of the great efforts that we have already going on, but some of those connections were not being made. Some of our VA police were not aware of the efforts already going on with the VJP program, and even our VJP specialists were not aware of the efforts that were already going on in the community. So this might be maybe directed to Dr. and Chief Robinson more so, or anybody else who wants to answer, but what has changed with your efforts or the collaboration since that training?
So I can go first. So when I attended the training, I knew the VA, I've been in the VA for 16 years now, I knew we had a VJO program. I knew what I thought their mission was to go into the jails and help veterans, but also learn that they have a mission after the fact that they can give them treatment and services up to a certain amount of time once they're re-entered back into the community, right? So once we got back, we took the training that we received down in Cincinnati. We developed a work group in Columbus because, like I mentioned a little bit ago, we were all siloed. VJO didn't know what I was doing as a police. I didn't know what she was doing for the community outreach effort. Now we got all the players in the same team with the work group, and we're coming up with standardized documents, kind of standardized training, standardized reference sheets, so we're all on the same page. If when somebody calls, we can refer them, hey, here's X, Y, and Z's phone number, they'll answer it. So we're trying to get a lot more collaborative and with our efforts in how to publish out information that's all the same for everybody.
Okay, anybody else on the panel want to discuss anything on that? Dr. Robinson, let me go to you as a treatment provider. How do you see your job at the VA in helping with these deflection efforts?
Well, so I think a lot of where I've come involved is just partnering with the police. Definitely, I work in trauma recovery, so PTSD is something that's talked about a lot out in the community in relation to veterans. So when I'm doing the education, it's just educating the law enforcement, first responders on veterans, on what the diagnosis really looks like, what those symptoms are, and just to help them better understand. Part of VMET just allows me to go in the community, and like I said, I really don't want veterans to have to be involuntarily hospitalized, so my goal is to avoid that at all costs. So being able to interact with them, and some of them haven't been connected to our VA, and being able to bring them back and show them all of the services we have available in our behavioral health department, I really think that that's a help.
Thank you. Okay, first I want to put out to the audience, does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask the panel?
So in your Columbus, when you're called out with law enforcement, how many times have you been called out?
So we started our program, we slowly rolled it out 8 or 9 months ago. So call-outs has probably been around 15 to 18 because we're slowly rolling out. It took us 9 months to get our independently licensed social worker on board who started 3 weeks ago. Then our second one starts Monday. So Dr. Robinson, we kind of had to work around her clinical schedule if she was with patients or not so she could go out with my investigator. So now that we have 16 members counting myself and her, we'll be able to roll out a whole lot more. And our goal is Columbus has a 13 county catchment area around Columbus. So especially in those rural counties where a lot of those resources are not available to help the veterans back to VA care too.
I'll say the other piece is if we were not able to go out into the community, they did give us the report about what happened with that veteran, who that veteran was, and then we provided follow-up or connection if they had a provider to make sure that provider knew what was going on with them, could connect them, or we could reach back out and make sure they're connected with resources.
How is this program working in the rural communities? How do you make this outreach effective for them, given the distance that they may be away from a VA facility and the different staffing levels and obligations they have in their local community?
It's like you said, a lot of the issues in the rural communities is, like Wyandotte County, it's probably, or Marion's an hour drive from our Columbus VA. So a lot of times, and I think the furthest one we've had so far was up in Knox County, and kind of like with the VJO's program, if a first responder or fire EMS has a veteran in crisis and they need vital information from us, we have a direct number that they can call. I can mobilize my team if they need assistance, or we can give them assistance on the phone. A couple of months ago, we had a barricaded hostage situation out in, was it Newark? Zanesville. Individual ended up being off of his psychotic medication, and he had some other mental health issues going on. So we were able to relay that information to the hostage negotiators. It kind of helped them diffuse the situation, because when they got there, they had no idea what was going on. And then after we kind of gave them a little bit of the medical history, they were able to use that to kind of help diffuse the situation. But our ultimate goal is, if we're able to get there, and if they need us to respond, we're going to try. We're going to try our best to get there in a timely manner and help as much as we can. And if we can't, we can help you over the phone, over video chat. Our whole team has iPads, computers, so if they need to do telehealth, to where they can talk back to a provider back at the VA, if we can get it there, we can do it that way also. So kind of like everybody up here talked about CIT training, a lot of our training is also incorporated. We offer the 2-hour class in CIT training, but we're willing to come out and just offer the training for anybody that wants it. It's free of charge. We don't charge. We're happy to do it. So if you want training for your area, sir, reach out. We'll be more than happy to arrange some dates and times and come out whenever you would like it.
And the guidance that we're providing through our national trainings for the VA staff is really focused on the importance of one of the last things that I mentioned, which is being very clear about what resources are available, and that's going to be a geographically specific conversation. And so if one of our teams is talking to a partner in a county that's 90 minutes away, that needs to be part of the upfront. One of the earliest topics of discussion is that the options for an immediate connection to a VA resource, it'll depend about what the options are for transportation, the nature of the encounter, whatever the case might be. But we can't, the thing that we have to avoid is making a uniform promise that wherever you are, whenever you are, you can immediately connect someone to a VA treatment resource. That may not be practical just logistically. We may be talking to a county that they can't spare the patrol unit to bring someone all the way to the nearest VA facility, to name just one example of a potential barrier. So it's the clarity of the communication and the upfront planning work that needs to happen within VA to determine what are we in a position to put out there as far as our commitment, and that we know for 100% certainty that we can back up and that we can deliver consistently. But then the conversation goes from there. Every one of our facilities, every one of our teams that's getting trained across the system can offer something. These conversations may start in different places with different partners, but there'll all be places, something to build on. But again, geography, that's real, and we can't paper over that. There will be differences in what's possible, certainly as far as an immediate response capability, depending on where you're looking in the system.
And I'll just add to that a little bit too, that we've had some very creative practices in our network. So again, we have Ohio, Indiana, and Michigan, where some of our VJP specialists will partner with their local law enforcement to provide trainings so they can get education credits. So whether it's police officers or probation officers or judges or attorneys or what it may be, to start kind of those connections. And as the Robinsons mentioned, like Columbus VA is an outpatient clinic. So 8 to 4:30 or whatever their hours, that's it, Monday through Friday. So they don't have a hospital, they don't have anything after hours, so they've had to get creative on that. But even with that, we still have other VAs that don't have hospitals or inpatient units. So that's really where we kind of depend on our VA police that is there 24/7 to make those connections, and then work with the VJP specialist to be able to connect up the next business day to help follow up.
So the Toledo CBOC, like I said, services 10 counties in Ohio. Only one county is significantly urban, which would be Lucas County. Separately, we've partnered with the VA itself. Community engagement program coordinators have been a great resource for us in the VJP program, and one of the community engagement coordinators partnered with a local community agency who Jeremy Parkins runs, and he's going to talk later on today. But he then got together several counties, I believe it was like 8 or 6
counties, 2 other partners,
to try to pool resources in those rural counties. So that's been helpful. And that's in early development. So I think just bringing other counties together and partnering with them, knowing what you already have out there, because Toledo does not have an emergency room at the outpatient clinic. And then in Lucas County, we have 2 partners that are here today through one of the community mental health agencies that's willing to engage in the deflection efforts as well as in the partnership with us.
And for those that didn't catch with Christy, what she was saying though too is her main VA is in Ann Arbor, so she's a whole nother state that she has to work with in order to coordinate things. So her main VA is in another state, which means the veterans may not be able to cross state lines or different things like that. So that's a whole nother dynamic to some of the efforts too that she has to work with. Any other questions? We're trying to keep on time here. Yep.
I just wanted to clarify, Dr. Robinson, did you say VMed, like Victor, Mike, Echo, Delta?
VMET, V-M-E-T.
Thank you.
I don't know the acronym.
My other question is, for law enforcement, do they have something like squares that they can verify that someone's veteran, like on the spot?
We have access to records too that can tell you if they're a veteran or not. If it's depends on the situation and what the information's needed for. There's different types of information the VA police can supply to you.
Yeah, will you go ahead and pass it over to Mr. Clark? He can speak a little bit on Squares a little bit.
And Squares is, I'm glad you brought it up because it's a VA tool that draws on the same source data that VRSS does, the system that we heard quite a bit about earlier. One of the key differences is that Squares can deliver a result immediately. Within about a minute, I should say, not immediately, within about a minute, still pretty good, but less than the turnaround time for VRSS, which can run 2 hours. So 2-hour turnaround isn't a problem if you're a prison facility with a stable population, but if you've got someone in front of you right now, you're having the encounter, you need the answer in the moment. And so for law enforcement partners, we think Squares is just going to be a structurally better fit for them because of that immediate response capability. But it can do exactly that. With basic demographics fed into it, it can answer questions. It can actually provide more information than VRSS can to an external user. It does require an MOU and a data use agreement up front to get established to use it because VA is able to make additional disclosures once those agreements are in place. But it provides confirmation of veteran status, character of discharge, and probable eligibility for VA healthcare and other VA services. So quite a bit of useful information at your fingertips within about a minute once you get up and running with the Squares system. So thank you for bringing that up.
Hi, Sean. I hope it's okay if I ask you a question about VRSS. We had talked a year ago about automating some of the VRSS uploads for local courts because of the administrative burden involved in that. Recently, we were talking to a case management vendor named DIMS. They had said that they were working with the VA to automate the upload, the download. Could you confirm that?
To automate the downloads?
Yeah, so they said that within their system, they could upload arraignment data and then organize the result of the VRSS outfeed back to the court.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about that. I'm not sure what that's referring to, but let's talk after.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I know there's been a lot of discussion about creating mobile crisis teams, but I know that there's some already in place. Like we already have one for Lucas County. So has any of you guys already tapped into existing mobile crisis teams that exist and building off their structure?
So here in Columbus has I think 6 or 8 team mobile crisis units. So we actually teamed with Sergeant Matt Harris, who's their supervisor for the team, as we kind of developed ours in the model that we were using. So I can't take credit for developing it for the VA. Long Beach, California created the first mobile crisis veterans response team. We were the 3rd in the country. So we kind of took their model and then incorporated as we had meetings with Columbus to kind of see what the best practices was to create ours. Because a lot of times when you have local mobile crisis response, they're there for the crisis, while they do have veterans on their team, they're just there, you know, they'll take them back to the local community hospital or wherever they take them, but then they don't have that follow-up piece until the hospital contacts the VA. Part of our team is to, as we do outreach, say for instance, Columbus goes out and does a health and welfare check, their team will notify my team. They'll send us an email, hey, I went out to veteran X, Y, and Z. This is what we saw him for. This is where he went. And then we'll look in our Dr. Robinson will do the clinical assessment, send the information to that person's provider so they can follow up with it.
Thank you. Just to add, we're lucky though here at Lucas County for our mobile crisis teams, they're a CCBHC, so they already have an established agreement with the VA. So just, I'll follow up with them and make sure like Deflection and everything's kind of cohesive.
So addressing the question about access for crisis. So one of the things, and I'm not an expert on this item, but there were some recent changes legislatively authorizing the VA to pay third parties that are providing services to veterans in a crisis. So if a veteran is in a crisis and they can't get access to the VA, they can go to a local facility, get that emergency care, and the VA will cover that care. So again, there's a lot of pieces that are involved in that and get. But one of the questions I'll have for the panel is, how are you addressing, what are some things that you're doing internally to help with messaging and help with connecting the community resource, the community law enforcement folks who are bringing or messaging to veterans, come to the VA to make sure that when that veteran does show up, that they're getting the care that they receive. Because the last thing we don't want to see veterans over-promising and under-delivering. We want to under-promise and over-deliver. So can anybody address what you're doing on that front?
I know for me anyway, it's just really nothing magical in a sense to where there's something I'm doing differently. It's just kind of, pound the pavement. I mean, when we're talking about the topic of deflection, I mean, like it's been stated multiple times, it's really, there's nothing really sexy about it. You're not going to, they're not going to make a movie about it. It's as simple as passing out business cards when you come in contact with various law enforcement. It's I'm on various committees. I know I'm on with Judge Loxley. I think I spoke recently on his committee call about the Compact Act and just it's just the relationships. You either have it in your personality or you don't, right? I mean, and it's kind of like an intangible thing, I guess. So for me, I mean, I feel like I do it all the time. As a VJO, I know that when Teresa trained me and I came through the ranks, when you're a VJO, you're essentially you're an ambassador to the VA, and you need to look at it like that. So when you're out in the community, 90% of my work, I'm not in a hospital, so people, don't naturally always assume that I'm a VA person. So sometimes I have to engage them and let them know that I'm a independently licensed social worker at the VA. This is what I do. And just kind of spark their interest and kind of go from there. I mean, just simply doing that alone has led me to multiple phone calls and multiple things. I know, Diane, I recently reached out to somebody about setting up an MLP at the VA, and that just happened because hey, how are you? Oh, you're an attorney. And I know that we're scheduled, hopefully, assuming we can hammer it down, the first week of December to get a medical legal partnership at our VA as well. So it's just, you just got to pound the pavement and shake the tree and see what falls. I know that's my secret, if you want to call it a secret. And I don't know if I answered your question, but I know that's what I'm doing.
And I just want to share real quick, too, that so with our deflection efforts that Mr. Clark was sharing, that's the VA is going out and training all the sites. So our network was one of the first ones, but the VAs are being charged with deflection efforts out. And some of our VAs in our network, that's the first thing that they're doing is working on their internal processes to make sure that we don't, because we heard from several police officers there even that you just need one time where you overpromise and don't deliver, and that's word's going to get out and nothing's going to move forward. So some of the VAs, that's what their first efforts are, is making sure that whatever they can promise, they're going to deliver. So that under promising, over delivering. Does anybody else want to respond to that? I see Diane's got a question over there too, or comment.
I was just kind of wanted to piggyback on what Paige is saying. I think the success to all of this is about, yes, developing relationships, but how do relationships start? They start with creating intimacy with your partners, your community partners. I think one of the things in Dayton that our VJO team has done, they were tasked with creating a strategic plan. And so one of the things that they will be doing across next year is going out. We identify that one of the goals was when he's talking about, the judge was talking about the rural areas, which we know legal things look different. They go different in smaller counties. I can say that I'm from the great state of Mississippi, so things are a little bit, in smaller states, a little bit different. But that intimacy it's one thing you pass out a QR card, but face-to-face is what brings the success of these programs, and establishing those intimate relationships with those key partners, those key law enforcement, sheriff's departments, local police departments. So they're going to be going out into those rural areas and introducing themselves, having those meetings with them, as I said, to create that intimacy, which leads to success. And we've done that on VA grounds with our VA police, with other providers, our psych inpatient unit, our ER, our mental health providers know us. So you've got to put yourself out there and, make your program and your services known. People say, what do VA do? Well, let me tell you what VA does. This is what we do. And we go out.
Okay, I know we need to start wrapping up here. I think it's about break time too. So any other last minute questions or anything from the panel? So I will thank the panel. So a lot of them did not know they were going to get to speak today. So again, that relationships and who I can grab up here last minute. So thank you to all the panelists. And are we on a break now? Oh, okay, there we go.
I can certify that Paige gives his number to anyone because he gave it to me, and I have called him so many times that I'm sure he regrets it by now. He is assigned as a J9 for the Ohio National Guard, directing the organization's resilience, prevention, and human performance efforts for nearly 16,000 soldiers and airmen. This recently formed directorate coordinates programs across both the Ohio Army and the Air National Guard to improve the wellness and well-being of service members. Entering military service in 1996 with the 10th Mountain Division, Fort Drum, as a combat engineer, Lieutenant Colonel Malinsky joined the Ohio National Guard in 1998. After graduating from Bowling Green State University in 2004 with a BS in dietetics, Lieutenant Colonel Malinsky was commissioned from a Reserve Officer Training Corps to the Engineer Officer. He has earned a master's degree from both Bowling State Green University and the U.S. Air Force War College. Please welcome Lieutenant Colonel Malinsky to the stage. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So my bio says I had a Bachelor's of Science in Dietetics, so I'll be over there afterwards to talk about nutrition when we talk about mental health and wellness. So, hey, thanks so much for having me here today. It's truly an honor to represent the Ohio National Guard and the 16,000 men and women that serve our organization. And that includes our civilian workforce and then our state defense forces that volunteer to do the missions that the governor asks us to do. So it's truly a great honor. I think as I've listened here today about deflection, I've learned so much from all the great speakers today. It's really given me quite a bit of education I'm going to take back with me. And one of the things that's really resonated is that when the term deflection is going to be synonymous with prevention. So I have to offer a very small disclaimer. You may hear some repetitive things as I talk, but I really want to discuss what the Ohio National Guard is doing in the vein of prevention, integrated primary prevention, which dovetails very nicely with deflection and Intercept 0. I'm probably going to even talk about Intercept -1, -2 as I go through today. So again, I apologize if I repeat myself. Hey, one of the challenges that the Ohio National Guard faces is that we have our service members with us for 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. Now, that does include mobilizations that go on for, a year at a time sometimes, but that's our population and that's who they are. So today I'm going to discuss three main themes as I go through this. Some of these this terminology should be probably very familiar with a lot of the folks in the room, especially the social workers and any of the public health officials. But I want to talk about the definition very, very briefly, just because it means something different for us at the Ohio National Guard right now as we stand up our primary prevention effort. Harmful behaviors, that's a spectrum to us. Those are I'm going to choose to smoke 2 packs a day, all the way to a violent behavior that would put them in the hands of law enforcement or other things. Risk factors, we're looking at risk factors for our servicemen and women. Are those things in their community that are putting undue stress on them that we can't influence from a service point of view? We're reliant on the community around them to help them deal with those stressors. One of the things that we're really nervous about is online gambling. We don't hear a lot about that in our space in the services, but what kind of financial strain is that putting on some of our teammates here in Ohio? Protective factors is another thing I'll interweave throughout. And protective factors are those, what can we do to arm our service members with personal skills that they can protect themselves for some of these risk factors that build up upon stress, upon stress, upon stress, upon stress, and then they choose to end up in a violent behavior or, unfortunately, some lethal tragedies. Mental health and well-being, it's said a lot. What it means to us is a little bit different than I think it sounds in other venues. Mental health and well-being to us is resiliency to come back from setbacks. We are in the business of putting people under stress because we want them to perform in very stressful situations. And their ability to bounce back from those kind of stressors is extremely important to us. And it all revolves around mission readiness. Are we available when Governor DeWine calls us? Are we available when the President calls us to do the missions that we've been trained to do? So again, a lot of these will be interwoven throughout, but what I want to do is I want to start with a real simple stage setter. Now, I am going to discuss some combat operations. I'll keep it very general, but if you feel like you need to excuse yourself to collect your thoughts, no problem. If you need to find a safe space, I totally understand. So the story begins with the slide behind me is the military grid reference system map for Baghdad, circa 2005. And for those of you that were there, and there's probably many of you in this room that were, or had heard about it, you're very familiar that IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, became an overwhelming threat for the services and the forces in Baghdad at that time, and throughout Iraq and Afghanistan. And one of the first things that we took a look at when we encountered this IED is something no one had ever trained us for, is we started to understand that what are the protections we need to do against these IEDs. So the first thing is, if you're going to protect yourself, what do? You armor up. So we developed all this new armor to protect ourselves from the blasts from these artillery rounds that would spray shrapnel and metal fragments against patrols and convoys. Another thing that we did was we said, what are some tactics that we can use to avoid even dealing with this extremely dangerous thing? How do we go around it? But the problem with going around it is you leave it on the table for the next person to encounter in an unpleasant way. Protection against IEDs developed into something called the counter-IED fight. And that fight was about prevention. How do we prevent improvised explosive devices from doing damage to our convoys, to our people, and equipment, and the civilians in the area? And one of the things that, well, two things I should say. The first one that was technology. Technology is going to prevent these from happening. And so we started jamming radio frequencies that were used to initiate these improvised explosive devices alongside the roads. And then the next thing that came about was, well, what if we take a closer look at the indicators about these improvised explosive devices? What if we took a different approach than waiting for it to happen? And so what we did is we developed this tactic called route clearance operations. And route clearance operations evolved into now a very common practice in the services, especially the land components. All the services do have a version of this, but and specifically in the Army's context, they said, if we can train our individuals to see those things that would be on the battlefield that look different, that can tell us how we can neutralize this threat, let's do that. Let's train those folks. We can truly prevent this. So in 2005, the 612th Engineer Battalion, located in Northwest Ohio, or they were from Northwest Ohio, they were relocated to Baghdad for operations in Iraqi freedom. They were located at the Baghdad International Airport, which is that blue dot on the screen behind me. And so route clearance became such a critical part of preventing attacks against U.S. forces that the 612th National Guardsmen, through and through, became one of the Army's leading experts on how to do route clearance and defeat improvised explosive devices. So I want to dive into a little bit of detail about a platoon from Bravo Company 612th Engineers, and they were located in Tiffin, Ohio at the time, was their base back home in Northwest Ohio. And so on this particular day, Monday, October 10th, one of the patrols from Bravo Company left the base. And as it moved alongside its route, it had a mission to get to its assigned patrol route as fast as possible and then scan that immediate area for improvised explosive devices so that they could protect the convoys behind them. What could they do to prevent that convoy from having a tragic experience with an IED? And so in this particular case, the Bravo Company had found something, unfortunately, that no one had ever experienced before. It was a new way that IEDs were initiated. So rather than the electrical signal from like a phone or a walkie-talkie, the enemy had developed infrared sensors, much like you'd see at the bottom of your garage door. So when you interrupt the infrared signal, it sends an electrical impulse and it changes the direction of the garage door so that, you don't squish the cat. The enemy had figured out that if you time it perfectly, you can put this infrared triggering device on the road so that your weapon would detonate explicitly at the very moment that the U.S. forces had tripped that sensor. And this gave a new capability, aiming. And so because now they could aim based on timing, they developed an explosively formed penetrator, which is a new type of IED that no one had ever seen before. And it was shaped like a traffic cone. And it was plastic explosives wrapped around a metal object, an alloy, if you will, kind of in a cone or in a slug. And as soon as the heat and pressure from that explosive initiated, it would instantly turn that metal slug into a molten object, and then it penetrated that armor that we had been so keen on putting on all our vehicles. And on Monday, October 10th, Sergeant Jeremy Hodge was the driver of the lead vehicle and didn't know what was happening, and he died that day based on one of these things. And eventually, all these risk factors that I talked about on the battlefield, it would launch an entirely new set of protective measures because of this explosively formed penetrator. And I think it did some good because it kept us from seeing those EFPs as a debilitating threat on the battlefield for months and months and years to come. So, there's the route. So between 2005 and today, as the Ohio National Guard and in the DoD services in general, we implemented a bunch of programs to address mental health and well-being. And these were all designed around some of those traumatic events that I just talked about. You have to see your soldiers and airmen would experience significant stress in a momentary combat situation or other traumatic event. And these programs were labeled prevention, and we were very proud of preventing suicide and preventing alcohol abuse. But as things have gone on, we've realized that these programs required us to see the problem and then act. And that's because they were intervention. They weren't preventing anything. They were just preventing the most worst outcome from happening on that spectrum. And so intervention programs, they still exist today, and we still use them, but prevention is where we're using protective factors against those risk factors before the spectrum of harmful behaviors has a chance to execute some of its lethal effects. And this realization is really what triggered our effort to do integrated primary prevention. Now, this is DoD-wide, and then as in the Ohio National Guard, what we're doing is trying to make this program and this public health model applicable to us and what we do. Now, the legacy programs that do intervention, they're still very useful to us, and we do use them because they're absolutely necessary. We still have soldiers and airmen who decide to take their life, and it's absolutely necessary to intervene in those extreme circumstances. But there's two forcing functions that have really changed in the environment that we have our service members. And one of those is that the future veterans, which are our current service members in the Ohio National Guard, they haven't experienced combat like years past. Now, do they experience significant traumatic events? Absolutely they do. And do some of them deploy and see combat? Absolutely, 100%. But we're taking a little more holistic view about health, mental health and well-being, because it's not all centered around combat stress right now. So the stress environment has significantly changed, and these programs, these legacy programs in intervention, they haven't adapted as quickly to the stress environment that's changed. And the second forcing function that I mentioned is that, and my boss, General Harris, will say this too, is we have a ton of programs out there, and they just can't keep up with what's going on in today's environment, because we keep seeing soldiers and airmen and some of our civilian members execute harmful behaviors. So the stress environment has changed, and the programs that we've launched in the past, they're not having the desired effect that we wanted to way back then. And so rather than waiting for catastrophic events, we're taking a look really hard now at what are those risk factors that our men and women see on a daily basis, and how do we arm them with protective factors to reduce those harmful behaviors. And to do all this, as I mentioned, my boss, Major General John C. Harris Jr., the Adjutant General, he created our business unit, the J9, and that was in January 2023, so we're rather new. And he asked us to specifically take this integrated primary prevention model and apply it across the entire 16,000 National Guardsmen. So it's kind of a big effort. In May 2022, the DoD actually published a framework that you see behind me here that was designed to create equity and parity across the DoD to stand up this integrated primary prevention system that they've called it. Now they have hired a ton of experts to do this and done a ton of research, specifically in the public health models. And they've come across, or they've ended up with these three pillars that are behind me: the human resources, collaborative relationships, and infrastructure. And when we took a look at this as a group at the J9, we scanned our organization's existing programs that, like I mentioned before, that improve mental health and well-being, and we're labeled prevention. And we took a really close look at them, and we found out that a lot of them weren't synchronized. Now, they were all doing good things. They were all impacting and influencing service members, but they weren't all saying the same thing at the same time in the same way. And that's a problem in the military. We got to get standardized so that we're all saying the same thing in the same way. So what we did is we've looked now at 4 main areas. And so the first one is train that prevention workforce. This is new to us. This is a very new concept for us. I have 8 people that work for me. They're social workers. We have some clinical psychologists and various others who are helping me understand prevention science. And then they're implementing that prevention science across our workforce. Now, they've categorized prevention into 4 segments of violence, if you will. Self-harm, self-violence is the first one, and that's where our suicide effort comes in. And then workplace violence, sexual violence, and then finally family violence. And what we found is that a lot of the existing programs and issues that we have, they fit very well into these categories. And that's not just something of convenience, that's by very intelligent design. So again, we're saying the same thing at the same time in the same way to our service members. This is all very new to them, so we want to make sure we're making this as simple as possible. The second one up there is building collaborative relationships. Of all the things that we've looked at as far as risk factors, there's shared risk factors across Ohio's communities that our service members experience, our community members, all of us in the same room, we experience on a daily basis. So we're trying to partner with other members of the Ohio community and the national community so that we can build relationships that are mutually beneficial and we can share some of the effective approaches to prevention work. We know we don't have the right answers. The third thing up there is data. This is my personal favorite because it allows me to ask the question, is it working? We do a lot of programs and we do a lot of research and we do a lot of things that are well-intentioned, but do they work? Are they having the intended effect that the resources you're applying to it would tell you it should do? So this is a critical thing that data is a critical thing we're using to create shared understanding that the results must prove the resources are used in the proper way. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. We don't have a lot of time to try things and hope for the best. And then the fourth thing on here is equipping leaders with resources. And I think oh yeah, it's got a dollar sign. So a lot of times, when we talk about resources, we talk about time, money, and people. I would challenge that what we're doing in the J9 is not those resources. The resource that we need to really spend our time with is the mental cognition about what prevention is amongst our leaders. Are they able to decipher this prevention perspective, this prevention way of doing things, and translate it to our service members so that they can be equipped to do what we're trying to do? Okay, so I've talked about a framework. I've laid the foundation, but how do you do it? How do you do prevention work on a daily basis, 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year? And so the diagram you see right here, it's not an answer, but it's the methodology that we're starting with. And this might be familiar to all of our public health warriors out there. This graphic represents the socio-ecological model, no surprise there, overlaid on what we feel our service members are experiencing. And we know that without taking all the environments, the soldiers' environment or airmen's, their immediate relationships, their community relationships, and even that national conscious into account, we're not going to be successful. And we've come to understand a few things. It's paramount to us. It might be old news to you, but it's really made us think a lot. We have to create an environment where people feel it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to ask for help in a business that weakness is not tolerated, but we got to change that paradigm. We've got to create a space that people feel, hey, I need help and it's okay. The second thing is that the mental health needs of our service members, again, those future veterans in a very short time, they are experiencing a change in environmental stressors that is so complex due to the dynamism of today's environment. If you think about the influencers and the influences that happen on a national level, we can't keep pace with that. It happens so quickly in our young people's hands via their phone, so quickly that we have to be adaptable. We can't launch a program and say, this is it, let's go, head down, bull our way forward. That's not how it's going to work. We have to evolve. And finally, I mentioned before about community partners and collaborative relationships. We can't do this alone. So that's why I'm so glad to be invited here today and make connections, because we need all the help we can get. But there's one thing we've really come to understand in prevention in the Ohio National Guard, and it's one thing that's been a universal protective factor, that the stronger the connections that service members have with their fellow soldiers, their families, their friends, their communities, the stronger any protective factor that we can offer to them, it will become. These strong connections, and I've heard this throughout today, that a lot of the speakers have mentioned, this is where we're investing. how do we make strong connections between each other, between our teammates, so that cohesive teams are what we have to draw from to help us prevent harmful behaviors. And so I want to take us back, and I want to finish the story, because there's just a few little parts of the story. So once Bravo Company had experienced the KIA on their mission, the platoon leader conducted a casualty evacuation operation, and he directed the platoon to return to Camp Liberty. And so at Camp Liberty, there were other platoons getting ready for missions that evening. And one of those platoons was 1st Platoon from Alpha Company that was located in St. Mary's, Ohio, was stationed in St. Mary's, Ohio at that time. And so their mission was going to begin after sunset, because the U.S. had one of the tactics to avoid IEDs, and remember, this is within 12 hours of a very new, extremely deadly IED from being discovered, that EFP. So that we're still using some old tactics to protect ourselves. That they would run fuel convoys at night, or munitions convoys, to deliver arms and ammunition to the forces. And they would run those at night, because that was the best way to disrupt the timing of the enemy and confuse them and disorient them as to when these logistics convoys were running through Baghdad, on their way to Taji and Anaconda and some of the other bases that some of you may have served in. So the platoon leader came back to the platoon after hearing about this EFP event, and the newness of it was shocking to everyone. The radio frequency jammers didn't work. Instead of an area weapon that would just spray steel and your armor would protect you, it was a very deadly, explosively formed penetrating round. So the platoon leadership got together and they said, well, what can we do to protect ourselves? What are those things that we're going to do on this mission tonight that's going to prevent this deadly situation from occurring? So they changed their speed. They said, hey, you know what, we're going to change our speed. We're going to alternate between very slow, very fast. Because if we can disrupt the ability for the enemy to turn that infrared sensor on, then we won't have to deal with it being initiated. They planned on doing things like turning around all of a sudden. If you're a fan of Hunt for the Red October, I think they called it the Crazy Ivan. They were going to do sudden halts. They were just going to just stop the patrol. And these patrols moved at a blistering 3 to 5 miles per hour. Because what they were doing was looking on the side of the roads at the trash, at the vegetation, at the debris, and recognizing just small indicators in their environment that would tell them something was different. Something was out of place that gives us a chance to protect ourselves even further. And so when this platoon was reassigned the route where Sergeant Hodge had died, they moved and did these new tactics. And when they came across the very location, there was a road sign in the middle of the road in the median. And it was pretty obvious to the platoon that this is a very obvious way that they were timing when to initiate that infrared sensor and then the IED. And so they slowed way down. They went from 3 to 5 miles an hour down to 1 mile an hour. And as they're going forward, they recognize something's out of place. So they call forward their Buffalo, which was a vehicle with a hydraulic arm that would investigate the trash, kind of pull it aside and see if there was a dangerous thing. And as they did that, they saw something. All the platoon now is scanning their environment. Everyone's watching because you're stationary, you're very static, you're in danger because you're not maneuvering, and your jamming systems don't work. So now everyone's hyper-focused on looking around them. And one of the things that they saw across the street in a gas station was a little red light. Now, I think this population, no offense, would recognize that little red light was very obvious back in the late 90s and 2005. And if you're thinking through, what does a red LED light before cell phones, what did that mean? It was a VHS camera recording the entire event. And that VHS camera was located in the back of a vehicle. The platoon quickly recognized an ambush was extremely likely, And so they attacked, they took control of the scene where the potential IED was, and they attacked the gas station and the vehicle that was obviously filming them. And the result of that mission was that they had actually captured several individuals, weapons, and other materials that were used to initiate these IEDs, risk factors. They also were able to capture another EFP, and no one had ever seen one before. So this was a big deal. And so they were able to capture this EFP and take it back to exploit it so that they can understand what was going on the battlefield. What was this new thing that we had to protect ourselves from? And so when the platoon, first platoon from Alpha Company returned back to Camp Liberty later that night, 2 or 3 in the morning, there was no high fives and there's no backslapping. There's just this steady resolve that each person is going to continue to do what they need to do because there's a next mission and there's a next mission and there's a next mission. You have to keep going on. And there's that unspoken understanding that the reason why that mission was successful because everyone worked together. And we're rediscovering our ability to use a prevention mindset. We've known this for a long time, but we're rediscovering it because we knew then and we know now it can actually reduce risk factors from developing into harmful and sometimes lethal actions. And we're building on one of the most important core competencies that our services instill in our great young men and women who serve. And that's connecting individuals together. That's building cohesive teams that can go into challenging environments and solve some of the toughest problems our nation and our state has. So what I want to conclude with is Ohio Cares. And I see some fellow colleagues in the Ohio Cares community out there in the audience. Integrated primary prevention at the Ohio National Guard, it's helping us see mental health problems from a much broader perspective, and it's giving us a little bit of a chance right now to intervene before something even worse happens. It's giving us the ability to see risk factors, and we know, as I've said before, we can't do this alone. So in collaboration with a couple other state agency partners, Ohio Cares is our center of gravity, and this is where we're having veterans, service members, family members, community members, and providers connect those who need it with mental health services. It's one of our nexus, if you will, for how we, once people recognize those risk factors and how they can reach out for help. So this concludes my official briefing portion, and I'm available for questions for a very, very short amount of time. But I want to leave you with this, because I brought my colleague Joe Schwady here. We've had a lot of compliments on our uniform today, so if anyone would like to wear this uniform in a paid status, we're happy to take your phone number later today. So, any questions?
The question that I would have is, I have a really big mouth, is that as you begin this, what do you think your greatest challenges are in getting your soldiers to really embrace it when the stigma has been so long-term? If you ask for help, you can no longer serve.
Yes, that's a real issue, and what we're doing right now is trying to avoid the conversation. Maybe avoid is not the right word, but we're trying to divert the conversation to be more about connectedness that I mentioned, forming those connections. We know that a lot of folks aren't going to say, and I challenge all of us in the room, do we on a daily basis say, I need help, I can't handle what's going on in my life? So we're really investing in that peer-to-peer support, that when you talk to someone at drill, which is our primary method, is that an honest and very authentic conversation? Are we forming emotional relationships and true connections with our service members so that it's not about asking for help or recognizing they need help through warning signs. It's about them feeling in a safe position to divulge other details that may then kind of be a catalyst for other conversations about problems. How'd I do? And one of the things that we do is we actually have a course that we teach our junior leaders called First Line Leaders Training. And it's truly about understanding people's perspectives, about how they see problems and things like that. So there is an actionable level to that comment I made. We're pulling our leaders aside and saying, here's how you develop that authentic relationship.
And when you have multiple tours of duty, as is published, that the Ohio National Guard has done around the globe, how do you shore up family connectivity during those long times away, shorter tours home?
Yeah, so we call it the tyranny of distance. And forming a relationship on that spectrum of distance, if you will, it's one of our biggest challenges. And I'm not going to blame societal pressures or anything like that, but it's a factor in how people see their family relationships. The cell phone and the connection of having Zoom and all these different ways and platforms for how to connect with people from afar. It's made, or it's given the soldiers and the airmen the ability to rely on that to continue their connection. And when we're trying to reach our soldiers and airmen and talk about, hey, when you're going to leave for an extended period of time, it's not about what's going to happen in the future. It's about what you do today to prepare those men and women that are left behind as husbands, wives, and children. It's what do you do today? How do you establish real, true connections today with the people around you so that tyranny of distance, when Wi-Fi isn't available or phone calls aren't available, that you have a foundation that will keep that relationship strong. That's part of that First Line Leaders course that I mentioned. There is an actionable component. It's not perfect, but it's, again, relationships, and they're founded on a good quality building blocks. Did you have a question?
You'd mentioned the importance of peer-to-peer connection. So does that mean there's a unit rep, kind of like for SHARPS training and things like that for the integrated primary prevention?
Well, that is a great question. So what we've done now is we've hired primary preventionists to see the organization. And then the next phase is that there will be a preventionist that will go into the unit at the Army and the air level and down to subordinate units. And the preventionist's main goal is to teach the fundamentals about how do you see your organization and you see those risk factors. Because, and I think someone mentioned it in the panel discussion about there's a geographic component to our servicemen and women. And I think you're from Northwest Ohio? No?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh.
Oh, I work in Toledo.
I thought you were from Toledo. I thought you worked in Toledo.
I work in Toledo.
But it's the challenge. The risk factors in Toledo are different than they are in Mahoning County. They're different than they are. So the preventionist, ultimate goal is to be able to not only, and we're very myopic sometimes. We just see ourselves, but the preventionist is helping us see around them because 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year, the majority of their time is in the community where those are the risk factors, not military stress. It's education stress, financial stress, and all those things.
Thank you.
All right. Well, hey, thanks so much for your time and attention today. Jeremy, I think I gave you 5 minutes extra. All right.
Before I introduce the final speaker, I would once again like to thank the Planning Committee. Justice Evelyn Lundberg Stratton, Judge Michael Jackson, Danny Eakins, Tammy Puff, Melissa Knopp, James Kennelly, and Teresa Sickman, Lieutenant Joseph Schwati, thank you. And Kelly Firesheets, Kathleen Gallant, and Elisa Guthrie. But also to thank those who made today possible without registration fees. The Office of Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost, the Office of Criminal Justice Services of Ohio, the Ohio State Bar Association, Core Data Health, and again, thank you to Judge Jackson for reaching out to the National Institute of Corrections, part of the Department of Justice. Now I'm pleased to welcome Jeremy Perkins and Lieutenant William Cunningham to talk about Dress Right Dress program. Jeremy Perkins, Air Force, served active duty from 1997 to 2005 and then the reserves until 2007. He deployed with the 391 FS for Operation Enduring Freedom after 9/11, including Operation Southern Watch. Additional support roles included indirect supply support for efforts during Operation Iraqi Freedom. After returning home, Perkins had his own struggles with transitional hardships that led to some justice involvement. After years of struggling and not understanding what he was experiencing, he began working to right my own ship, in his own words. He used the GI Bill to go straight through a high school diploma to receiving a master's degree in Justice and Security Administration, along with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Lieutenant William Cunningham is a jail administrator for Seneca County Sheriff's Office, and Lieutenant Cunningham served in the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah! Louder. In 1990 until his honorable discharge in 1993. A year later, he joined the Seneca County Sheriff's Office as part of the Veterans Administration grant, which paid a portion of his salary. He completed the Police Academy training in 1995 and was promoted to lieutenant in 2001. Since 2022, he has worked with Dress Right Dress to help incarcerated veterans access Veterans Administration services and other resources to facilitate re-entry into their community. Please welcome them to the stage. Well, thank you. I was just like, I read for a living.
I was just like, I'll just let you do your thing. Yeah. Hello. I like to move around a lot, so I apologize. My name is Jeremy Parkins. I am the founder, president, and CEO of Dress Right Dress. We are a veterans nonprofit. The LT and I already set it up where I'm going to tell you about the organization and what we do, and then he'll come up and talk about our relationship with the organization and the jail. We're from Tiffin, so just an FYI. All right. I don't have to tell you any of this stuff because the chief already told you, so I appreciate that. I'm going to take this moment real quick. There are familiar faces in the room. A lot of people don't realize the work that goes into what we do, especially with all of you. You already know this, that we do not do things fly by night. It takes a year to write a program at least. We have OMAS in the building, which has been a huge partner. Ohio Suicide Prevention Foundation, Justice Stratton's office, the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General's Task Force Stepping Up Initiative, Judge Jackson, Judge Loxley, I got to see for the first time, and I've been part of that committee for 3 years. This is the first time we met, so I want to thank all of you for your partnerships, your support, and everything. And now I'm going to dive in. Our story, there was actually a gentleman that used to be my supervisor that was in this room earlier this morning, and I was kind of talking about him. I was working for a community corrections facility or agency in the state of Ohio. They have multiple agencies. They are accredited and contracted through DRC. I started off as a case manager. I was a peon at the time. I was doing case management, and I said, hey, we need to do a veterans program, and I always like to tell people they told me to shut up and color. That is not exactly what they said, but that's the way I took it. So I went home and I put pen to paper. We formed our first partnership with NAMI Southern Ohio. I'm a huge supporter of NAMI and their efforts, but we formed a specific partnership with NAMI Southern Ohio because we started in Ross County in the basement of my house with my own VA disability money. That's how we started. We did that specifically because they had a program called Operation Homefront, and in Operation Homefront, they actually do peer support. It's more for the family side of things, but it was a veteran-specific program. We became a 501c3 in 2019. This is after like a year and a half search for an attorney because every lawyer we talked to just wanted to get paid. And I was like, that's not what we do. We wanted it written a specific way. We found Miss Susan Strayer out of the Columbus area who really supported our efforts, and she was all in. She's actually done pro bono work for us as well. Became Ohio Mental Health and Addiction Services Certified in 2021. We are OMAS certified. We are a peer-run organization, and there's subcategories to that certification. And then we opened our first office and resource center in 2021 as well. I like to tell this story that I had no intentions of opening any offices. We had board members. Jason's laughing because Jason was part of our board at the time, where we were like, yep, let's do the OMAS thing, and we did it. And then 4 months later, they're like, hey, where are you going to run this at? And I was like, what are you talking about? I run it in my house. And they're like, no, state law, you got to have an office. So that was an adventure. We became Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections Reentry certified in 2022, thanks to various partners within the Office of Reentry. And then we opened a second, third location. Now I do want to take a step back. Second, third location no longer exists because during COVID and other factors, being a nonprofit, we have to be fiscally sound. We adopted technology, we embraced technology. So a lot of what we did, there was no longer a need for a second, third office. However, we established that probably a week ago that Jeremy's gonna have to eat crow, and we're gonna have to relook at that. We've served, as the date of these slides, they're that 1,500 number is gonna grow by the end of this year, thanks to OMAS. But that's gonna grow at the end of this year. So like I said, we started in the basement of my house in Kingston, Ohio, 2019. I put pen to paper 2015. We did focus groups. I actually had incarcerated veterans that I worked with that were out of the system. I brought into focus groups and I said, what do you think about this? And we worked with them. We worked with the VA. We worked with other veterans, and we started establishing a program before we even got to the point of writing a 501c3 paperwork. So we started in Ross County in 2019, and you can see where we were at as of last year. We joked around when COVID happened. We were like, all the nonprofits are gonna die because we didn't know. There was lack of funding, and how are you gonna fundraise, especially with lockdown and all the snap. But what actually happened was when they heard what we were doing, which I'll get to here in a little bit, we started getting calls from judges, jails, prisons all around the state. I always want to go this way or that way, I'm not sure, because they're sitting up there. So I add this in there. Those that attended our Veterans Conference back in September, I went down a little rabbit hole and I started pointing out where all we're going and where we've been. If you're not aware, Christy Woods here in the Ann Arbor VA got mentioned, so I'm just gonna bring this up. We are actually working with Ann Arbor, prosecuting attorney for Veterans Court, Ann Arbor VA, to establish an office in Ann Arbor, Michigan. This is misleading. This is not, we don't have an office in all these states, but we have partners and we've helped veterans in all these states. And then this is misleading as well because there's 23 countries not mentioned on this map. We used to do a podcast that it was something I started. I didn't think anybody was listening. And then you go down the rabbit hole and you find out that it's being listened to by service members specifically in multiple countries. And then additionally, we pulled this information through social media and et cetera. So what do we do exactly? I talked about our growth. I kind of talked about myself. Well, actually, I didn't talk about myself, so I'm going to take a quick second. If you notice, I don't have a prepared speech because I always get told I do better when I just fly off the rails, right? So as the Chief Justice was talking about, I started this because I was going through my own transitional hardships, and then working in the community correction arena, I was talking to veterans that were coming out of incarceration that suffered the same fate as me, but worse. When I got out of the military, I did everything that they tell you to do. I went to the VA, I went to the VSO, I had a $75,000 a year job lined up as a 27-year-old kid. Was going to move back to Washington Courthouse, Fayette County, Ohio at the time, and have my friends, family, everything was going to be great. However, when I got back, none of that happened. The job fell through. The VA was a revolving door at the time. That's why I constantly praise the efforts of the VA right now, because they've made leaps and bounds from where they used to be. And I always tell this story, and I know some of you have heard it. My mom actually looked at me one time. I was going through such a difficult time that my mom looked at me and said, "I want my son back." And I said, "That guy's dead." Because I didn't know where to turn. The VSO at the time, his name was Ronnie Sword, and Fayette County was one guy. For a whole entire county, one guy. And he did everything he could in his power for me, but it just wasn't enough. I kept job jumping. There was a whole bunch of stuff that the military didn't talk about. So hearing you guys talk about prevention and what you're doing with your soldiers right now is amazing. Because none of that got discussed when we got out. There was no, hey, you got to recognize the signs of PTSD, substance use disorders, mental health disorders. You're going to be job jumping because you're going to start looking for that sense of self. You're going to miss your brothers and sisters that you served with. I actually joke around, and I won't do it in this room, but I actually joke around about what I told my service buddies when I left, right? Like, I'm not going to miss you, but that's not what I said. So, but nobody prepared me to leave, right? They prepared me for what I needed to do for the military machine, but did not prepare me to leave. And I did everything they told me to do, and it still didn't work. And then what I ended up doing was I was going to the bars. You hang out in those places long enough, bad things happen. I started getting in trouble with local law enforcement. I went to, it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not much. I was in jail almost every weekend for a 4-month period. Disorderly conduct, bar fights. I actually threw my sister's boyfriend through a picture window right in front of the cops. So it was bad after bad after bad. Bad country song is the joke I use, where I say I lost my dog, my house, my wife, my job, everything. I moved in with my mom. My mom kicked me out of her house. I was sitting in her living room in a recliner, and this is where it comes full steam back to Tiffin. Sitting in a recliner, there's a knock at the door, and it's my stepsister. She goes, I was like, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, we're here to get you." It's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" "Your mom's kicking you out." The one person that I thought I had was kicking me out of her house. She sent me back to my estranged father's house in Tiffin, Ohio. It was a moment of clarity. I was mad at her at the time, but it was the best thing she could have done for me. It was tough love, right? Wasn't a quick fix. About a year or two later, I was laying in bed. My son was laying in bed with me. He was 1 year old, and I had this epiphany. I'm killing myself. Put my big boy pants back on and got back to work. I took my GI Bill and I went straight to college. I was working at Webster Industries in Tiffin, Ohio, pounding chain, going to school, started my own business and taking care of my family. And that's how I got back to work. After graduating with my bachelor's degree, I entered criminal justice corrections through juvenile system, ended up getting my master's degree, ended up working for a community corrections agency in Southern Ohio, and started encountering justice-involved vets, which is where you hear the DRD story begin. So what do we do exactly? Before I get to why I'm here to talk about the Justice Involved program we have, I want to share a few other programs with you because, especially with the Colonel bringing up prevention, we just absorbed another company, nonprofit. We send care packages officially to deployed service members around the world. We actually got our first and second orders going out this weekend. We are going to use it as a delivery mechanism for prevention to send them information on what they need to do to prepare to get out if they choose to do so. In addition to, it's nice to get something from home, right? We have a transitional assistance program. But typically those assistance programs don't work because what we hear a lot about, and you actually heard about it with the VA, is eligibility or time of access. Limited resources and information. It's not tailored to your MOS, and it's not tailored to home. So if you heard me talk about my story when I went to get out, when I went through TAPS, it was Transitional Assistance Program, it was go to the VA, go to the VSO, and that was pretty much it. They didn't tell you what the job market was or anything. So our Transitional Assistance Program tries to tailor it to where are you going specifically. We try to do pre-military engagement. So we actually started engaging junior ROTC and ROTC cadet corps. We go in and we talk about, from a veteran perspective, things that we experience and let them know that they're the future and they can change what's going to come about. We communicate with DOD and VA. We're listed as a DOD provider. We discuss separation goals. We discuss SUDS and mental health, like I said, and then provide resources and information. Again, this is all tailored to where they're going. Where are you going specifically? Community enrichment and engagement. I'm not going to read all these. This is everything we do. Adrena gets tired of hearing from me because I call her like once a week and pester her. So, but there's a lot of things that we do because we want to be engaged in the community. A veteran or a service member is part of the community. They need their family. We always talk about the whole veteran. That's family, friends, everything the colonel just brought up. Another program that's coming full force 2024 is we just got a grant to purchase equipment. We are starting the Veteran Employment and Training Service Program. It's going to act as a second chance employment program where we'll put veterans coming out of the justice system to work. They will learn marketing, digital design. They'll sell our merchandise for us. And it's a service provided to the community so they can contract with us. And it's giving them a vocation. It's giving them employment. In addition to that, while they're at work, they will attend peer support groups, mentorship groups, workforce development groups, etc. So the big ticket item. Like I shared with my own personal story, I was somewhat just involved, and I primarily worked in corrections. I worked in reentry more so than anything. I started the Justice Involved Veteran program to mirror or complement the VA's program because although I bragged about some of the staff in this room, the VA is ran by people, and it's not the end-all be-all. We're all human, right? That we've seen gaps. It could be geographical. It could be just lack of resources or personnel, what have you. We've seen gaps in the system, so we wanted to make sure that we complemented the VA, and then we could take care of the ones that weren't eligible for VA. So in our Justice Involved program, we assist and educate incarcerated veterans. We work with state and federal legislators, and we work with the court system. When we go inside the prisons and jails, we have a curriculum that we use. We just changed this up. COVID, we used to do 16 individual sessions with the veteran, and it was because we couldn't go inside the facilities anymore. That has went to an 8-module program. The 8 modules takes them through mental health, substance use, veteran-specific or related topics, and then it talks about effective goal planning, and then they leave with a resume. And that's just the first tier of this training that we take them through. Then they get individual sessions while they're still incarcerated where it goes back to what do you need, where are you going? And we try to tailor those resources to what they need and where they're going, and we work with community partners. Okay? Then the third piece to that is wraparound services. We don't just drop them off at the door and say, okay, well, you're done, right? We make sure that we stay with them to execute the goals. I already talked about all that, sorry. I got ahead of myself. So the individual sessions, it's different between the prisons and jails simply because jails run into shorter stays. When we work with the prisons, with DRC, we get them at least a year out, if not longer. I got guys that got another 8 years left, right? So we have a year to execute everything that I just told you. In the jails, it's a lot shorter turnaround. So therefore, what we did was we took the 3 individual sessions out, but everything else is the same. They still go through an application process. They still assess needs. We still take them through the curriculum, and then we wait for release. Our partnerships with DRC and the county jails doesn't just include that curriculum or those services. We also go inside, we do crisis intervention training. We do them for both the jails, jails and DRC, and then also first responders. It's a veteran component piece specifically. Additionally, we have the Justice Involved series. There's some of you that were involved in that. We partnered with DRC. We did a 5-session series where we took them through military culture, lifestyle, all the way to becoming Justice Involved, to reentry, and on. And then what I like to say is we assist, advocate, and accommodate. We assist law enforcement, judges, everybody that I just talked about in the justice system, as well as the individual veteran. We advocate for services for the veteran, whether that be through VA or community partners or providers. And then we accommodate. And what I mean by accommodate is that we're not accommodating the veteran necessarily. We're accommodating the facility or the agency we're working with, because you have 88, I was asked to talk about jails, that's where I'm going with this. You have 88 counties. So you have 88 different jails. You have 88 sets of standard procedure, policies, et cetera. So when I say we accommodate, we're accommodating those policies and those procedures because we know everybody does business a little bit different. This is not a versus thing. This is jails on this side, prisons on this side. These are the issues that we commonly encounter inside both of these facilities. And if you look, a lot of them are the same. So staffing. A lot of the staffing issues that we encounter is inconsistency. And what I mean by that is, who knows the turnover rate of corrections officers? It's actually very large. So we might be dealing with somebody one week, and then there's a new person we got to deal with the next week. Or there's a changeover in the guard, and then nobody knows what's happening from one administrator to the next. So then we got to go back in and we got to repitch the program and get back into their good graces. Technology. I always like to talk about technology in jails. We have a lot of jails we deal with that do not have the funding to buy certain technologies. So even though we as a nonprofit embraced Zoom, Teams, et cetera, some of the jails did not have the technology to do that. And COVID, it created a huge barrier because we weren't even allowed to go in there and talk on the video phone inside the facility. Community bias or lack of buy-in. A lot of jails will, and I understand, I completely get it. A lot of jails will use what they know. They're used to using community providers that they've used in the past. Or they're reluctant to buy into something new because there was a prosecutor that said he was old school. Some of the jails we deal with are old school. They're used to doing it the way they've done it for years. I see you laughing. Shows you I was paying attention. Thank you. Yes, sir. But they will refuse to buy into a new program. And so you got to go in there and you got to tell them why it's important that we do this. We are important, and yes, I'm biased to DRD because we're a veteran-founded, veteran-led, and we're specifically for veterans, right? So we try to communicate that to them. The other thing is, it's more towards the bottom, but resources. A lot of communities won't, or jails won't buy in because they're used to using the same resources, but they fail to lack the understanding in what the limits of those resources in their community are. So they might be relying on a certain community provider, but they're never had the real conversation of, are we burdening you with this commitment? Okay? Knowledge of VA requirements. I heard somebody say that from the VA. There's a lot of things that change if you follow the VA. Even me, I'm learning every day. Like, there's new policies, new changes, new things that eligibility requirements, etc. I'm learning every day. And I talk to sheriffs, I talk to law enforcement at the city level, etc. And a lot of times they're unaware. That's why I started off my presentation by saying the VA is not the end-all be-all. And a lot of times that's what happens is the community jail or community provider believes that to be true. And that may very well be for those that are eligible for VA, but not for all veterans, right? So we try to educate them there. Gina's kind of looking at me because I email her probably 40 times a month, but because we're still learning and we're trying to make sure we're relaying that information to those jails to say, hey, look, there's a stigma or there's misinformation that you're not understanding. So we need to make sure that you have the correct information. That way you can relay that information to that veteran to make sure they have the best chance of success or best chance of access to care when they leave your facility. In the prisons, we don't have that so much because the VA is in the prisons, so I don't have to do nothing. Some of the positives, if you see the asterisks, they were on the cons side too. And it's because it can be a double-edged sword, right? So if you see the ones that are double marked, for example, staffing. When we get the buy-in from staffing in jails and prisons and people are truly invested in what we're doing or attempting to do, it is a beautiful thing. I have prisons that call me every day about individuals, or I have jails that call me every day about individuals that we're working with, that we're currently involved with, and they're keeping me updated. And that way we can make changes if we need to or what have you. It becomes a very beautiful partnership, and we actually put that veteran's success at the forefront of what the mission is. Community-based corrections involvement. Jails are local. So although I brought up that sometimes they don't understand the resource or the limit of resources and within their community, jails are local, and it's everybody knows everybody in some cases, right? So we can go in and we can take a community corrections approach and make sure that the community comes together as a whole to approach those veterans that are in need within the jail. Whereas in the prisons, you might get sentenced in Toledo and wind up at Southeastern, right? And our access in the jails seems to be easier at times than in the prisons, but just because of state mandate. We have to go through security checks, et cetera, to get inside the prisons, which all makes sense. We still got to do it in the prison or in the jails, but there's not as much red tape, if that makes sense. And then the prison side, I always put in population size. When you look at the national averages for veterans in jails versus the prisons, it's 4% nationally is what's been noted for jails, but that is a national average. That doesn't mean in Tiffin, Ohio, that 4% of their jail population is vet, right? However, in the prison, I have more veterans to work with, so I have more veterans to communicate with and piggyback off of or network with or what have you. This is not to minimize anybody before I move forward. This is strictly data that we collected over 4 or 5 years of doing our program. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared what we've done up to this point with all of you. So as far as our programs, if you look at 19 to 2022, the Just Involved program, Transitional Service Member program, and the VETS program were our three primary programs. The Transitional Service Member program dissolved in the way it was conceptualized going into 2023. And 2023 it is called the Emergency Assistance Fund. And if anybody needs it for a veteran, it is a statewide fund for any veteran of any discharge in the state of Ohio for housing, utility, and food assistance. That includes service members, Guard and Reserve, etc. So if you look at the programs, you can see that 87% in the first 3 years made up our Just Involved program, and then it was 98% going into this year. Branch of service, there you go. Army gets a bad rap because if you don't know, statistically, the Army is the biggest branch. So, era of service, the majority in 19 to 2022 was OEF, OIF. And then in 2023, it was crossed between OEF, OIF, and then peacetime. There it goes. Character of discharge, honorable is always the higher. I always get a lot of people that give me a dirty look with that when we pull these data points. They always assume that the majority of those that become Just Involved are not honorable discharges. However, in our case, it's a constant. So we did completion benchmarks, and if you pay attention, what is considered successful and what is not successful has shifted. And it was because what we did inside the prison is we started really looking and working with DRC on who was the best candidate for our program. It's kind of like the military. We're not going to take everybody, right? So what we did was we really started looking at who was incarcerated and what have they done, what work have they put in. I tell guys and women all the time when I work with them, I am not going to work harder than you. You have to put in the work. You have to put in the work. So what we did was we started working with DRC and we started looking at ISRs, Institutional Summary Reports. And we started looking at who was putting in work, who was putting themselves through programming, AA, NA, working with mental health, etc. What violations were they getting? Was it out of place or was it selling dope or assault on a CO? That's what we were looking at. And that's how we determined eligibility. We don't determine eligibility based on discharge, nor do we base it on crime. But we do look at what they're doing inside the facility. You're already in prison, and then you're still doing this, right? And then I know somebody asked about ethnicity statistics. These are ours. So gender for this year has been 100% male. However, since I created this slide, I have encountered several females that have reached out to us that are getting released probably within the next year, as well as for some other additional programs that we have. I had females reach out to me actually yesterday. And then most race, ethnicity, 79% in 2022 was Caucasian, and then there's the breakdown for 2023. And then marital status is 43% married. I have a very bad joke that I always joke around. The 43% was because they needed a break from their spouse. So at least somebody laughed. Made me feel good. The additional things that we look at, we collect data points on. So I heard there was a lot of talk about veteran suicides, but I want to touch on this just briefly. We do a lot of work with, like I said, OMOS, but Ohio Suicide Prevention Foundation as well. They've had a standing partnership with DRD. A lot of times people assume that veteran suicide is typically combat related. It's typically PTSD, and so on and so forth. That is actually only 1/3 of veteran suicides. Okay, so I want to share that with you. Most suicides are associated, veteran suicides are associated with another mental health disorder or transitional anxiety. And that you can actually go to va.gov and look that up. So as far as our stats go, deployment status of who never deployed, if you look for 2023, half of our individuals have never deployed. Most common job, again, Army gets another bad rap just because they're the largest branch. And then average time of service, our range was between 1 and 21 years with an average of 5.3 years of service. And then VA utilization was 87%. This was self-reporting. But thanks to our partnership, I'm going to bring this up. If you are a community provider and do not use VA Squares, I encourage that. Work with your VA partners. Squares is a magnificent program. We use it frequently because of the reporting. Everybody we talk to, all honorably discharged, and I use the VA. And then when you go in there, you're like, nope. So depending on your programs and what their needs and trying to assess that is a very useful tool. So I do encourage you to use that. And then, like I said, we don't discriminate against charges. So we work with anything from low-level misdemeanors all the way to murder or the worst of the worst, as someone put it once. And then if you want to get into the mental health side of it, 47% report a mental health diagnosis, 42 use prescription medication, 56 stated that they had a primary diagnosis of PTSD, and then there was a secondary diagnosis of schizophrenia. 67% report that a mental health diagnosis was given by a VA, and then 33 believe that they were treated unfairly. We do work in the justice system, so you take that how you want. 74% on substance use disorders, 43% report drug of choice is alcohol. But if you go all the way down, because I heard the story about the VA, the guy was given an opioid and then ended up turning to heroin. Percocet was the primary drug prescribed to veterans that encounter our program. So when they come into our program, we walk them through our application, and there's a series of questions. It's not, I don't like to call it an assessment because that's not what we're doing. We're not trying to diagnose anybody. What we're trying to do is assess their need. What do you need? Like, how can we help, right? So they'll answer a series of questions for us, and these are the primary needs that most of our veterans identified. And then there's a section that says secondary needs. So on secondary needs, there's only 2 categories because we identified housing and food and VA and all that as primary. And then what's the secondary? I need family support. That can be anything from childcare to I need to support my spouse, or counseling. Counseling is always a big one. And we talk about family counseling as well, especially for those that deployed, that went through some type of trauma. Family counseling becomes important. And then additional resources. We had a counselor at one time, and one of the things that I told our board was there's so many community providers out there and partners with the VA, with other agencies and everything. We did not need to do everything as an organization. We're a nonprofit. We don't have the manpower to do it. So what we did was we started building our provider network. So as Christy brought up, We established multiple veterans coalitions in the state. We just established the Northwest Ohio Regional Coalition, 6 counties. There's 200 providers that will be listed. And what ends up happening in that is we will refer, and it's a referral from us, that there is a need for one of these following things. And these are the statistics that typically on who's requesting what. And we'll refer to those agencies to make sure that our veterans are getting the best treatment and quick access to care. Because access to care becomes the issue a lot of times, especially when we get into the Guard and Reserve. I'm not trying to pick on you guys, but the Guard and Reserve, a lot of times they don't have that access. And we see a lot of that in our program. And that's it for me. Now I'm going to introduce Lieutenant Cunningham from the Seneca County Sheriff's Department. He is the jail administrator. And just an FYI, he is a new board member of Dress Right Dress. There you go.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Lieutenant Cunningham, I've been in corrections for 29 years. And I don't know if there's anybody else in here in corrections, but you would know that a lot of times you do not get the information that you need from the individuals coming into your facility, especially whether or not they're a veteran or not. So one of the things that we did to help with this was we took the Dress Right Dress. Jeremy's been great to work with. Through his organization, and we took his brochure and we put it into our inmate kiosk system, which is when they first come in, they have to get into it to do commissary, to do visitation, those type of things. They have to get into that system. It is mandatory that they look at this brochure when they come in. So even if they do not give us any information during the booking process, they see this information from Dress Right Dress. They don't have a choice. Everybody sees it. It's a mandatory read. So, I mean, that's basically what I do is I facilitate Jeremy's with our facility. We facilitate his organization, and we get the information out to them. Hopefully, and we have in the past helped some vets out, and hopefully keep them from recidivism and coming back in again. So, that's it.
Is there any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I noticed you're not in Marion County or Union County, and I live there.
Hold on one second. What counties did you say?
Marion and Union counties.
False.
Oh, well, on your map.
Yeah, the map was, this sounds way louder than it did before, but the map was created for our veterans conference we do in September. Actually, I'm at North Central and Marion, or our organization is, as far as DRC, and we started working with the VSO in that region, or somebody about there. So we are in Marion, including Wyandotte County. I heard somebody bring up Wyandotte County. I actually live in Wyandotte County. One of the great things about going to Tiffin was we got embraced by the Mental Health and Recovery Services Board. So they do 4 counties. They do Ottawa, Wyandotte, Sandusky, and Seneca County, and they embraced our program, and we actually signed a contract with them. But in addition to the contract, thanks to OMAS, we're a statewide agency. So we actually will go, doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, whatever. If you have a veteran that needs help, you get a hold of us, and if we have to, we will drive there.
Well, that's where I live, so I was going to say, are you hiring?
Never mind. I'm not going to throw you under the bus. No. I was going to, there's an ongoing joke between Adrena and I, so.
Jeremy, thank you for all of your hard work that you've done over the years. Your passion shows in your work, and it's really appreciated. One of the things that was mentioned earlier about Ohio Cares, which is our statewide collaborative between Department of Vet Services, the Ohio National Guard, and Ohio MOS, is that we are beginning to really work at the local level with our boards and our providers and other organizations. And some of the meetings that we've had veteran peer supporters join our calls, and it was similar to some of the data that you showed us. Some of those basic needs are where the need was, in housing, in food. You know, it was the basic needs that we know as social workers is that Maslow hierarchy that really has to be addressed. I think sometimes when we're providers and we're doing all this wonderful work, we're thinking very clinical. And until those basic needs are met, that ability to be stable, when those veterans are navigating our communities, sometimes we're missing it. So I just want to thank you for addressing those needs and showing that data on that chart, because those are very significant, especially when we try to really support that veteran with housing, and we start to figure out how challenging that can be for a person that may, just not have the resources, or there's not the housing stock, or and that kind of thing. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Adrena. In case if nobody knows in this room, I'm going to call her out real quick. Adrena is a Marine Corps veteran. And she is fantastic to partner with, just an FYI. So to her point, I know the theme's been deflection and stuff, and I've had this conversation with sheriff's departments, city police, judges, et cetera. And when we're talking about deflection, if you see the categories of information that we collect and look at the primary needs requested, a lot of times when you are encountering a veteran in crisis, it can be attributed to one of those basic needs. I need food, I need housing, I need mental health, I need sobriety. And if we can interact or intervene at an earlier stage in that, our whole point is to prevent people from entering the justice system. But then if they do, then what do we do? And for us, it's that continuum of, I don't want to say continuum of care, but it's that continuum of peer mentor relationship. It's, hey, look, let's work together, let's figure it out, right? And that's why we make sure that we collect those data points. Yes, sir.
Are there many vet pods in the jails and prisons that you visit, and do you think they're beneficial?
So in the prisons, yes. The prisons have their own veterans coalitions, and typically they have what they call a veteran or honor dorm, and that's where the veteran inmates are housed. And it's same with our program, same when I was the director of the halfway house agency I worked for. So to tell this story a little bit further, I ran 3 facilities in the state of Ohio, one in Toledo, one in Chillicothe, one in Columbus. And everywhere I did this, it worked. Right? So that's why I was putting pen to paper. What I seen when we got to the veteran pods or the veteran dorms or whatever is a lot of times it became a monkey see, monkey do type mentality, because veterans are very competitive. So it actually, we watched them kind of almost, it was almost competitive, but it was also that supportive nature of, I want to see you do better. Right? And we watch these guys stand taller, puff their chest out. I say it's a rebluing or regreening process. So having them together as a unit, when I worked in the halfway house, we went as a unit. We didn't do anything individually. If one went to the VA, we all went to the VA. One went to the VSO, we all went to the VSO. We went to the Dayton Air Force Museum together. We went and had coffee and donuts together. We did everything as a veteran corps. And that's where I'm saying that we took these guys through a re-bluing or re-greening process, and it was very beneficial for those guys. Now, to the jails, I do not see a lot of veteran pods being created, but I'm glad you brought up the jails because this actually happened recently in a county in Northwest Ohio where we were talking to a veteran with PTSD. Jails and prisons, they're made out of cinder block, and when we start talking about PTSD and stuff, sometimes that can be a triggering factor. So that's something to consider if you're dealing with a veteran maybe with PTSD in jail, is think about PTSD triggers or anxiety triggers, especially with noises bouncing off walls, etc. But if you can come up with a veteran dorm or pod in the jails, I think it'd be very beneficial because there was somebody that brought it up earlier. They can walk right into that specific unit and talk to everybody. And that's one of the things I like about the veteran coalitions inside the prison system is because when I go there, 150 guys sitting in front of me right then, right? Hopefully I answered your question, Judge. Any other questions? No? Ma'am? You want this? You got it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is an amazing program. I didn't know that much about it, and I think probably many of us didn't, so it's wonderful to share it. I want to again thank our planning committee, especially Judge Jackson, who did a lot of the hard work putting these things together, but all of the planning committee was very wonderful. Thanks to the Chief Justice for being the chief lead on this, and for Alicia for her back support, and Kathleen for all of the technical support she gave us. Again, we want to thank our sponsors that contributed so that you could have a nice meal and some coffee and a place to sit down and enjoy it. And very, very appreciative that everyone came. I hope you will tell other people about it. Again, because it's recorded, if you have staff you want to train that couldn't come, that you'd want to take a certain section to, you can isolate that and send it out to them and let them do it. It's open source. If we try to give everybody the opportunity to share the message as much as possible. So please stop, fill out your forms for CLE CUEs, take an evaluation form or fill it out there. And thank you all so much for coming and participating, and we look forward to seeing you in a year. Thank you.